Pleiadian humans came here as warrior colonists about 3,500 years ago. There were 50,000, and they were from 7 different human planets. They landed in the region we call Europe, and we think of them as European whites. They evolved as different people with different European languages on 7 different worlds, none of them from Earth. This is where the German, French, Italian, Spanish, Polish, Hungarian and Slav languages came from. All other European languages, including English, have evolved here. They came here to Earth because they and their planets were at war with an invading race called the reptilians. The reptilians had invaded 2 human worlds and exterminated the humans there. This was a war of no quarter. The warrior colonists, Pleiadian space forces, had thoroughly destroyed 4 large reptilian hives and numerous sub-hives here on Earth.
They made sure nothing survived.
Their warrior colonists were landed to complete any additional destruction of reptilian forces here, and to hold the planet if the reptilians re-invaded. Unbeknownst to the Pleiadian space forces, the reptilians had a 5th major hive under the ice in Antarctica which was not detected and not destroyed. The reptilians sent diplomatic signals and a truce was established for planet Earth only. You ask why a truce would apply? Most of the population of humans on Earth were slave races created by the reptilian allies who called themselves the Anunnaki. The Pleiadian space forces did not know that a reptilian hive still survived and agreed to a truce for Earth only. The warrior colonists were landed and appeared to thriving. The slave races created by the Anunnaki were a mix of Anunnaki reptilian DNA genetically engineered into various indigenous primate from all over planet Earth. The Anunnaki came to Earth originally to mine gold and diamonds, but only came with about 400 males. They needed slave labor to perform the mining and desired to have women as sexual companions. Many of the primates used to create Homo sapiens did not survive the process and became extinct. This is what happened to the Neanderthals from what we call Europe. It also explains why there was no indigenous population to contest the landings of the Pleiadian warrior colonists. Unfortunately for the Earth, The conditions of the truce were to sever all communications between the Pleiadian space forces and the warrior colonists. They were left to fend for themselves and soon turned to fighting amongst themselves and, eventually, conquering the known world.
Research that we're hearing today that shows half of all Western European men are somehow related to the Egyptian pharaoh King Tutankhamun. CTV's Marella Fernandez here with more on this. Marella, what's up with this?
It's really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
So this is coming out of Switzerland, and the researchers there have found that not only do half of Western European men have this connection, genetic profile connection, but 70% of men in Britain, which is astounding. But they all have the same genetic profile or same ancestry as King Tut from Egypt way back when. And here's what's really shocking about this. Less than 1% of modern day Egyptians have that same connection. So it kind of makes you wonder, well, if he's Egyptian, but the ancestry isn't Egyptian, how did it evolve? Which way did it move? And it looks like it didn't start in Egypt, but it evolved and went to Egypt and may have started in Europe. And that's why all the Europeans have this factor.
We call that the European colonization. The Pleiadian space forces did not know what to do with the millions, now billions, of slave populations created by the Anunnaki reptilians and decided to collect data and study the problem before taking any action. Meanwhile, the reptilian hidden hive began expanding itself into the 5 original hive locations again. Alsace-Lorraine in Europe, near Perth in Australia, south of the pyramids in Egypt, in New Mexico, USA, and Antarctica. Okay, there is a huge problem here. When the Anunnaki and reptilians created these slave races, they included a kind of telepathy that is unique to the reptilian hive system. We call this mind control today. So, as the reptilian hive expanded into all 5 hives again, the reptilians were able to use mind control on the slave races with greater and greater success. This was something the Pleiadian space forces were unaware about until recently, since the year 2000. There have been dramatic developments in the wars between Pleiadian humans and the reptilians and Anunnaki Grey allies. Without going into detail, the Pleiadian humans defeated the reptilians in several large space engagements and learned how to defeat all reptilians' forces here on Earth in a stealthy way. They jammed the Hive Queens.
In September of 1991, the Space Shuttle Discovery captured an unidentified object on film. What you're seeing now is actual footage shot by NASA cameras from that shuttle mission. Watch the top of your screen. Note the object that moves from right to left. 2 mysterious flashes, and it makes an immediate 135-degree turn and accelerates. This is followed by a strange streak of light, which seems to narrowly miss the unknown object. This dramatic footage has been in dispute since it was shot.
I studied it extensively over maybe a 2-year period at least.
University of Nebraska physicist Jack Kasher worked for nearly 10 years in the research and development of a Star Wars defense system for the upper atmosphere. His quantitative analysis of the NASA footage concludes that the UFO cannot be explained as a natural phenomenon.
It's clearly above the atmosphere and airglow of the Earth. It maneuvers, it changes direction, it accelerates, and so the only thing really left is spacecraft.
Now, we are finally free of the reptilian mind control, or at least the reptilian part of it. I am going to digress a bit. Think of the many wars that have been fought on Earth over the last 300 years. There was the First Worldwide War between France, Holland, Spain and England, which included the American Revolution, Lots of fighting in the Caribbean and India. Then there was the Napoleonic Wars, the American Civil War, the War of 1870, the Spanish-American War, WW1 and WW2. The odd thing is that most of the fighting and blood spilled came from Europeans or European colonists. The reason for this is that the reptilians did not have a mind control capability over the Pleiadian human warrior colonists and engineered ways to kill off as many of them as possible in wars and diseases. Over the past 100 years, or so, Europe and much of the world has experienced a collectivist philosophy and system of governance called socialism or communism or fascism, which was almost responsible to another bloodbath, but WW3 did not happen.
We told you about a possible missile, rocket, or maybe airplane that was seen off the coast of California on Monday. Today there still aren't many answers as to what it actually was, but one woman says she has some answers. You'd be surprised to find out where she's getting her information from. Colleen Thomas is a home health administrator turned physicist who specializes in the science of creation. And she's the mother of a race of good aliens here on Earth called Pleiadians. She says she knows exactly what happened with that missile, and she joins me now from Roseville, California. Colleen, thanks so much for joining me. First of all, tell me what you know about what happened with that supposed missile.
It was I got in my ear, as it were, as I was sleeping, that it was a missile fire, President Obama trying to start a war with Iran. The Pleiadians downed the missile harmlessly at sea, and then last night from San Diego, our government fired another ICBM at the Pleiadians this time. But the Pleiadians ships are able to change density and do all kinds of things that these guys on this planet have never imagined. And a rocket could pass right through them and not harm them. And plus, they can outrun it too if they wanted to just get out of the way. But it's really kind of silly to think that we can take on a race that's been around for many, many, many millions of eons longer than the reptilians.
And really briefly, Colleen, some people might not know exactly who the Pleiadians were, so why would President Obama want to fire an ICBM at the Pleiadians?
Because they're here to rescue the human beings who are being enslaved on this planet and forced into a paradigm of a super oligarchy that favors the Bilderberg Group and the Illuminati and is completely and utterly without any conscience towards the human beings whatsoever. They poison us deliberately in order for us to have to buy pharmaceuticals so that they can string our miserable little lives along on pharmaceuticals for the rest of our aging days. There's no need for us to be in the kind of physical condition that we are in. But they put chemtrails in collusion with BP, British Petroleum. They put chemicals in jet fuel, and those chemicals end up getting sprayed in these minute particulates that rain down on our food, on our crops, and in our water. There's lithium in those chemtrails. There's also fluoride and a lot of other heavy metals that are dispersed in the air as chaff, so that the American government can talk to one another militarily without being listened in upon by other foreign countries. They know this stuff is toxic for us, but there's money in toxifying us, and so they work in collusion with the pharmaceutical companies with these backdoor deals, changing the laws and making everything favorable for these guys, but not favorable for the humans whatsoever. Humans are just commerce to these people, and they're also meat to these people. They not only kill and eat us, they sell our dead bodies on a meat market of their own kind that goes passing by here every 50 years, and I got that straight from a CIA agent.
This is a direct result of reptilian mind control over our leaders in the Western world. Yep, the reptilians started kidnapping people and putting DNA implants in them. This allowed the reptilians to exercise nearly total mind control over both the slave race and Pleiadian human leaders. Anyone who was implanted this way was instructed to go into politics, government and finances. Unfortunately, most of our political leaders, everywhere on Earth, are implants who have been doing the work of the hive, big government. big labor and the destruction of freedom. In 2000, when the Pleiadian space forces found out about the extent of the mind control in the slave races, they started landing Pleiadian human men and women here to collect genetic information on the people of Earth. They are amongst us now and look exactly like anyone who is of white European heritage. Their major issue is they cannot allow any reptilian DNA primate hybrids to leave Earth because of the susceptibility to reptilian mind control. It turns out that the reptilians had a plan to infiltrate Earth humans onto other human planets to assist in the invasion and conquering. Many of us are awaiting the arrival of extraterrestrials. Many of us saw them. They are here amongst us now, and have been protecting us for thousands of years. We live in interesting times.
Thing is, the lizards. Okay, lizards been around a long time, like since before ancient Egypt and everything. And the symbol, you know, that eye, the eye of Horus with the squiggly hanging out of it, that has to do with lizards. It's a lizard symbol. It means two things. It's a pro-lizard symbol, and it also means beware, there's lizards here. Okay, there's 3 different kinds of lizards. I'll tell you all about them. They're called vril. The thing is, I'm not sure if it's 1 L or 2 at the end. It's vril, V-R-I-L-L or V-R-I-L. Germans were into them. They had a club with vril things. Anyway, there's like a 1 to 1.5 foot tall one. That's the vril type 1. It's got scales, red scales. There's a type 2 that is not parasitic, but it's still vicious, nasty, carnivorous. They're all carnivorous. And there's a type 3 that's 8 feet tall that has a real long neck and looks like a gray alien, but it comes from deep underground, like below deep base deep. Like they need a methane oxygen mix to breathe, and deep underground they got sulfur pools, I guess, that make this stuff. Anyway, they come up underneath the dome's bases. The government is complicit with them, basically. Now I have to tell you about the parasitic aspect of the lizards and why the Illuminati and the governments use them, okay? I'm saying this in a nutshell because it's very important. I want to get it all out on your show. Nobody's going to say this for fear of clone torture, remote-controlled death, or death by lizards 1,000 times until you die by a heart attack or something. But I figured I have to tell people because, well, they're getting me there anyway. Like, they eased up lately asking me not to talk about it anymore, but I'm just going to. Well, the lizards have a thing, okay? They have what's called a proboscis. There's lizards out there today that have a proboscis on their face, okay? These things got it in the middle of their head, okay? And on the top of their head, this is the vril type 1 and 2. The type 2 have a proboscis sheath that comes out, it sticks out. The type 1s, for instance, it's like a chocolate chip, it looks like, basically the tip of it. Now, at one point in these things' lives, because they have a long lifespan, the lizard species, one point in their life, they can slowly wiggle this thing out, eject it, and it goes into somebody's eyeball, okay, another animal. Now, it wiggles in by the sense of taste. They described this to me so, like, when I was like 18 years old there, and told me about it different times throughout the years of going there. They can bring you there every single night if they want to, and they did bring me there every night. They laughed at me when I said I was going to tell the world about this. They said, nobody's ever going to believe me. You won't put it together in a eloquent way. People will think that technology isn't that advanced yet with cloning, because they just clone the sheep, right? No. They've been cloning people a long time this way. Thing is, the lizard, okay, the thing squiggles in through the eye. It does a spiral around the optic nerve all the way to a certain point, and it's driven there by taste. And they said once it gets there, it has the taste of butterscotch, and then it does a feeling like holding your breath and going, pushing outwards. And at the tip of this chocolate chip, it then starts what they call sweating the quill. Now, the spinal cord stuff comes out of the spinal cord, out of the chocolate chip thingy, and it's everything that the lizard is. The lizard's whole body is dead. The little lizard thing is dead, and it can't go back in. Can't get it back in. It's one way. Once it excretes this stuff, sweats this quill thing, the person's debilitated for an unknown amount of time. I don't know how long. But when they come back, they have to have some recovery time. But when they come back, they are not the person anymore. They are then the lizard. Let me put this to you flatly. The old person's consciousness is gone. The body is absolutely, totally dominated, and the lizard is smarter as a human then and totally controls everything. Over time, it'll develop a rash. It'll lose its hair. Thing is, these things are all over the place, and they mimic human behavior. In fact, one of their names in the past is Mimic. A lot of the people that you hear about in the news that are getting people and chopping them up in the basement and eating them and stuff, frying them up, these are what they call drones. They're parasited hosts of the lizards. They like to make them. The only thing a drone wants to do is make more, have sex, and torture someone. Like, it's a different kind of mentality. It's hard to explain. When they at the cloning station, when they victimize someone, it gives them a powerful feeling, and it's the nerdy way, you know, that nerdy aspect of it. Oh, I've got something over someone, but they do that to the extreme. Oh, and alien abductions. Let me tell you something. They videotape alien abductions. They set up alien abductions with Hollywood makeup and stuff. Like, not all of them. I can't say all of them. Some of them might be real for all I know. But I've seen the set. It's a really crappy looking saucer. You just walk up a ramp into it. They never see the outside of it. But they clone people, right? And then activate them when they're on the slab strapped down. Now someone goes in with a gray mask and the mask is made of chicken skin, okay? Just to give it that aspect of realism, dyed gray chicken skin, so it'll look real. And does it look real? Stretched over a mask, right? And they have the mask on. They go in at the lizard thing. They just totally take them over. They do it a lot. It used to be, it's a Luciferian thing. They said that these lizards were the sons of Satan or whatever, Lucifer or whatever. They're not, though. They're just a species of lizard that survived the extinction of the dinosaurs by being way, way underground. I'll just tell you, I know it sounds retarded. The damn things can talk, okay? But they don't have a tongue. I'll tell you about their mouths. It takes a while. Basically, they have a blood spike, okay? This is what they call a chupacabra, too. They come up from underground different spots all over the world, right? Like worms out of a rotten apple. Different spots, and then they infiltrate the society there. But the drones today have erased, well, 100 years ago, erased any existence of these real lizards from, like, Egyptian carvings on walls. They would smash them, right? Or books that had anything in them about them, they would burn them. Because drones don't want to get found out and sent off and killed. Like, this is what I thought FEMA camps were for, rounding up drones, because they've been talking about it at the cloning center. This is where they discuss all political, worldly affairs. And they let me sit in, fly on the wall, because they figure nobody's going to ever believe me, that they can clone anybody in. Everybody there is bored of it, the whole technology. It lost the novelty like 10 years ago, right? So they go there and they talk to Brad Pitt and let me tell you, all the celebrities, because they bring them there, and they tell them, look, you're here, you're going to hang with us. If you don't want to, well, if they cry and make a fuss, like Lauryn Hill from the Fugees, make a song about I Get Out and stuff, they let her not go to the cloning station. They don't activate her, let her have normal dreams. But other people, they really grill them to stay. And they say, if you ever talk about it, you're going to die. They made but the reason Britney Spears went pop, do you want to know? If their one eye, that means two things. That means watch out, you don't get the lizard that stick the thing. Well, it means a couple different things to different people. It means like don't you only half see things, and I always figured it was the lizard in the eye thing. Well, the thing with the pyramid in the eye thing is the whole symbol is a joke. It's once you know what the pyramid is for, then you know, and you're pretty much Illuminati. But I'm going to break that whole thing right now. I'm going to ruin it. You got to look on my page and look at the schematics for the pyramid. I explain what it's for. It was basically a vril trap. It's a giant cockroach trap for vrils, okay? These little vents that went in, they were at an angle. They were lined with smooth limestone, and anything that went in didn't come out because these crab nasties' claws, well, that's why I call them crab nasties, the vrils. I've been calling them that my whole life. They couldn't scramble back up and out. Yeah. You heard about the celebrities selling their souls to the place, so that's what they're doing. They're selling themselves to be used as clones at the cloning center.
"4,000 years ago, I would not have had to tell you this, since if you lived in those times you would have been taught this in school, but 4,000 years of a powerful directed misinformation campaign have taken their toll, and it'll take me some effort here to clarify some basics for you. The Sumerian civilization is the oldest known human civilization on Earth. Their gods were called the Anunnaki, which in Sumerian means those who from heaven to earth came. It blossomed out almost overnight, around 3800 BC, in Mesopotamia, the land between the two rivers, Tigris and Euphrates, and came to a sudden end in 2024 BC, when it was laid waste by a deadly radioactive cloud, brought by easterly winds from the Sinai Peninsula, where according to some ancient records, a nuclear war took place. The huge black scar in the face of the Earth, in the southeastern part of the Sinai Peninsula, and the blackened stones that show signs of being instantly melted by extreme intense heat. There is more evidence. Higher than normal levels of radioactivity have been found in the Dead Sea. The site of Sodom and Gomorrah have been nuked at the same time. And in the land of Sumer itself, a recent study has found that around the time of the destruction of Sumer, there was a sudden climate change there, the nature of which is consistent with a nuclear fallout. The Sumerian civilization disappeared around 2000 BC, just as suddenly as it appeared. It is clear that its fall was very tragic, as many Sumerian lamentation texts have been found bewailing the destruction and desolation of various Sumerian cities. All these lamentation texts blame the destruction on the use of some weapons of terror and some great deadly cloud. The detailed descriptions of their effects leave no doubt that the weapons of terror were nuclear weapons. The intercontinental ballistic missiles that dropped nuclear warheads on Sodom and Gomorrah were launched from Africa and belonged to the Anunnaki. The Sumerian-era epic lists 5 cities, along with the spaceport in the Sinai, that were nuked, Sodom and Gomorrah being only 2 of them. The Bible goes into more detail as to what was actually going on. History had it that, following the invasion of the Pleiadians, helped by Abram, the Anunnaki met in their assembly, and decided to nuke the spaceport, so that it did not fall into the hands of the Pleiadians. Armed with proper understanding of who the ancient gods really were, we can now properly address the question of why do we not see them and their advanced technologies among us, and why have we not seen them over the past few centuries? Where did they go? Zechariah Sitchin does not answer, or even address this question, and for the most part ends his Earth Chronicles in 2024 BC. In my research, I have found that all evidence points to the Anunnaki gods being overpowered and forced off the earth by Yahweh of Judeo-Christianity over the period from around 2000 BC to 1000 AD. The trouble started around 2000 BC, when just as the Anunnaki were fighting between themselves over whether Enki's son Marduk would get his wish to take control over the human settlements, From the other Anunnaki gods, something very strange was happening to a man of Sumerian descent named Abram. He received directions from some god. Logic suggests that this god was God Yahweh of Judaism, but there is no direct proof of this so far. The first appearance of Yahweh on earth is at the time of Exodus and the creation of the State of Israel in 1433 BC. But regarding the creation of humankind, Yahweh had his version of history that has been taught to people over the past 3,500 years. Enki was the devil. Enki appears in the Bible as Nahash, the serpent, who seduced Adam and Eve. So who was Yahweh? He was a god in the same sense in which the Anunnaki were gods. He was a ruler, a head of state. Of the Pleiadians. He led the human slaves out of Egypt and into the Palestinian land he had picked for his state of Israel. Like the Anunnaki, he was also a real physical force, not a myth in people's minds. Some thinkers have been puzzled by how could the Jews so easily escape the Pharaoh's troops and defeat all the indigenous people of Canaan, who put up a defense against their invasion, even though the Jews were never particularly good warriors. Along the way to their promised land, they sacked the great city of Jericho. Jericho was the oldest city on earth, built around 8500 BC. Jericho was obviously built by the Anunnaki, not by humans. As the oldest city on earth and a major Anunnaki fortress, it was a repository of cultural valuables for thousands of years. The Jews laid it waste. But the question is, how did they manage to do it? Jericho was a major Anunnaki outpost and certainly very well fortified. How could a mob armed with weapons no more advanced than axes and spears and arrows overpower a fortified Anunnaki city, with guards armed with laser guns? The Jews themselves, of course, say that their God Yahweh helped them do it. And indeed he did. A close reading of the Bible reveals that as the Jews were marching from Egypt to their promised land, there was a UFO flying overhead. The accounts from the other side of the conflict confirm this. Yahweh was indeed responsible, and it was his ship that overpowered the defenses put up by the indigenous people of Canaan and their Anunnaki leaders. That is how the Judeo-Christian God forced the Anunnaki and their slave human followers out of Palestine. Yahweh wanted to take the control of the whole earth away from the Anunnaki. Over the millennium and a half before the birth of Christ, long and bitter wars were fought between Israel headed by Yahweh and the Anunnaki leaders. After centuries of bitter warfare, the Pleiadians were winning until a nuclear attack by the Anunnaki, mentioned before. The Middle East was lost to the Anunnaki. The Pleiadians had to evacuate to Western Europe. Where did the Anunnaki go? They settled in Eastern Europe. They became the gods of some ancient European people. Rome appears to be yet another culture under the aegis of the Anunnaki. The Roman gods were copied from the Greek ones, and the Greeks were Anunnaki. The head of the Roman pantheon is generally thought of as Jupiter, a parallel of the Greek Zeus, whom I have determined to be the same person as the Hittite Baal and the Semitic Shamash, the commander of space operations of the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were forced out of the Middle East first, then out of Europe. Their last home on Earth was ancient Russia, and when it was Christianized, the Anunnaki gods had to take off in their rockets and leave the Earth. Many of them probably went back to their home planet, but others may be closer, no farther than the moon. Muslims recognize Allah as the moon god, and there is plenty of moon symbolism in Islam. The Anunnaki controlled the Middle East through Islam. After the Anunnaki left the Middle East, the people living there continued to worship them. Chief among them in certain lands was Allah. The timing only confirms this hypothesis. All this was happening at exactly the same time with Europe and Russia became Christian. Besides the general evidence for an active non-human base on the moon, it is widely rumored in certain circles that the US astronauts received very little welcome from the operators of this base. Simply put, the Yankees were told that they are not welcome on the moon and should go back to where they came from. The moon program was hastily abandoned as a result. I also suspect that the Soviets never went there not because they couldn't, but because they already knew. If the moon base is under a Anunnaki command, as I suspect, their lack of hospitality to Uncle Sam's ambassadors is quite understandable. The present-day American imperialism, hated by the rest of the world, is almost certainly of Anunnaki origin. When the European thinkers of the Renaissance rediscovered the ancient Egyptian teachings, they associated themselves first and foremost with the Egyptian goddess Isis. Sitchin has shown that Isis was the great-great-granddaughter of Anunnaki leader Enki. Enki led a separate faction of the Anunnaki that I believe was partially Syrian, as Enki's mother was apparently from Sirius, the brightest star as seen from Earth. It seems like several attempts were made at recovering the Earth long after it was taken over by the Pleiadians, and all other Anunnaki fled in their spaceships. As it turns out, there is a very well-known city on Earth that still bears her name. That city is Paris. Paris was founded around 300–200 BCE and its original Latin name is Par-Isis, the city of Isis. In light of this knowledge and of the fact that France was a major center of the Enlightenment, coupled with some other curious facts, for example that Josephine, Napoleon's wife, considered herself almost a reincarnation of Isis, or that the French have copied many Egyptian elements and seriously contemplated building their own stone pyramids, a case can be made for the hypothesis that the Renaissance, which significantly weakened the Catholic Church, was none other than another attempt by the Anunnaki to take this planet back from the Pleiadians. It looks like that attempt was a partial success and partial failure. It wasn't entirely successful, as the French Revolution was not carried all the way to a permanent regime change to bring back ancient Egypt under the Anunnaki. But it was a partial success in that feudalism gave way to capitalism. The internal contradictions of wild capitalism led to revolutionary situations forming in Russia and Germany, but the two countries took drastically different paths. As the hidden war between the Anunnaki and the Pleiadians took a new turn. I believe that the Cold War was actually that very same cosmic war, with the Soviets being on the side of the Anunnaki and the US being on the side of Pleiadians. Stalin's father was a Naiad. Naiads were the olden Russian nobility stemming from pre-Tsarist ancient Russia. They probably allied with the Anunnaki to take Russia back. Nowadays the Anunnaki move like a horde, taking over countries from within, stripping it of all wealth, then moving on to the next. It's hard to tell where they control and not on purpose, as their plan is to deceive and infiltrate our societies. They do this very well, as their lives depend on it. Why would they try and take our countries, you ask? You have heard the saying, run from a knife, rush a gun. If they are in our countries, we can't nuke them. Pretty simple and effective. They first had to take over the church, so they could change history and erase what really happened. When the history was changed, we forgot about our oldest enemy and instead are taught that they are the chosen people. They now control Earth once more.
In this video, I will explain the origins of the Israelites, and how I connect them with the Pleiadians. In my view, once the Pleiadians had established a forward operating base in Europe, they started putting pressure upon the Anunnaki. Much like the modern-day North Korea situation. This incursion failed and the Pleiadians were taken prisoner. The Israelites were not Jewish. When they were slaves in Egypt, they were Hebrews. Judaism came after Moses. Mesopotamian sources refer to these Semitic groups as Westerners. This became Amorite, a name more familiar today. Their presence destabilized the Mesopotamian region, leading to several Amorite leaders taking power for themselves. Babylon, for example, was an irrelevant town until the Amorites took control. Hammurabi, Babylon's famous leader, was himself Amorite. The Amorites were not the same as the Israelites, but both were northwestern Semitic groups, and the Amorites are the oldest such group we have records for. So the general consensus is that the later Israelites were, one way or another, descended from the Amorites, or descended from the same area. Not all members of this group were necessarily Semitic, and it's also not likely that all members spoke the same language. Akkadian documents from the late 16th century BCE describe the Hebrew migrating out of Mesopotamia and entering voluntary, temporary bondage. Some may have lived in their own villages, some definitely lived in the cities. They worked as laborers and mercenaries, but were never treated as natives or citizens. They were always outsiders to some degree, always living in separate buildings or even areas. In a 15th century BCE Egyptian list of groups in the Transjordan region, there are 6 groups of Shasu. One of them is the Shasu of YHWH, a label that matches the Hebrew, Yahweh. This now connects Western Europe to the Israelites. Now I want to show you the connection with the Hebrews and Pleiadians. October 11th, 1492. Christopher Columbus and Pedro Gutierrez, while on the deck of the Santa Maria, 35 miles away from land, observed a light glimmering at a great distance. It vanishes and reappeared several times during the night. Columbus described the light as a wax candle that rose and lifted up. When Columbus arrived, the inhabitants eagerly came to him, and asked if they were the people from the heavens. When he said no, they ignored him and told the others to come meet the people from the heavens. Weird coincidence, or were the Native Americans connecting the lights in the sky from the previous days with the arrival of Columbus and his men? The Ark of the Covenant and Atonement cover that was given to the Israelites by the Pleiadians is technology even today we do not understand. God said to Moses, "There, above the cover, between the 2 cherubim that are over the Ark of the Testimony, I will meet with you, and give you all my commands for the Israelites. Tell your brother Aaron not to come whenever he chooses into the most holy place, behind the curtain, in front of the atonement cover on the ark, or else he will die, because I appear in the cloud over the atonement cover." Above the ark and the atonement cover, God appeared in his glory, in an unapproachable light. Because the ark was God's throne among his people, it was a symbol of his presence and power with them wherever it went. There are quite a number of miracles recorded in the Old Testament surrounding the ark and so with the presence of the ark. The waters of the river Jordan divided so the Israelites could cross on dry land, and the walls of Jericho fell so that the Israelites could capture it. Yet the ark could not be treated with irreverence, because it was also a symbol of God's judgment and wrath. When the Israelites fought their enemies, the Philistines, during the time of the prophet Samuel, they disregarded the commands of the Lord, and took the ark out to the battlefield, with them summoning God's presence. God caused the Philistines to win the battle, and the glory departed from Israel, for the ark of the Lord was taken. However, God showed his power to the Philistines, when he caused their idol, Dagon, to fall to the ground, when the ark was placed next to it, and several Philistine cities, were plagued heavily when the ark was in their midst. Ultimately, the ark was returned to the Israelites. God had provided this bread-like food for the Israelites when they grumbled during the wanderings in the desert. It was bread from heaven. He continued to provide the food daily and faithfully, but the people were not one bit thankful. They complained and wanted something else. The pot of manna was an uncomfortable reminder that despite what God had provided for them, the Israelites had rejected God's provision. Although it is often referred to as the Seven Sisters, there are in fact thousands of stars in the Pleiades. Used 735 times, 54 times in the book of Revelation alone. The number 7 is the foundation of God's Word. There are 7 days in a week and God's Sabbath is on the 7th day. The Bible, as a whole, was originally divided into 7 major divisions. There are at least 7 men in the Old Testament who are specifically mentioned as a man of God. They are Moses, David, Samuel, Shemaiah, Elijah, Elisha and Igdaliah. In the book of Revelation there are 7 churches, 7 angels to the 7 churches, 7 seals, 7 trumpet plagues, 7 thunders and the 7 last plagues. The first resurrection of the dead takes place at the 7th trumpet, completing salvation for the church. There are 7 annual holy days, beginning with Passover and ending with the last great day, the day after the Feast of Tabernacles ends. The cycle of the holy days is completed in 3 festival seasons by the 7th month of the sacred calendar. Jesus performed 7 miracles on God's holy Sabbath day. We also find reference to the Pleiades in Islam. Usually there is a connection with the devil. There are 7 verses in the first chapter in the Quran. During the rituals of Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca, pilgrims walk around the Kaaba 7 times. The Kaaba is the most sacred site of Islam. Muslims believe it was rebuilt by Abraham and his son Ishmael. Pilgrims are also required to throw 7 pebbles at each of the 3 walls representing the devil. The stoning of the devil is performed at Mina, just outside of Mecca. It is told that Muhammad one night flew on a winged steed, named Barak, from Mecca to Jerusalem. He was accompanied by the Archangel Gabriel. He landed on the Temple Mount. His journey continued from the Temple Rock through the 7 heavens until he met Allah. He met earlier prophets in each of the heavens. There are 7 heavens in Islam. And also there are 7 gates of hell. Jahannam is the Quranic word for hell. The unbelievers, the followers of the devil, and the jinns, will be driven to Jahannam, which is a place of fire that keeps burning at all times. Jahannam has 7 gates, which are open at all times. Hell also has 7 layers, and sinners are sent to different layers, according to their sins. In the Hindu religion, again evidence can be found of the Pleiades. Hindu scriptures declare that our Earth is but one in a series of several planets. In all there are said to be 14 planets, or worlds, out of which 6 are above Earth, and 7 are below the Earth. According to Hindu scriptures, there are 15 planets in all. Also in the well-known Gayatri mantra, 7 worlds are mentioned. The Mundaka Upanishad refers 7 tongues and 7 forms of Agni. It is also believed that during our spiritual practice 7 energies awake. The mother goddess, Durga, manifested herself into 7 forms during a fight with one of the demons called Raktabia. The number 7 is not only very sacred in Vedic, but even in the numerology world and other cultures.
The earliest known depiction of the Pleiades is likely a northern German Bronze Age artifact known as the Nebra sky disk, dated to approximately 1600 BC. Today, the Pleiades are officially considered part of the constellation of Taurus the Bull. Most people view the Pleiades as located on the shoulder of the bull, some on the neck and some others on the back. Jews and Arabians place the Pleiades as the rump of Aries, the ram, which is the constellation to the east of them. The Hindus place them on the head of the bull. The rest of the ancient world seems to view the Pleiades as a separate constellation. The Berbers living in the desert of North Africa call the Pleiades Kat Ihid. The name means in Berber, daughters of the night. Other Berber tribes call this star cluster Amana, meaning the guide. In Exodus 32.4, he took this from their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool and made it into the molten calf, and they said, "This is your God, O Israel, who brought you up from the land of Egypt." In the Celt religion, a prominent zoomorphic deity type is the divine bull, Tarvos Tyrannius. Bull with 3 cranes is pictured on reliefs from the Cathedral of Trier, Germany, and Notre Dame in Paris. In some Christian traditions, nativity scenes are carved or assembled at Christmas time. Many show a bull or an ox near the baby Jesus, lying in a manger. The worship of Yahweh as a bull. The worship of the sacred bull throughout the ancient world is most familiar to the Western world in the biblical episode of the idol of the golden calf. The golden calf, after being made by the Hebrew people in the wilderness of Sinai, was rejected and destroyed by Moses in the book of Exodus. In Sumerian mythology, Marduk is the bull of Utu. In Hinduism, Shiva's steed is Nandi, the bull. The sacred bull survives in constellation Taurus. To the Anunnaki cultures, the bull was usually seen as being tamed or subdued or even sacrificed. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh depicts the killing of the bull of heaven. In Crete, bulls were a central theme in Minoan civilization, with bull heads and bull horns used as symbols in Gnosis Palace. Minoan frescoes depict bull leaping, in which participants of both sexes vaulted over the bulls by grasping their horns. In Cyprus, bull masks made from real skulls were worn in rites. Bull mask terracotta figurines and Neolithic bull horn stone altars have been found in Cyprus. The Cainites, and later Carthaginians, statues to which sacrifices were burnt, either as a deity or type of sacrifice. Moloch was referred to as a horned man and likened to Cronus by the Romans. There may be a connection between the sacrifice to the Cretan horned man and a minotaur. The association of child sacrifice with horned god, as potentially on Crete and certainly in Carthage, may also be connected to the Greek myth of sending young men and women to the Minotaur, a bull-headed man. In Arabic religions, the bull motif became a bull demon or the horned devil, in contrast and conflict to earlier traditions. Zeus took over the earlier roles, and in the form of the bull that came forth from the sea, abducted high-born Europa and brought her to Crete. The religious practices of the Roman Empire of the 2nd and 4th centuries included a bull being sacrificed for the well-being of the people and the state. The cult reliefs of the Roman Mithric mysteries depict Mithras' killing of a bull. The practice of bullfighting on the Iberian Peninsula and in southern France are connected. Various bull figures in the mythologies of ancient Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, Greece and Rome. Bulls also appear on the seal of the Indus Valley civilization. When the Hebrews invaded Canaan, they lived for centuries alongside the native worshippers of the mighty bull god Baal. It was explicitly stated in the book of Numbers that God, Elohim, had the horns of the wild ox, and his throne was guided by human-headed bulls called cherubim. In fact, bulls were set up as golden images of Yahweh in the 2 rival temples of the 10 northern tribes of Israel. This was scandalous in the eyes of the southern Judean, who made up no molten images of God. No greater zealot for Yahweh's integrity can be found in the Old Testament than the prophet Amos, and yet all the evidence shows that Amos tolerated the worship of his God in the form of a golden bull.
The association the Australian Aborigines drew between the Pleiades and the bird is widespread. Many other peoples associate the Pleiades with birds. For example, Athenius, Hesiod, Pindar, Simonides, and Sicily call them the 7 doves. In the Bible, doves are associated with spirits. The ancients associated Taurus with the Noahic flood, and Pleiades with the Ark, again tying the constellation to the dove, and indirectly to the heavenly Jerusalem. In the Coverdale Bible of 1535, the margin note to the reference in Job reads, "These 7 stars, the clock hen with her chicks," reflecting the then common name for the Pleiades among the North Central and Western Europeans, namely hen and chickens, a reference to Jerusalem. This is said to have come from Razel, and other Hebrew writers, who remarked on the similarity between the Greek word for Pleiades, and the Greek word for chicken coop. The Japanese also saw the Pleiades as a hen and her chicks. The Samoans know the Pleiades as the bird of paradise, the first hint of a link between the Pleiades and paradise. The Pleiades are associated with the Feast of the Dead on November 1st, as celebrated by the Roman Catholic Church in Europe, the Celtic Druids, and the natives of Peru. In Australia, the event sparked a 3-day celebration in honor of the Pleiades. When we look at the lore associated, worldwide with the Pleiades, we find there threads of all the elements connected with the Church in the Holy Bible. There can be little doubt that the original pattern, perhaps dating back to Adam, who was the first astronomer among Jewish and early Christian writers, is at least in part preserved in the world's myths and tales of the Pleiades. We find then, in the Pleiades, a strong type of the Church of God. Revelation 1:20 says, "The mystery of the 7 stars which thou sawest in my right hand, and the 7 golden candlesticks." The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 candlesticks which thou sawest are the 7 churches. Today we call ourselves by the Greek word Christian, but have we ever questioned where the term originated? And what does it mean? The New Schaff-Herzog Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge confirms that the name, originated outside of Christian and Jewish circles. From my studies of theology, I have learned that the figure known as Jesus was created by the Council of Nicaea in the year 325 AD, as a way to bring together all of the Yeshua cults via Emperor Constantine. The council added the supranational abilities of Mithra, Horus, and Osiris to the Jesus entity they created, and from that point forward, Christianity was created. The Bible has missing chapters such as the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Numbers and the Book of the Wars of Jehovah, so one must question why any books would be eliminated and why. What we know through these missing books. For example, when the Israelites idolized the golden calf when Moses went to the mountains, it symbolized the age of Taurus. When Moses blew on the ram's horn, it symbolized the age of Aries. When Jesus fed the masses with 2 fish, it symbolized the age of Pisces. When Jesus said to follow the man bearing the pitcher of water, it symbolized the age of Aquarius. The King James Version of the Bible wasn't written until the year 1611, and was edited by Rosicrucian and Freemason, Sir Francis Bacon. With ties to secret societies, is it possible that the truth was twisted and/or encrypted? What we do know is that there is a Christian Bible on the main floor of any Freemason lodge. The story of Jesus was created by the Church as a means of subservience, control, and conformity to religion and government. While it's definitely possible that an entity with supranational abilities existed, he was most likely an extraterrestrial or possibly an Anunnaki hybrid. The name Christian was a term employed to describe one who was an initiate, and understood the inner meaning of the Greek and Roman mystery religions. Thus, the early followers of Jesus refused to be called Christian. We find no less than 12 mythical historical personages before the advent of Christ, who are said to have suffered crucifixion, death and to have risen from the dead. Among them are, Krishna, Vithoba, Osiris, Attis, Indra, Prometheus, Mithra, Dionysius, Croesus, Aesculapius, Adonis, Apollonius of Tyana. Several of these figures are said to have been crucified at the spring equinox, and to have risen on the 3rd day. The date of Christmas was purposely fixed on December 25th, to push into the background the great festival of the sun god, and Epiphany on January 6th to supplant an Egyptian festival of the same day. The Easter ceremonies rivaled the pagan spring festivals. The religious art of the Christians continued the pagan art of the preceding generations. The Christian representations of the Madonna and Child are clearly the continuation of the representations of Isis and her son suckling her breast. The first Jewish menorah was the one with 7 branches that was lit by priests at the Holy Temple during biblical times in Jerusalem. It is the symbol of the Jewish people and the state of Israel. The 9-branch menorah, called in Hebrew OOWK, is used only during the holiday of Hanukkah. The Talmud states that it is forbidden to use a 7-branched menorah outside of the temple, which is why the modern-day Chanukah is slightly different. The tabernacle, according to the Hebrew Bible, was the portable dwelling place for the divine presence from the time of the Exodus from Egypt, through the conquering of the land of Canaan. The anointing oil for the tabernacle and the incense for the altar of incense, made from God's own prescribed formulas of spices, were both declared holy by God, and could only be used for the purpose of the tabernacle. Anyone else using the same formula for their own consumption would be cut off from Israel. Exodus 30. This oil used may have been a type of rocket fuel, Also, the special garments for the priests were holy. If they did not wear the right clothing in serving the Lord, they could die. Exodus 28. Sounds like radiation suits are needed. God told Moses to create the tabernacle exactly the way he commanded. It was not to stray from God's blueprint. God had chosen the Israelites as his special people. For the Israelites to qualify for that distinction, God had demanded one thing. They must obey his law, the 10 Commandments.
Robert Bigelow, founder of the military contractor Bigelow Aerospace. The Las Vegas tycoon spoke with 60 Minutes in May.
Do you imagine that in our space travels we will encounter other forms of intelligent life?
You don't have to go anywhere.
You can find it here.
Yeah.
Where exactly?
It's just like right under people's noses. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Robert Bigelow, founder of the military contractor Bigelow Aerospace. The Las Vegas tycoon spoke with 60 Minutes in May.
Do you imagine that in our space travels we will encounter other forms of intelligent life?
You don't have to go anywhere.
You can find it here.
Yeah.
Where exactly?
It's just like right under people's noses. Oh my gosh. Wow.
This is the cloud forest of the Amazon. It is a remote and inhospitable place. Yet last year, deep in the jungle, one of the most remarkable archaeological finds of the century was made. A sacred burial ground, full of ancient mummies, was discovered. Soon, rumors spread that these mummies were different to any ever found before in South America, that they had discovered a lost race of people, until now assumed to be nothing but legend.
The chroniclers always describe them as beautiful people, tall, nice, lighter complexion.
The Spaniards reported that there were blue-eyed blonde people in Chachapoyas or in the Cloud People. The Incas found them to be the most beautiful women in the empire, and they were sought after by the Inca kings.
Who were these people, laid to rest in high mountain tombs? And what were they doing there?
For many of you, you already know that the Pleiadians are amongst us and have been for a long time. Actually, the peoples that we think of as European are all descendants of the 50,000 warrior colonists put on Earth about 4,000 years ago. This includes the peoples of Europe, Eastern Europe and Russia. It also includes about half the population of the US and Australia. Weren't there already people in Europe? No, the place was empty as the Anunnaki had driven the Neanderthal people to extinction, or deep into the earth by capturing their females to genetically manufacture high-quality slaves. So Europeans are all aliens, from other human planets. Europeans are of Pleiadian stock.
The mummies were found in the northeast of Peru, on the far side of the Andes. And there are also adult mummies here, wrapped in textiles.
No, entonces espérate, lo va a aguantar. No, no, está bien, está bien, está bien. Bajen. Cuidado, un momento.
These mummies are hundreds of years old and should have rotted in the high humidity of the cloud forest. Yet they are wonderfully preserved. Something extraordinary is going on here, something the team don't fully understand. But as they explore the site further, clues begin to emerge.
¡Wow! Espérate, Peter, te voy a tomar foto. Ya, posando.
Precioso. Extiéndelo despacito.
This is the best textile we've found so far, in great state of preservation. This is a men's shirt, and the technique for preparing this shirt is quite remarkable.
The team's first thought was that they had found an Inca burial site. But figures of animals and demons are almost unknown in Inca art. And they didn't decorate the tombs of their dead with images like these. The pottery is very unusual as well.
It seems to be a mixture between Chacha and Inca influences.
Peter Lercher is an anthropologist who's an expert on the cultures of this region.
Comparing these pictographs with Inca design motifs, it's definite that they are not belonging to the Inca culture. They are expressions or artistic expressions of Chachapoyan culture.
What about the European Jews? They are what is left of the Anunnaki genetic engineering. They are not Pleiadians. The Neanderthals were the most advanced primates on Earth when the Anunnaki arrived about 50,000 years ago and were highly prized because they made excellent administrative slaves. The worker slaves were engineered by mixing Anunnaki genes with gorillas and chimpanzees and other primates. Orangutans were also highly prized and were the basis for slave populations in Asia. Wait a second, if the Europeans are Pleiadians, does that mean that all other peoples on Earth are what's left of the Anunnaki slave-making process? Yes. The Anunnaki were prolific in their slave-making. They took eggs from every primate on every continent and enhanced them with Anunnaki genes. The Anunnaki were the missing link that every anthropologist is looking for.
But who were the Chachapoya, or the Cloud People? They are first mentioned in the Chronicles, books written by Spanish priests, but based on stories told by the Inca. The books speak of an Inca emperor who marched his army into the cloud forest in the 1480s and was astonished to find a great civilization there. These stories were dismissed as legends, but not by explorer Jean Savoy.
The only thing I knew about the Chachapoyas is what I had read in the Spanish Chronicles regarding the conquest of the Chachapoyas kingdom by the Inca Tupac Yupanqui, who reported that he had conquered 7 great cities. I didn't believe that those cities that he had conquered had been found. So I decided to launch an expedition to Chachapoyas to find the Cloud People.
It was 34 years ago that Jean Savoy first set off into the vast uncharted depths of the cloud forest. Finally, deep in the cloud forest, they came across ruins of great stone buildings hidden under centuries of jungle growth.
I could actually at times hear the clashing of swords, the battles that were going on between the Incas and the Spaniards, or the Chachapoyas and the Incas. Sometimes you would find ceramic vessels just laying on top of the ground. It's as if they had fled these buildings and left them. It was very exciting to be in a virgin place that people hadn't been in for centuries.
The locals had always known about the ruins.
The natives were extremely superstitious about the ruins being enchanted. They talked about Solpe Machaco, which was a 7-headed snake that would wrap around you like a net. And they were actually terrified. They figured that they would be changed to stone. But what amazed me was the large number of round structures which we couldn't explain because the Incas built in rectangular linear lines.
These buildings were shaped and decorated in a fashion never before seen in Peru. And Jean Savoy found something else that the Inca had talked about: cliff tombs.
When the Inca Tupac Yupanqui invaded Chachapoyas, he stated, what I find amazing was the tombs that they built up in the cliffs that housed the chiefs and the overlords of the Chachapoyas kingdom.
When he discovered cliff tombs exactly like those described by the Inca, and like none other in South America, Savoy was convinced that he had indeed found the last resting place of the Cloud People.
But the Europeans can breed with everyone else. How is that possible? The Pleiadians evolved from the same kind of primates as were on Earth, but without interference from the Anunnakis. The Anunnakis evolved from lizard, reptilian lines. The big difference between the reptilian primate slave populations and the Pleiadian populations is the genetic encoding of social structures. The Anunnakis have a hive mentality similar to ants and bees. They have highly structured, top-down rules, laws that focus them on kings and queens as rulers. This is where the divine rule of kings came from. The ruler of the Anunnaki home planet, Nibiru, is a king. Anunnaki genes allow kings, dictators, but they also empower the idea of cities where masses of people huddle together. They also are a genetic baseline for mind control, primarily through propaganda and today's media. Reptilian primate peoples are hardwired genetically to embrace big government. Reptilian primate slave peoples are all left-wing. They cannot help themselves. It is hardwired into their genes. Pleiadian populations tend to be right-wing and prize individual freedom, choice, truth, integrity, self-reliance and self-responsibility. But there are many who have chosen to be left-wing either before they were born or during this lifetime. As we all go through this gigantic change, our protectors, the Pleiadians, will make themselves known to us. We are not alone, we never have been. Anyone wonder why the Espionage Act in the USA is called the Draconian Espionage Act?
Inside the tomb are mummies with their hands bound over their eyes. There are also a large number of mummies wrapped in sackcloth, with faces stitched on the outside.
Wow, look at that embroidery. Beautiful, look. Wow. Oh my gosh. Joey's saying a really big one is coming out.
No.
¿Qué tan grande, Joey? Okay.
These mummies seem to be physically different as well.
Yeah? Mummy bundles ranging from babies to what seem to be really huge people. I mean, judging from the size of the mummy bundles, they must be about, 5'10", 5'11", which is really amazing. I've never been in a situation where I've been handed one mummy after another and just handed it to Sonia, who puts a label on it and then takes it off for storage in the cave and for bundling up for its journey to Lima Bombay.
The fact that the mummies are tall is potentially very significant. Buried deep in the Spanish chronicles are fascinating passages describing the Cloud People as beautiful and tall.
They were a bit different to Andean people, and up till today, Chachapoyas, local people look a bit different to other Andean people. That is reflected in the mummies. I think when the chroniclers said beautiful, it's because they were different and they were strong. Through the bones, they were taller, they were more robust, and if they had to live in this area, certainly they had to be more robust.
Near the lake where the mummies were found is the great fortress of Cuelap, which is over 1,000 years old. Almost certainly built by the Cloud People, Cuelap is the most monumental structure in the Americas. Its incredible walls are over 60 feet high and stretch for more than 2/3 of a mile. The Great Pyramid of Egypt is a wonder of the world. Yet this fortress was built from 2.5 times as much granite, all of which was carried to a mountaintop over 9,000 feet above sea level. Over 500 years ago, the people of Peru knew the secrets of using herbs and chemicals to preserve the human body. Sonia Guillen and her colleagues are not prepared to speculate on who these mummies were or where they came from. They plan to do DNA analysis and skin testing, which may answer some of these questions.
The last World War was not simply a war fought between the Allies and Axis. It was part of an ancient battlefield of a galactic war, with the Anunnaki sponsoring the Nazis and the Pleiadians on the side of the American and British Empire fought once again for control of planet Earth, while using its unsuspecting armies as pawns in their interstellar conflict. The conventional view of the outbreak of World War II is one in which Germany and Japan just happened to emerge as fascist military superpowers at the same time, and decided to join forces and take over the entire world. In this view, it is coincidental that Japan would build an imperial fleet and become an invincible naval power, and that Germany would simultaneously develop a fearsome blitzkrieg capable of using coordinated air and ground forces. Even at face value, this hypothesis seemed absurd to some. Such grand historical coincidences rarely occur, and usually turn out of the result of malicious long-range planning, and that seems to be the case with World War II. Now a growing group of researchers into the circumstances of Hitler's rise to power, and a sudden coordinated emergence of militant fascism all over the world, see the roots of World War II in an extremely new and more disturbing light. Could it have been decided well in advance, at some very high level, that Japan would take over Asia and Australia, while Germany and Italy would divide up Europe, Russia, and North and South America? The following scenario, it is argued, is the once hidden true story of World War II.
After World War I, at the end of 1919, ex-Corporal Adolf Hitler met Dietrich Eckart in Munich. Eckart was a sophisticated and wealthy publisher. He was also an occultist in the highest circle of the Thule Society, an esoteric group founded in Germany in 1918. He had been a student of Russian metaphysician Gerd Jief, who I suspect was a Anunnaki. Because of his admiration for Eckart, Hitler joined the society. The Thule Society held regular seances during which the attendees reportedly communicated with demons and attempted to invoke the Antichrist. During one such session, Eckart believed that he was told by his spirit guide that he would have the honor of training the Corning Great One, the incarnation of the Antichrist. He soon became convinced that Adolf Hitler was the chosen one, and he took him under his wing. There can be no doubt that Eckart trained Hitler in techniques of self-confidence, self-projection, persuasive oratory, body language and discursive sophistry. Using these capabilities, Hitler became a powerful speaker, able to mesmerize and excite vast audiences. He learned to start his speeches softly, and then build to a peak of pretended frenzied fervor accompanied by animated gesticulations. He also developed a hypnotic power over individuals. Eckart, it is reported, also passed on to Hitler all his occult knowledge of ritual and sexual black magic. According to Trevor Ravenscroft in The Spear of Destiny regarding the practices of the Thule Society, indulgence in the most sadistic rituals awakened penetrating vision into the workings of evil intelligences and bestowed phenomenal magical powers. At the completion of this training, Hitler claimed to be born anew, filled with new strength and the resolve he would need to carry out his mandate. Eckhart died 3 years later in 1923, and reportedly said on his deathbed, "Follow Hitler. He will dance, but it is I who have called the tune. I have initiated him into the secret doctrine, opened his centers of vision and given him the means to communicate with the powers. Do not mourn for me, I shall have influenced history more than any German." The following year, Hitler dedicated the second volume of his book, Mein Kampf, to Eckhart. Eckhart's claim that he had given to Hitler the means to communicate with the powers has been interpreted to mean that Hitler could now solicit advice from those same entities that Aleister Crowley referred to as the secret chiefs, since Eckhart was basically a disciple of Crowley, who was also a Anunnaki. Crowley, who was sometimes referred to as the Great Beast, was the head of the infamous occult organization, Order of the Golden Dawn, in London. In late 1919, the Thule Society became more political, and was instrumental in starting the German Workers' Party under the leadership of Thulist Karl Harrer. In 1920, this evolved into the National Socialist German Workers' Party, commonly known as the Nazi Party, drawing its membership from the top echelons of the Thule Society, including Rudolf Hess, Heinrich Himmler, Alfred Rosenberg, Adolf Hitler. These great Aryan leaders, really, look at these people, none of them have blonde hair or blue eyes. These people were brainwashed by the Anunnaki. And some I suspect were Anunnaki hybrids. In The Gods of Eden, William Bramley says, "The Thule was a society of assassins. It held secret courts and condemned people to death. It is likely that many victims murdered by the district command had been condemned earlier in the secret courts of the Thule." The conception of the swastika flag adopted by the Nazis is attributed to Dr. Friedrich Krohn, a member of Thule. But Hitler's occult training was not yet complete. After the death of Eckhart, as if on a schedule, another even more powerful teacher came into his life. Karl Haushofer was a 54-year-old professor of political science at Munich University when Hitler entered jail in 1924. While with German intelligence in Japan before the war, Haushofer had been initiated into the ultra-secret Green Dragon Society, one of only 3 Europeans to have ever been granted that honor. There he was taught how to develop the mastery of the etheric body, or the time organism. This training apparently gave him precognitive powers, and he was able to predict the dates and exact times of enemy attacks, the number of casualties, and bombardment patterns while a general during the war. We now know this as remote viewing. Consequently, Haushofer emerged with an illustrious war record, and became well known throughout Germany. Haushofer, like Eckhart, was convinced that he had found the savior of the German people that he had been seeking. Haushofer subsequently visited Hitler frequently in his plush cell at the Landsberg fortress with books and papers under his arm, and helped him to write what became the Bible of the Nazi movement, Mein Kampf, virtually dictating long passages. Haushofer's domination of the entire philosophical basis of the Nazi movement was solidified when he founded the Luminous Lodge of Real Society in Berlin in 1920. This eventually became the inner circle of the Thule Society, and reportedly attracted members from other occult movements in Europe, as well as from Tibet, Japan, India, Kashmir, Turkey and Ceylon. Its most inspirational book was The Coming Race by Edward Bulwer-Lytton, a story about an underground utopian civilization where the inhabitants flew around in silent wingless vehicles, powered by a force called Vril, hence the name of the society. Haushofer knew a great deal about life on Atlantis, almost as though through personal memory. He taught Hitler that the Aryan race was genetically developed by the gods of Atlantis in preparation for the coming disaster, to be a new master race afterwards. He claimed that the Aryans were given higher consciousness and the faculty of logical thought, instead of just supermemory as with the preceding sub-races on Atlantis. He convinced Hitler that the pure Germans were descended from this civilization from Ultima Thule, sometimes called Hyperborea, and were meant to be the nucleus of the new master race. Haushofer believed that this race of Aryan supermen survived the Atlantean upheavals and still existed somewhere underground in Tibet or the Gobi Desert, and he convinced Hitler to try and make contact with them. From 1926 through 1942, Haushofer organized annual German expeditions to Tibet. He apparently succeeded in making contact with an underground civilization in Tibet known in occult literature as Agartha, sometime in the early 1930s. It is known that Haushofer met some monks from this underground city, and enlisted them in the Nazi cause. Some literature on this subject describes the monks as adepts of the dark side. They came to Berlin and set up a community. They were later joined by members of the Japanese Green Dragon Society, at the invitation of Haushofer. In the secret meetings of the Vril Society, attended by Haushofer, Hitler, and the key members of the Thule Society, a very talented medium by the name of Maria Orsik began to get psychic transmissions in an unknown language, which they were eventually able to decipher. As they continued, it was determined that the messages were coming from two planets in the Aldebaran system comprising the Sumerian Empire. Aldebaran is a huge star in the Taurus constellation, thousands of times larger than our own Sun, about 65 light-years from Earth. The information channeled by Orsik claimed that the Sumerian Empire consisted of an Aryan or master race, and a subservient slave race, and that the Aryans colonized our solar system 500 million years ago when the Aldebaran system became uninhabitable. When they eventually reached Earth, they founded the Sumerian civilization. According to Peter Moon in The Black Sun, as they continued to study the transmissions, the Vril Society discovered that the ancient Sumerian language was identical to that of the Aldebarans and that it was also similar to the German language. Whether or not they materialized in the flesh in the inner sanctum of the Vril Society, or met with the Nazi leaders in the underground city through the mediation of the Tibetan monks, there is no doubt that Haushofer and Hitler, at least, met with the Übermenschliche Superman. In a conversation with Hermann Rauskning, the governor of Danzig, about the possibility of creating a new, advanced species of human through breeding, Hitler said, as reported by Rauskning, "The new man is living amongst us now. He is here," exclaimed Hitler, triumphantly. "Isn't that enough for you? I will tell you a secret. I have seen the new man. He is intrepid and cruel. I was afraid of him." Samuel Mathers, the founder of the Golden Dawn, had a similar encounter. In a manifesto to the members in 1896, he wrote, "As to the secret chiefs with whom I am in touch and from whom I have received the wisdom of the second order, they used to meet me physically at a time and place fixed in advance. For my part, I believe they are human beings living on this earth, but possessed of terrible and superhuman powers. I felt I was in contact with a force so terrible that I can only compare it to the shock one would receive from being near a flash of lightning during a great thunderstorm." Wonder weapons. Could the secret chiefs or supermen have been extraterrestrials, perhaps currently living on Earth or elsewhere? In light of subsequent developments, such a conclusion seems not unreasonable. Possibly, because of this contact with Hitler, The Nazis were to acquire scientific knowledge and weapon technologies far beyond anything previously seen on Earth. The weapons became known as the Wunderwaffe or Wonder Weapons. This all seems especially remarkable when it is understood just how much the Nazi inner circle detested science and book knowledge and embraced psychic information and ceremonial magic instead. According to Peter Moon, as early as 1919, the combined Thule and Vril societies began work on a time machine which was completed in 1924 and taken to a hiding place in southern Germany. This early development, it is said, resurfaced after the war and was continued 30 years later as the Montauk Project, in an underground base at Montauk Point, Long Island, where ex-Nazi scientists were assisted by extraterrestrials. And it was the Vril Society that reportedly developed the first anti-gravity craft, the RFZ-1, as early as 1934. The Society raised its own funds for this development by soliciting donations in German newspapers. This first model crashed and burned, but the RFZ-2, 60 feet in length, flew quite well and was used as a reconnaissance craft, and so it came to the attention of SS Chief Himmler. By this time, Hitler was in power and he turned the anti-gravity development project over to the SS, to develop directly with the Vril Society. He himself was more interested in conventional weaponry. By 1939, the SS had developed the RFZ-5, which was renamed to become the famous Hannibal I, a two-man craft, about 35 feet in diameter, powered by a Tachin-type electrogravitation motor called the Kohler converter. Purported plans for Hannibal I, the motor, it was claimed, converted the Earth's gravitational energy into electromagnetic power. The Nazis continually improved on the Hannibal model, culminating in the Hannibal III late in the war. A huge craft, 200 feet in diameter, the Hannibal III, it was said, could reach a speed of 24,000 miles per hour at an altitude of 15,000 feet and could carry 32 passengers. But strangely, the Germans were never able to adapt these incredible flying machines to conventional warfare. It is suggested that they couldn't train the pilots, and that the craft were not maneuverable enough to engage fighter planes in dogfights, and that they couldn't be used as bombers, although they could easily reach the US without refueling. The Nazis chose to focus instead on von Braun's robotic rocketry, believing that they could so frighten the civilian population of London with their V-2 flying bombs that they could precipitate a mass movement to surrender. As history makes dear, they severely underestimated the legendary British stiff upper lip. The Nazis also pioneered jet-powered propulsion. The first jet fighter plane in the world, the fearsome Messerschmitt Me-262, could easily have turned the tide of the war if it had lasted several months longer. German scientists were also working on development of nuclear weapons long before America got into the act. Nuclear fission was discovered in 1938 by Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin. The Germans were producing heavy water in Vemork, Norway in 1943 in preparation for using it to refine plutonium. But Hitler and Albert Speer scuttled the program after chief civilian nuclear scientist Werner Heisenberg failed to sell the project as a feasible way to win the war. Allied soldiers discovered a uranium-based nuclear reactor underground in Hagelosch, Germany, Heisenberg's hometown, and several thousand pounds of uranium buried nearby. The consensus is that Germany would have developed the bomb before the US. If it hadn't been for Hitler's poor judgment in scientific matters, and the sabotage and heavy Allied bombardments of technological sites, although some think that Heisenberg, a former protégé of Nobel Prize-winning Danish physics Niels Bohr, deliberately diverted his research away from weaponry. Strange as it might sound, the case could be made that German advanced scientific knowledge and weaponry was supplied by extraterrestrials somehow connected with a purported underground civilization in Tibet. Exactly how this information was conveyed is not clear, but some argue that the connection was established through the mediation of Karl Haushofer, and that a group of monks from the underground Tibetan city came to live in Berlin to assist with Hitler's war plans. They were, reportedly, known as the Society of Green Men. There is some evidence to suggest that this situation evolved to the point that aliens were actually working shoulder to shoulder with German scientists. Hitler envisioned a new world order to last 1,000 years. With the help of architect Albert Speer, he designed grandiose buildings and the monuments to accommodate his new one-world Aryan civilization, to be supported by the slave labor of the inferior races. However, it now seems that this reputed alliance with extraterrestrials was a marriage of convenience, since apparently they had a similar goal and, indeed, may have been using Hitler as some kind of straw man to facilitate their intended takeover of the planet. If all that is true, it puts the European war in a totally new light, just one piece in an elaborate worldwide campaign of alien design, which included the participation of Japan in order to control the seas. From this perspective, the outbreak of World War II can be viewed as a push by the extraterrestrials to impose a fascist dictatorship of the entire planet, under their control. If that is the case, it appears that the planning may have begun in the early years of the 20th century, and that Hitler's rise to power was coordinated with Mussolini's in Italy and the emergence of Hideki Tojo in Japan. Such a scenario would help to explain many strange similarities between the three fascist movements, especially the militarization of the governments, and the imposition of elaborate and sophisticated propaganda machines. Propaganda, after all, is nothing more than a form of national mind control, and we suspect that the aliens are very skilled in these techniques. At the close of World War I in 1919, under the terms of the Versailles Treaty, Germany was allowed to keep only 100,000 men in the army and 15,000 in the navy. They were not permitted to have submarines or military aircraft. This situation remained basically stable for the next 14 years until Hitler came to power in 1933 and then, in March of 1935, instituted conscription and renewed military training in open violation of the treaty. To achieve the extravagantly ambitious goal of world conquest, Germany would need a bright new army of young, ruthless, efficient, well-trained stormtroopers numbering in the millions. In 1933 that seemed like an impossible dream, since the army then consisted mainly of 100,000 aging, dispirited veterans of WWA, and some raw recruits. It seemed especially hopeless in view of the depressed economic conditions in Germany at that time. Yet, in September of the very next year, 6 months before conscription began, at the Nuremberg Nazi rally of 1934, 160,000 stalwart German soldiers with backpacks and rifles stood silently at attention in precise ranks as Hitler, Heinrich Himmler and SAR Chief Victor Lutz walked down the wide center aisle towards flaming columns bordering a gigantic wreath honoring German soldiers killed in battle. This fantastic scene was captured in the now famous documentary, Triumph of the Will by legendary film photographer Leni Riefenstahl. Where did those 160,000 perfect young soldiers come from? In October of 1935, Hitler supplied the answer to that riddle when he made public that he had kept 21 infantry divisions under wraps in 1934, and he announced that they would now become the core of the new German army. the Wehrmacht. So that's where the 160,000 came from, but where did the 21 divisions come from? An infantry division can be as many as 20,000 troops, so it seems that somehow Miller magically got his hands on an instant army of about 500,000 soldiers, with no explanation of where they came from or how they had been trained. He announced also that an additional 21 divisions would soon be added. One may be forgiven for wondering just how was it possible for all this to be accomplished only 1 year after Hitler became Chancellor of Germany? Now that we have evidence of alien involvement in the war preparations, a startling explanation presents itself. It is now believed by many that the aliens have mastered cloning biotechnology, and in fact that the small grey ETs of abduction fame are clones themselves. Could it be possible that Hitler's alien friends presented him with a ready-made million-man army of clone stormtroopers? We have already seen that the planning for World War II probably began in the early part of the century. Was Hitler's army secretly growing up in spaceships or underground cities even as real soldiers were dying by the millions on the battlefields of Europe? Perhaps George Lucas knew more than is commonly believed when, in 2001, he wrote Episode 2 of the Star Wars saga titled Attack of the Clones. When it comes to fantastic possibilities for the Nazi ET connection, though, that is only the beginning. A Nazi moon base according to Vladimir Terziski. The Germans succeeded in reaching the moon sometime in 1942, and established a base on the dark side. Terziski is a controversial figure in the UFO community, but he has impressive credentials. Lai is a Bulgarian-born engineer and physicist, and reportedly is conversant in English, Japanese, Russian and German in addition to his native Bulgarian, and is therefore uniquely able to do research in all these languages. He says, the Germans landed on the moon probably as early as 1942, utilizing their larger exo-atmospheric rocket sources of the Mayev and Shriver type. The Shriver water turbine-powered craft was designed as an interplanetary exploration vehicle. It had a diameter of 60 meters, had 10 stories of crew compartments, and stood 45 meters high. Terziski claims that after establishing the initial surface base they tunneled underground, and by the end of the war there was a small Nazi research base on the moon. The free energy touch-in drive craft of the Hornibu 1 and 2 type were used after 1944 to haul people, materials, sick, and the first robots to the construction site. He claims that the moon has an atmosphere, water and vegetation, and it is possible to get around without space suits, despite NASA propaganda to the contrary. If Terziski is right, it seems reasonable to suspect that the aliens played a large role in the Nazi moon adventure. While obviously this fantastic accomplishment would have had little wartime strategic value, it should be remembered that, in 1942, the Germans were supremely confident of winning the war, and were projecting their space travel, conquest plans well ahead into the 1,000-year Third Reich. Complex scenarios arguing for consideration of alien involvement in the politics and wars of Earth. Among those offering supposedly detailed information concerning the extraterrestrial intervention factor typical is someone called Branton. All we know about him is that he claims to have been abducted many times since the age of 12, and that his information accords with David Icke and some other such sources. The following is taken from Branton's material. A formal treaty was executed in 1933 between the Nazi Bavarian Intelligence Agency, which eventually became the S.S, and the Greys, an alien race living in underground bases in Tibet and elsewhere in the world, facilitated by the Thule Society. The Greys are said to be from Zeta 2 Reticuli. The Greys, in turn, it is said, are subservient to the reptilians, and are believed to be implanted with biochips to keep them under control. They are mostly a cloned race, having lost the ability to reproduce eons ago, due to radioactive fallout from nuclear wars on their home planet. There is a group of about 2,000 original Grey prototypes from which the clones are copied. Many abductees have commented on their robotic, totally unemotional behavior. The reptilians are a fierce, tyrannical race from Alpha Draconis, sometimes referred to as reptiloids because they are human-like in basic form, but their skin, it is claimed, is scaly, and their faces are lizard-like with vertical slit eyeballs. They are up to 8 feet tall, and very strong. They are considered by some extraterrestrials to be master geneticists, but others claim that they have botched many of their genetic experiments. Their most powerful capability is mind control, and in this they are considered undisputed experts. This accounts for their ability to shape-shift, or to take on a human appearance, because they can plant that illusion in the mind of the observer. They are in league with other reptilian races from Rigel Orion and Bellatrix Orion. Together they are referred to as the Draco Orion Imperialists, and have taken over many of the star systems in the 21-star cluster in this section of the galaxy, comprising the Draco Orion/Grey Empire. The Draco Orionites are referred to as interventionists because they boldly seek to enslave other races. Like the fascists that they sponsored, they are cruel and merciless. Their ancient enemies are the humanoid races from Andromeda, Arcturus, Lyra, the Pleiades and Sirius. The main Pleiadian faction is from the planet Hera circling the star Taygeta, one of the 7 sisters. Taken together, this group of civilizations comprises the Galactic Federation. The Dull Universe is also part of the Federation. The Federation races are non-interventionist in that they believe deeply in freedom, and will never try to influence or persuade other developing races, or to block or violate their right to make free will choices, and, in fact, they seek to assist in spiritual development. The Federation forces on Earth are based under Death Valley and Mount Shasta in California. The Star Wars began when the Draconians attacked Lyra and the Pleiades. Branton says, the stories that contactees tell of the devastating battles and galactic massacres, in almost every case initiated by the collectivist interventionist reptiloids, Greys, between the 2 galactic superpowers are integral although controversial elements. While the Draco Greys, it is claimed, gave the Germans fantastic weapons including jet propulsion, rocketry, television-guided missiles, anti-gravity aircraft, nuclear technology, and possibly even a cloned army, the Allies were not completely without alien assistance. The ETs, it is said, gave the Allies one man, Nikola Tesla. It was Tesla, according to this line of argument, who first saw the promise of radar in 1917, and was instrumental in its development and use in the war. Consequently, the British and the US had sophisticated radar defenses deployed early in the war using Tesla's patents, while the Germans gave it scant attention, and it was radar that won the Battle of Britain. Tesla and Roosevelt met in 1917 when FDR was Secretary of the Navy, and Roosevelt was very impressed with Tesla's genius. In 1936, according to some reports, he put Tesla in charge of the Invisibility Project, working with the Navy. In 1940, as the story goes, they succeeded in making a ship disappear in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Whether or not invisibility was secretly used in the war is unknown. Tesla also invented, it is claimed, particle beam weaponry which he publicly referred to as the death ray. It was not, it seems, developed soon enough to use in the war, but satellite-based versions have since, it is believed, become potent weapons in both US and Soviet arsenals. Tesla is also said to have been offered a large amount of money to go and work for Germany, but that he refused, and that he remained an American patriot to the end. Tesla often made mention of his off-planet friends, say some. Sometime in the mid-30s, they say, he arranged a meeting between Roosevelt and Pleiadian representatives, which supposedly took place on a ship in the Atlantic. Within the alien tracking internet community, it is believed that some sort of agreement came out of that meeting, and that a Federation representative may have consulted at the Pentagon for most of the war. Sometime in late 1944, the story goes, when it became apparent that they had lost the war, the Germans moved the main components of their anti-gravity aircraft technology and their top scientists to their subterranean base in the Antarctic called Neuschwabenland, which they had been preparing since 1938. It is suspected that an extraterrestrial base had already existed there, and that it was inhabited by their compatriots, the Draco-Orionites. The Germans had been assiduously patrolling and defending the sea lanes to Antarctica since early in the war as they moved men and materials there in U-boats. They stationed their largest battle cruiser, the Graf Spee, off the coast of Argentina sometime in 1939, and they were known to be sinking even merchant vessels sailing in those waters. If true, this might explain why the Allied armies found only superficial remnants of flying disc development as they overran Germany, and none of the important scientists. Could Antarctica have been the destination of the so-called Lost Battalion of 250,000 German troops that could never be accounted for? Could these have been perhaps carefully kept and maintained cloned stormtroopers, to be used as genetic prototypes for the new Wehrmacht? By April of 1945, the European war was winding down as the Allied troops converged on Berlin. At that point, it is claimed, all the anti-gravity technology and scientists had been transferred to Neuschwabenland. It was from that Antarctic base that the Germans decided to launch a mission to Mars, jointly with the Japanese. Vladimir Terziski says, according to the authors of the underground German documentary movie from the Thule Society, the only produced craft of the Hornibus 3 type, the 74-meter diameter naval warfare dreadnought, was chosen for the most courageous mission of this whole century, the trip to Mars. The trip reportedly took almost 8 months because the large Andromeda-type Tachyon drives were turned off immediately after the escape from the Earth's gravitation, and the ship coasted the rest of the way in an elliptical orbit. Terziski believes that the crew probably numbered in the hundreds. The huge craft crash-landed on Mars in January 1946, severely damaging the Tachyon drives and making return impossible, but according to the documentary, the crew knew from the beginning that it was probably a suicide mission. Terziski says, the radio message with the mixed news was received by the German Underground Space Control Center in Neuschwabenland and by their research base on the Moon. Evidently, with the war on Earth lost, the Axis partners decided to position themselves off-planet in readiness for the next round, and the advent of the Fourth Reich. All the chroniclers of World War II agree that the German soldiers were very tough and courageous, and almost robotic in terms of efficiency. They obeyed orders without question, even in the face of certain death. As the Blitzkrieg rolled over Europe, they could do no wrong. It was their insensitivity to human suffering that made the atrocities in Russia and the concentration camps. The Einsatzgruppen were taken from the ranks of the Wehrmacht. Possible. Maybe, though, it wasn't that they were sadistic, maybe they just didn't care. But, on the other hand, they showed no resourcefulness, whereas the British and American soldiers could be relied on to come up with ideas even in the worst situations. Ultimately, the thinking soldier with a heart prevailed. Apparently, the moral of the story is, if you expect to win a war with an army of clones, you better have someone with great intelligence directing them, and Hitler just didn't fill the bill. When it came to intellect, he was no match for the combined brain power of Franklin Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and an allied army of citizen soldiers from free societies.
We shall never surrender.
And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. But I do ask every publisher, every editor, and every newsman in the nation to re-examine his own standards and to recognize the nature of our country's peril. In time of war, the government and the press have customarily joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy. In times of clear and present danger, the courts have held that even the privileged rights of the First Amendment must yield to the public's need for national security. Today, no war has been declared, and however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger, and yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security. If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. It conducts the Cold War, in short, with a wartime discipline no democracy would ever hope or wish to match. Nevertheless, every democracy recognizes the necessary restraints of national security. And the question remains whether those restraints need to be more strictly observed if we are to oppose this kind of attack as well as outright invasion.
So what you're looking at now is the Great Zimbabwe ruins. This obviously looks like a fetus, and also this lines up perfectly with the pyramids of Giza. Is this just coincidence? I don't think so. So we've all heard that life started from Africa and spread throughout the world. Now if you look at where Zimbabwe is and where scientists suggest that humans started from, then you can see obviously it's parallel. So once the Anunnaki created men, they spread out to the Aztec, Mayan, Sumerian, Egyptians, and they started cloning and using humans for their slaves. So the Sumerian civilization is the oldest known civilization we have written records for, and they talk of people coming from the sky, the Anunnaki. The Sumerian lived in Mesopotamia at 5000 BC to 1750 BC. Their gods were called Anunnaki, or from those who heavens came, and their technology was amazing. They invented the wheel, the plough, writing. So once they'd genetically engineered humans, the Anunnaki, they started spreading out, as you see in this map. It started from Africa, moved upwards towards Egypt, and then spread west and east. Now in Europe, the Neanderthals were drove to extinction by the Anunnaki because they made the best slaves. The proof of this is the 9,000-year-old Cheddar Man. It was found in Goth's Cave in Cheddar Grove, Somerset, England, a black Briton that lived 9,000 years ago. Now this must have been genetic engineering, because as we know, black people weren't meant to live in cold climates, and everything we've been told is a lie then about skin colour. White people have light skin because of the atmosphere they lived in. They didn't need as much light. Why would a black person live in Britain where there is hardly any light? This was part of the Anunnaki slave trade. Now in 2011, the Baltic Sea anomaly was found. It's shaped like a spaceship. It's got a 1,000-foot trail which goes through a mountain or a hill. So it's gone with some force. It's not just like people say, a battleship gun. Well, that would have gone straight down, I suppose. It wouldn't have gone through a mountain and left a trail. This coincides with the spread of light eye colour too. Now the Nebra sky disk is the oldest known depiction of the Pleiades. You can see it in the top right. This was in 1600 BC, and it's from Nebra, Germany. This part of the sky must have been very important to them. Also, the Pleiades are represented by the bull a lot of the time. You can see this in early European cave drawings, always of the bull. This is because the Pleiades were located in the Taurus constellation, and early Europeans knew where they came from. We all know the Anunnaki had elongated skulls, and this is why you find head binding in Anunnaki controlled territories. This includes Africa, North America and South America. Now the Anunnaki created humans for slave workers. This is the different Sumerian cultures describing how they was created by the Anunnaki. They treated humans like slaves. They ate human sacrifices, worked people to death, and we was also pawns in their armies. The Indian verdict text talks of a monkey army. The Pleiadian and Anunnaki War 2000 BC. So when the Pleiadians came to Earth, they was called the Hebrew or Hebrew by the Anunnaki. Once they'd landed, they set up a forward operating base in Europe, and then they went for the invasion of the Anunnaki territory. But the first invasion failed, with many prisoners taken, represented by the taming of the bull in the Gilgamesh epic. They was then taken into slavery. This is where the Hebrew people come from, in the biblical epic. Once the Anunnaki had defeated the Hebrew, they invented games to remember their victory, like bullfighting and bull leaping. If you look at where the bullfighters actually pierced the bull, it's where in the Taurus constellation the Pleiades are found. Now the Pleiadians regrouped and the second attempt was made, but this time it was successful. This was a rescue attempt. Once the rescue attempt had gone smoothly, the Hebrew fought a bloody war against the Anunnaki in the Middle East. They seemed to be winning until in one of the Sumerian epic nuked the Middle East from Africa. Evidence for this can be found in the Sinai Peninsula. Evidence can be found of this in the Sinai Peninsula by the blackened holes in the ground. The Sumerian text described the destruction. The flood swept over the land. After the flood had swept over the land, kingship had descended from heaven for a second time. It must have been an advanced civilization to take out the Anunnaki. Now the nuclear weapons was fired from Africa. This is in one of the Sumerian texts. In the Dead Sea you find alarming rates of radiation. Now Alexander the Great. The first recorded incident regarding Alexander the Great and UFOs was recorded in 329 BC. Alexander decided to invade India and was attempting to cross the river Indus to engage the Indian army when gleaming silver shields swooped down and made several passes over the battle. Alexander the Great's story is also told in Islam under a different name. They call him Dal-Qurari. And when he went to the land, they said, Dal-Qurari, surely Gog and Magog make mischief in the land. Shall we pay you a tribute on condition that you should raise a banner between us and them? He said, I will make a fortified barrier between you and them. Bring me blocks of iron until when we had filled up the space between the two mountainsides. Now, Alexander was always depicted with horns on his head. Could this be anything to do with Pleiadians? As you notice from this picture on the left, there's a bull on the horse's rear. Now, the story tells of Alexander sealing an entrance, but where was the entrance? In the story it gives clues, subtle clues, but it's very hard to distinguish where exactly this happened. There's two, in my mind, there's two places this could be. This is either the Tibet or in the Sinai Peninsula. Blow until when he had made it fire, he said, bring me molten brass, which I may pour over it. So they were not able to scale it, nor could they make a hole in it, he said. This is a mercy from my Lord, but when the promise of my Lord comes to pass, he will make it level with the ground, and the promise of my Lord is ever true. Now, something to note here is he's pouring molten brass, so over it, and they would not be able to scale it, nor could they make a hole in it. This sounds to me like something in the ground, like you'd block up an hole in the ground. You wouldn't pour molten brass to make a wall and a gate, would you? So this is a very strange story. Now, Alexander Romance is some tales of Alexander's life, but mythical apparently. The legend of Gog and Magog and the gates were also in the Island Romance. Goth and Magoth are both kings of the unclean nations, driven beyond the mountain pass by Alexander, and blocked from returning by his new wall. Gog and Magog are said to engage in human cannibalism in the romances. They have also been depicted on medieval cosmological maps, sometimes alongside Alexander's wall. So who is Gog and Magog? A legend was attached to Gog and Magog by the time of the Roman period, that the gates of Alexander were erected by Alexander the Great to repel the tribe. Romanized Jewish historian Josephus knew them as a nation descended from Magog the Japhite, as in Genesis, and explained them to be the Scythians. In the hands of the early Christian writers, they became apocalyptic hordes, and throughout the medieval period, variously identified as the Huns, the Kazakhs, the Mongols, or other nomads. The Huns and the Scythians united to take Europe, but was defeated. So the Scythians were a group of Iranian people known as the Eurasian nomads, who inhabited the western and central Eurasian steppes from about the 9th century BC until the 1st century BC. So the Anunnaki and the Huns. The Huns were a nomadic people who lived in Eastern Europe, the Caucasus and the Central Asia between the 4th century AD and the 6th century AD. According to European tradition, they were first reported living in the east of the Volga River, in the area that was part of Scythia at the time. The Huns' arrival is associated with the migration westward of the Scythian people, the Alans, by 370 AD. The Huns had arrived on the Volga, and by 430 AD the Huns had established a vast if short-lived dominance in Europe. First of all, Attila the Hun's empire fell in 465 AD. The Khazar Empire went from 470 AD to 965 AD, and then the Akhenatsis from 1000 AD to present day. Now we know the Anunnaki was masters of DNA manipulation and genetics, where the Mongols and Anunnaki cloned army. Now the same can be said about Islam and Allah. Is Allah the god of the Bible, or is Allah the moon god of ancient Arabia? Now a few things to note is, the Muslim holy month of Ramadan starts at the sight of new crescent moon. Apparently the Anunnaki fled to the moon, or they have a moon base. They pray while bowing their head towards the house of Allah in Mecca that houses a meteorite. The Muslim holy month of Ramadan starts at the sighting of a new crescent moon. Was Mecca a cloning facility? There was a few attempts made to take back Europe by the Anunnaki. The French Renaissance was one of these attempts, which it failed, but it did start capitalism, another mind control of the Anunnaki. Also the Bolsheviks in Russia. Now, the French then went to help the Americans. Anunnaki aided the US independence. The statue of Isis was awarded to America for their fight with their brothers. All we ever hear about the British Empire is how bad it was. But was this not the Hebrews freeing the slaves once again? This is my point of view. Britain released nearly half the world's population from slavery at the height of its power. In 1938, Britain released half the world's population from slavery. Now I want to ask you one question. Would slavery have ended without Britain? As we can see, once the Anunnaki take over a country, slavery is the first thing they implement. So you can tell an Anunnaki civilization just by looking at it. Do they practice slavery? Yes. Do they have a hatred for Christianity? Yes. Now I hope you're starting to see the full picture. The Anunnaki, Ashkenazis and the Nazis are all the same thing. The Nazis were given highly advanced technology by someone. They was given anti-gravity, rocket technology, scientific technology. We was given one man, Tesla, and all he did was invent the precision approach radar, which won us the war. So the fall of the British Empire, the ex-British Empire colonists were invited to Britain. Britain knew the fate that awaited them, so they invited them back. Can you imagine any other country doing this? Can you imagine Rome in the height of its power? freeing all its slaves and inviting them back to Rome. And most of the countries really badly declined after Britain left. So the descendants of the Dutch-speaking settlers are called the Boers in South Africa. Now we see the Boer goat. Was this representing Taurus? Is this the ancient war that's been going on for thousands of years? In this video I'd like to explain to you how I think the Sea Peoples are the Pleiadian Navy or the Hebrew Navy. So who are the Sea Peoples? The Sea Peoples are a purported seafaring confederation that attacked ancient Egypt and other regions of the East Mediterranean prior to and during the Late Bronze Age collapse 1200 to 900 BC. The truth is, nobody knows who the Sea Peoples are. Their origins are uncertain. The various Sea Peoples have been proposed to have originated from places that include Western Asian Minor, the Aegean, the Mediterranean islands and the southern Europe. They invaded Anatolia, Syria, Canaan, Phoenicia, Cyprus and Egypt. Unidentified in the eyes of most scholars, and the origins of the various groups are the source of much speculation. Existing theories variously propose equating them with several Aegean tribes, raiders from Central Europe, scattered soldiers who turn to piracy or who have become refugees, and links with natural disasters such as earthquakes or climate shifts. So scientists say all this chaos was caused by earthquakes or climate change. These unknown peoples destroyed all known civilization. As you can see by the black dots, these are the places that were destroyed. These were all major towns, major cities. This was all recorded in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and the book of Joshua and Judges in the Old Testament. 1200 BC seen a drastic change that ushered in the Iron Age and brought in democracy, but not before the Dark Ages, depicted with horns like the Vikings, even though we know they didn't wear them. Egyptian records, which refer to more than one of the 9 peoples, found in 6 different sources. From 1200 to 900 BC, this is when civilization collapsed. This is also the time period of Akhenaten, King Tut and Ramses II. This is also the time of the Exodus and also the Trojan War. The Sea People attacked in 1207 BC and again in 1177 BC. after which writings cease everywhere apart from Egypt, and it takes Egypt many hundreds of years to regain it. The Medinet Habu inscriptions, from which the Sea People's concept was first described, remains the primary source and the basis of virtually all significant discussions of them. Ramses III was the pharaoh in charge when the final battle. It seems that this must have been the person that launched the nuclear weapons from Africa. In Ramses III, Ramses wrote of 7 tribes that united against him. He was clearly dark-skinned by the pictures, and this was the last surviving civilization. It never recovered, and it was never the same again. The Sea People just vanished afterwards. They conquered known civilization and then just vanished without any trace, unless you know what you're looking for. To my knowledge, once Ramses III fired the nuclear weapon, this caused a massive nuclear war. Also, as the Pleiadians moved down, they conquered the Hittite, the Canaanites. They would have mixed with them people and produced offspring. So these people would have been Pleiadian and Anunnaki blood. You see this in Iran nowadays. Some people fled to North India, and some people fled to Europe. Now the Philistines, this is where people think the Sea People came from. As you can see, Dagon, the fish-headed god, it looks very much like a cardinal's priest hat. Also, Goliath was a Philistine. Goliath of Gath was the biblical warrior defeated by the young David in the book of Samuel. Goliath appears in chapter 2 of the Quran also, in the narrative of David and Saul's battle against the Philistines. Now in this picture from 1888, you see the shield on the right hand side of the picture with the bull's head. Could this represent the Pleiadians? Now at 1200 BC, this is when all the empires start to fall. The Canaanite civilization falls, the Egyptian civilization barely holds on, and this is all in a 50-year period of each other. This ushered in the Dark Age, and it takes 200 to 300 years to recover. Then we start to see civilization reappear. We see the rise of the states in Greece. The Greek Dark Ages last from 1100 BC to 800 BC, and then the rebirth of Greece known as the Archaic period, the revival of the Greek economy, and also the cultural and political revival. Now the Achaean warriors was also pictured with horned helmets. They ruled from 1260 to 1180 BC. They also took part in the destruction of Troy. Emil Farah, a Swiss Hittitologist who worked on the Bolgalex tablets in Berlin, said the Achaeans of pre-Homeric Greece were directly associated with the term land of Aniuwaya, mentioned in the Hittite text. Cadmus from Phoenicia, Deimos from Egypt, and Pelops from Anatolia each gained a foothold in the mainland Greece and were assimilated and Hellenized. Helen, Graphikos, Magnus and Macedon were sons of the Deucalion and Pyrrhian, the only people who survived the Great Flood. Now, I want to talk about the Great Flood. In my eyes, this weren't the Great Flood as we think of it, as water. This was the Great Flood of the nuclear war, if you like. So, victims from history and mythology include, there was a lot of actual rape that went on at this time as well. You see this in Greece and in Italy. Was this the Anunnaki Navy, seeing as all the women had been destroyed and killed? Was this like, if you can imagine today, if there was a nuclear war and an aircraft carrier survived, it would just be full of men. And then they turned up at Greece and in Italy, which became Rome. And the stories tell you exactly what was happening. Antiope from Greek mythology, raped by Zeus. Cassandra from Greek mythology, raped by Ajax the Lesser. Chrysippus from Greek mythology, raped by his tutor Larius. Demeter was raped by Poseidon to become the mother of Desponia. She was also raped by Zeus to become the mother of Prosome. Also the Sabine women were raped by the founders of Rome according to its legendary history, 753 BC. Now, wherever you see horned warriors, in my opinion, this is where the Hebairu or Pleiadians, this is their civilization. They was always depicted with horns. This goes to the samurai. The samurai started in 700 BC. If you notice, there's a pattern here. These civilizations start to rise about 700 BC again. Now, the samurai, they lasted till 1876 AD. Different horned warriors throughout the world. The Albanians, the Teutonic Knights, the Persians. Now, we all know that Vikings are always depicted with horns on their head, but didn't actually have horns on their helmets. This was just to represent them as being Pleiadian. A Greek force of approximately 7,000 men marched north to block the pass. In the middle of 480 BC, the Persian army, alleged by the ancient sources to have numbered over 1 million. Was this an Anunnaki cloned army? The Kurds and Iranians are Anunnaki and Pleiadian mixed bloods. The Turks have forbidden Kurds to speak their Indo-European language, but the Turks originally came from Mongolia and Central Asia. The Bahrains. Bahrain is Vedic Hinduism. It's a caste of people. Members are subdivided into numerous communities known as Gotras. Brahmin priests and teachers were engaged in attaining the highest spiritual knowledge. The term Brahmin meant originally one possessed of Brahman, a mysterious magical force widely known to modern anthropologists by the Malaysian word mana. So who are the Brahmin? By the end of the Vedic period dating 1500 BC to 1000 BC, the term was used for all members of the priestly class. This system, which was copied in part by other classes, has survived to this present day. The Rig Veda is the oldest and perhaps most sacred of all Hindu scriptures. It contains the mythological origin of the Brahmin. Now, the Mahabharata is one of the two major Sanskrit epics of ancient India, the other being the Ramayana. The Mahabharata is an epic legendary narrative of the Kurukshetra wars and the fates of the Kaurava and the Pandava princes. Brahma is the core of the entire universe. Thus Brahma can also be described as the nucleus. Hence Brahmastra directly translates to nuclear weapon. The effects of the Brahmastra are mentioned in the epic. Mass destruction, drought, people evaporated within a minute, men and women became infertile and deformed, the nails and hair come off. There were few more powerful nuclear weapons above this. Nekata, given to Karna by Lord Indra after he gave away his Kadutra. This weapon resembles a rocket or a missile. It could be voice activated, had a rotating fiery tail and a gleaming head. It wasn't an arrow but a dart similar to a javelin. Albeit very powerful, an intelligent machine, it pierced through the Gashrat's chest and shot to the sky. Like a rocket, it diminished into space. Narayantra, an artificial intelligent flying saucer. It hovers over the enemy troops and fires iron balls. at those who wish to fight. The only way to survive is my bowing down before it. This machine spares those who duck down and give up before the weapon. The caller of this weapon can control its speed and intensity. However, once all the enemies give up, the weapon goes back. It is so powerful that the one who created it had Hindu professionalism of war in mind. Thus, if the caller decides to call it again, even after the enemies have surrendered, the Nasrata will kill the caller himself. So were nuclear weapons really used in the famous war? I think the answer is yes. 1.8 million people died in 1400 BC. The Adi Prava of the Mahabharata describes Kauranva army to be 11 Ashkenazis and the Pandava army to be 7 Ashkenazis. That's almost over 1.8 million soldiers. Yudhishthira answered 1,660,000,000 and 20,000 men have fallen in this battle. Of the heroes that have escaped, the numbers is 240,000. A Sumerian tablet found in Iraq describes what I think is a battle. From the first drink, when he first dipped beneath the mantle, for the firmament's black nectar, he was destined to come. Centuries later they did come. In the most violent fashion they came, and disrupted the ways of old. And the people of the land were confined to their homes. The invaders fought one another. The invaders fought each other for the spoils of the land, for the black nectar. The gods looked sadly at what people were doing, and took counsel among themselves for the remedy. All the while the invaders raged on. To the people's horrified witness, the invaders raged on. When the ugly omen appeared in the desert, the usurpers took no heed. There in the place of Dilnun, the great gods assembled. The great gods assembled in Dilmun. Nehursag delivered the charge before Enki, and the fate of the peoples was sealed. The Roman poet Virgil refers to this belief when he depicts Aeneas as escaping the fall of Troy, coming to Latium to find a line descending to Romulus, first king of Rome. In Sardinia, archaeological remains suggest the presence of sea people. Some archaeologists believe that the Sheridan are identifiable with the Nugeric Sardinians. As you can see by these knives, it was very advanced. And the walls are so thick. To me, this is where the Pleiadians set up a forward operating base. You can see some strange symbols. If you look at the Nugeric Sardinians, there's some very strange weapons and very advanced things. The Sumerians referred to the gods as the Din-Jir, which when spelled out resembles a multi-stage rocket. The ancient Egyptians also depict such a vehicle in the Pharaoh's ascent to heaven. This is a Celtic helmet with coral and bronze decorations. This was found around 400 BC in a tomb in southern Italy. As you can see, a horned helmet again. So the pre-Roman Italians, or the Pleiadians, all had horned helmets. This goes to the Samnite warriors, South Italiac. These were all Pleiadians. And it was all around the same time, around 400 BC. In 1963, a Swiss-born man named Eduardo Albert Meyer, who the world knew as Billy Meyer, and his Greek Orthodox priest friend Isa Rashid took an afternoon walk along a roadway south of the city of Jerusalem. Mr. Meyer had contact with the Pleiadians for many years, according to him. During that afternoon walk, Albert Meyer happened to glance upwards and spied a small opening in the ground. Meyer took a torchlight from his backpack and examined the opening, which was found to continue inwards. Albert and his friend dug out enough of the surrounding earth to allow them to gain entrance to some sort of chamber. What they both found after crawling inside was an old tomb in a state of disrepair and half filled with earth. Billy Meyer and Isa Rashid discovered a package beneath a flat rock, which they took back to Isa Rashid's home to examine. He had found the scrolls and the teachings of the true creation. The wrapped up package was found to hold 4 separate scrolls of Aramaic writings which took the name of the Talmud of Gemanuel. If you'd like to see a copy of the Talmud of Gemanuel, just go to the website and I'll put a link below. Inside this document, they found what organised religions wanted to hide. Apparently, Jesus' mother, Mary, was from another world, and really his name was Master Gemanuel. The established churches named this person Jesus, changed the ancient writings, and left much out of the Bible. The controllers did not want to disclose the real truth of off-world beings visiting and teaching humans on Earth. This document, discovered in Jerusalem in 1963 by Billy Meyer, discloses how falsified and distorted the Gospels are. After Isa Rashid had interpreted over 36 chapters over a decade or so, was later hunted and then gunned down along with his family and killed by the Israeli Mossad in Baghdad because of the translation, as they were the keepers of the scrolls and did not want them to turn over to evildoers that cover up the truth of off-world visitors and healers. They strongly contradicted the popular biblical teachings of the later day established churches, as it referenced the extraterrestrial links presented in the Talmud. The Book of Enoch, which predates the New Testament and which was excluded from the Bible at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, is a treasure house of knowledge and wisdom concerning the hollow earth. In section 1 of the book, chapters 17 to 36, Enoch, beloved scribe of God, is granted the unique privilege of observing and recording the secrets of the inner earth and heaven. He saw that the inner earth contained both heavenly and hellish regions, and that any place can become a heaven or hell depending on the spirits who inhabit it. While the book was popular and widely read in the 1st centuries AD, it was later banned or suppressed by the new counterfeit Christianity, which obviously saw it as too revealing and counterproductive to its purposes. Billy Meyer's UFO photos remain unparalleled for their clarity and sheer number. Several variations of the Pleiadian beam ships were photographed at various remote locations in the Swiss countryside, mostly between 1975 and 1982. Remember, when these photos were taken, people did not have Photoshop or computers. The purpose of these photo demonstrations offered by the Pleiadians was to allow Billy the opportunity to acquire evidence in the form of photographic proof. This evidence is important as it can provide convincing testimony for the reality of Billy's contact experiences, if properly analysed. A 14th century fresco of the Madonna and Child depicts on the top right side of the image of a UFO hovering in the distance. A blow-up of this fresco reveals the tremendous details about this UFO, including portholes. It seems to indicate a religious involvement between UFOs and the appearance of the Christ child. This painting was painted in the 15th century and hangs as part of a collection in the Palazzo Vecchio. Above Mary's right shoulder is a disc-shaped object. The artists were telling us something big. Many old masters' paintings show spaceships in the background. In this painting, found on a wooden drawer from furniture found in a Belgian earl's house, is Moses depicted receiving the tablets of 10 Commandments with the flaming horns. Several equally flaming objects are in the sky before him. The date of the artist is unknown. '17th century fresco of the Crucifixion. Note that the two saucer-shaped craft on either side of Christ. This painting was called The Annunciation and hangs in the National Gallery of London. A disc-shaped object is shining a pencil beam of light down into Mary's crown chakra. San Fresco Church, Italy. This picture shows a UFO sighting over Hamburg, Germany.
It's not a big news story somehow, but UFOs turn out to be real. We're not kidding. Recently, the New York Times profiled a secret $22 million Pentagon program that investigated unidentified flying objects. Doesn't mean they're from outer space, but they're not identified, and they're flying, and they're objects. The program wasn't bogus. Investigators found multiple aircraft encounters they could not explain, and they've even been storing metal alloy recovered from the vicinity of these encounters. Leslie Kean wrote about this in the New York Times, that piece in question, and she also wrote a book called UFO Generals, Pilots, and Government Officials Go on the Record. She spent years investigating UFOs with the support of former Bill Clinton Chief of Staff, by the way, John Podesta. Leslie Kean joins us tonight. Leslie, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me, Tucker.
So that piece, I think, vindicated a lot of work that you've been doing for an awfully long time, and certainly got my attention, and I've stopped making fun of people like you and started paying attention. This seems like a huge story. So I know that it's vast and hard to sum up, but if you could just briskly tell us what we think we know about these sightings.
Well, we do know that there are objects in the sky and sometimes in the water that demonstrate extraordinary capabilities that experts say we don't have on this planet. We don't have the capability of creating the kind of technology or apparent technology that's been observed by high-level officials for many, many decades. The Pentagon program is the most recent discovery, but these things have been studied in other countries and by our country for many years.
So what percentage of these sightings are we sure are not weather phenomena or experimental aircraft?
Well, that's a really good question, because most sightings of UFOs that just people report are identifiable. I mean, we're talking about maybe 5 to 10% of all the sightings that are called in are not explainable. And the ones that are really of interest are the ones reported by military pilots, by commercial pilots, by trained observers, multiple witnesses, ones that are caught on radar, events that have a lot of data to support them and involve very, very credible people.
So I guess what bothers me most about this story is how clearly people who should have been following up and paying attention haven't been. And the case that sticks with me, November 7th, I think, 2006, at Chicago O'Hare Airport, 4:15 in the afternoon, gate C-25, I believe, the pilot of the plane waiting to depart to Charlotte looks up and there is a saucer hovering not that far over the plane. People in the tower see it, other pilots see it, dozens of people see it. It's real, and the FAA refuses to investigate. How could that be?
I know, it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking to me. I mean, they refuse to investigate, I think, because who knows what the bigger reason probably is that they can't explain these things, and they just they don't want to deal with them. It might frighten people. They don't have enough information. They don't like to say, well, there's something hovering above an airport, but we don't know what it was. So basically, they will come up with other explanations for it, such as that it was a weather phenomenon. That's what the FAA said about O'Hare, which is really an insult to the pilots who witnessed this thing and many other observers who know that it wasn't weather. I mean, it was a metallic-looking disc-shaped object that hovered over as you said, hovered over a terminal, gate C-17 for about 5 minutes, and then it shot straight up through the clouds. This was an incredible aspect of the thing. It was hovering below a cloud bank, and all of a sudden it just shot straight up really fast through the cloud bank and cut a hole in it. So there was like a cookie-cutter clean hole in the clouds. You could look up and see the blue on the other side. And, as far as anybody knows, as far as I know, and from what I've been told, we don't have machines in the sky that can do things like that.
But I mean, this is not a potato field in Maine in the 1950s at 3 in the morning. This is Chicago O'Hare, one of the busiest airports in the world, in the middle of the day, in front of sober witnesses, including pilots and the control tower. And the FAA says we're not that interested? Like, how could that be?
I know. I mean, it's very bad. I appreciate how baffled you are, Tucker, because I'm baffled too. And you can imagine that the witnesses involved with this, it's an insult to them. I mean, there are many witnesses, and we're talking about military people, high-level people in the Air Force, the Navy, the other military commercial pilots who are just told that we're not interested in what they saw. And it's very difficult for a lot of them because they're patriotic people.
Well, yeah, I mean, what if it's the Chinese military? I mean, I believe you because you are, I think, the preeminent researcher on this question, but it beggars belief that the U.S. government would just sort of let it go. Anyway, I appreciate it. Leslie, thank you for coming on. It's an honor to have you.
Thanks a lot, Tucker. I appreciate your interest in this. Thank you.
Thanks a million. UFOs have been the stuff of conspiracy theorists for decades, often mocked for talking about it, but maybe they shouldn't be mocked. Commander David Fravor spent 18 years as a naval aviator, a pilot. In 2004, he had an unforgettable encounter with an aircraft he said was defying the laws of physics. Former Commander Fravor joins us tonight. Thanks a lot for coming on tonight. Tell us what you saw.
Well, we had launched on a routine training mission. When we joined up, we were told that the event was going to be canceled and that we had real-world tasking, and we were sent out to the west. Now, take in mind that this has taken place about 100 miles southwest of San Diego, between San Diego and Ensenada, Mexico, on a clear, perfect day, blue waters. We get out to the spot where they tell us it's at. We start looking around, and both airplanes see a disturbance in the water and a white, 40-foot long, tic-tac shaped object just hovering above the water, going forward, back, left, right. There's no rotor wash, there's no wings, nothing. So as we drive around in a clockwise flow, we get to about the 9 o'clock position, and I said, well, I'm going to go down and check it out, and the other jet is going to stay high. So as we go down, when we get to the 12 o'clock position, it starts to mirror us. So it's in a clockwise flow, and it's on the opposite side of the circle from us. And we continue this. It's in a climb. We're in a descent. We're getting a great look at it. This whole thing takes about probably up to 5 minutes from the time we show up. I get over to the 8 o'clock position. It's at about the 2 o'clock position, and I decide I'm going to go and see what it is, and it's about 2,000 feet below me. And I cut across the circle, and as I get within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerates to the south in about 2 seconds and disappears.
What would you estimate the speed?
Oh, well above supersonic. It like a bullet out of a gun, it took off.
So from what you know about aerodynamics, mechanics, physics, should this be possible, what you saw?
Not with the technology that we have today. Not at all.
Even now, even 13 years later, is there anything that you know of capable of this kind of behavior?
No, there's nothing I know of. I mean, when we saw the video with the IR, it has no exhaust, no discernible things of anything form of propulsion. And this thing came from a dead hover over the water, just kind of moving around, to a climb up to about 12,000 feet to rapidly accelerating away in a climb, and in less than 2 seconds it was gone. And you figure you're talking 50 miles of visibility, and you can easily see an object that size easily out to 10 miles, and it just disappeared in seconds.
What would be the effects on a human pilot of the G-forces involved in that altitude change?
Well, the altitude wouldn't be bad. It would be the acceleration of the object.
That's right.
Honestly, I wanted to fly it.
Yeah,
but, talking to some physicists, they don't think the human body could handle that kind of force with that acceleration.
It doesn't sound like the human body could. So bottom line, what do you think this was?
I believe, as do the other folks that were on the flight when we visually saw it, that it was something not from this world.
When presumably you expressed that belief to your superiors, what did they say?
Actually, we caught a lot of grief getting back to the boat, and it got passed off as an event that no one could explain. Now, keep in mind, they had been tracking these for 2 weeks prior to us seeing it, and this was the first time that manned airplanes had been airborne when the objects appeared.
This feels like a really big story to me. It's not exactly clear why Vladimir Putin's more interesting than this. I think this seems like a big deal. And Commander, I appreciate your taking the time to talk to us about it.
Ragnarok in Norse mythology was the predestined death of the Germanic gods. A 3-year winter led to a final battle on the Vidvid Plains, where the gods and the frost giants fought the epic final battle. Ragnarok marks the end of the old world and the beginning of the new covenant world. It is here that the mighty Midgard serpent will be emerging from the sea, while it splashes its tail and sprays poison in all directions, causing huge waves crashing towards the land. Meanwhile, the fire giant Surtur will set Asgard, the home of the gods and goddesses, and the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost on fire. The Fenrir wolf will break free from his chains and spread death and destruction. The sun and the moon will be swallowed by the wolves Skull and Hati, and even the World Tree will shake to the ground. Odin and the Fenrir wolf will fight each other to the death, and Loki will turn on the Aesir and fight Heimdall, and they will kill each other. Tyr will fight the watchdog Garn that guards the gates of hell. They will also kill each other. Thor will fight the Midgard serpent and kill it, but he will die of the poisonous wounds left behind by the Midgard serpent. Freya will be killed by the fire giant named Surtur. Finally, Surtur will set all the 9 worlds on fire, and everything sinks into the boiling sea. There is nothing the gods can do to prevent Ragnarok. Odin's only comfort is that he can predict that Ragnarok will not be the end of the world. When most of the gods have perished in the mutual destruction with the giants, it is predestined that the new world will rise up from the water, beautiful and green, before the battle of Ragnarok. 2 people, a woman and a man, will find shelter in the sacred tree, and when the battle is over, they will come out and repopulate the earth again. Several gods will survive, among them Odin's son Vidar and Vali, and his brother Honir. Thor's son Modi and Magni will inherit his father's hammer. The few gods that survive will go into Idavol, which has remained untouched, and here they will build new houses. The greatest of the houses will be Gilmi, and will have a roof of gold. There is also a new place called Brimir, at a place called Oaklinir. It is in the mountain of Nidafol. But there is also a terrible place, a great hall of Nastrond, the shore of corpses. All its doors face north to the great screaming winds. The hall will be made of withering snakes that pour their venom into the river that flows through Hart. This will be the new underground, full of thieves, murderers, and when they die, the great dragon Nidhugg is there to feed upon their corpses. OOWK is referred to in the Poetic Edda, compiled in the 13th century, and the Norwegian rune poems in the Poetic of Skalds and in Scandinavian folklore. OOWK may be depicted on the Stapton stone, the Kirkby Stephen stone, and the Gosforth cross. Loki's origins and the role in Norse mythology, which some scholars have described as that of a trickster god, have been much debated by scholars. OOWK has been depicted in or is referred in a variety of media in modern popular culture. In the Poetic Edda, it says, Viggrith is the field where the fight shall meet, Surt and the gracious gods. 100 miles each way does it measure, and so are its boundaries set. In the Prose Edda, Fenrir will eat Odin, but immediately after Odin's son Vidar will come forward to set his foot on the wolf's lower jaw and grasp its upper jaw, ripping its mouth apart, killing it. Loki and Heimdall will kill one another, and after his death, Surtur will spray fire over the earth and burn the entire world. In Norse mythology, Surtur is a Jotun, which when translated means enormous and consuming. Surtur is attested in the Poetic Edda, compiled in the 13th century from earlier traditional sources such as the Prose Edda, written in the 13th century. In both sources, Surtur is foretold as being a major figure during the events of Ragnarok, carrying his bright sword. He will go to battle against Aesir and the major god Fenrir. Afterward, the flames that he brings forth will engulf the earth. In the Poetic Edda, Surtur is mentioned twice in the poem Völuspur, where a Volva divulges information to god Odin. The Volva says that during Ragnarok, Surtur will come from the south with flames, carrying a very bright sword. This appears to owe something to the biblical story of the angels with the flaming swords, who expelled Adam and Eve from paradise, and who stands guard over the Garden of Eden. Scholar John Lydno states that the name Surtur may simply infer Surtur's charred appearance. How did an African tribe come to possess advanced astronomical knowledge about the Sirius star system? Throughout history, many civilizations were fascinated with Sirius, the dog star. You can see this in many Egyptian carvings, the dog man. I think this was to represent Sirius. This bright celestial object occupies an elevated status in various mythologies, but none paint a more intriguing picture than the Dogon tribe of West Africa. The rich culture of the Dogon people spans back more than 5,000 years, and one of their ancient legends tells the story of a race of otherworldly beings called the Nomon. According to legend, these advanced individuals visited the earth eons ago, descending from the sky in a vessel accompanied by fire and thunder. Friendly in nature, they shared some of their wisdom with the ancestors of the Dogon. At this point, we should mention that the Dogon possessed no astronomical instruments with which to study the night sky, but despite this inconvenience, their legends mention that the Nommo came from a planet that orbits one of the two stars in the Sirius star system. It would have been impossible for them to reach this conclusion just by studying the star with their naked eye. In fact, astronomers only discovered Sirius, smaller companion star, a good 250 years after the telescope was invented. Every 50 years the Dogon celebrate the passing of a Sirius cycle, a tradition they keep in honour of the Nomon. This is exactly the time it takes for the Sirius B to complete an orbit around its larger, more well-known companion. Is this a coincidence? The fact that a primitive African tribe possessed advanced knowledge about the universe is a mystery, but one that can easily be explained if we viewed their legends as mirrors of real events. So what did the Dogon say about the Nommo? Their home planet orbits Sirius B. They landed in a large spaceship the Dogon called Pelu Tolo, or Star of the 10th Moon. This event is one of great importance for the Dogon. The Nomon ship was spiralling towards Earth. A new star appeared in the night sky, possibly a mothership from Sirius. The tribe described this star as having a swirling cycle of reddish rays around it, and also say that it was stationary relative to other stars in the night sky. The Dogon revered the Nomon as civilizing gods. They are commonly referred to as the Masters of the Waters, the Watchers, or the Saviours. When shown photos of the most encountered alien species, Dogon shamans identified them with the Nordic alien type, claiming that their tribe had met blue-eyed white humanoids long before meeting white men. As unbelievable as the story sounds, it is paralleled by many others worldwide, and they all share one common aspect: advanced alien beings visiting our planet, offering their aid and knowledge to being revered as gods. It would appear that these visitations occurred over 5,000 years ago, possibly following a great flood or another catastrophe. The white-skinned gods apparently visited the entire planet, as legends ranging from Australia to the Americas describe similar beings teaching mankind their ways. Now I know it is a bit hard to get your head round the hollow earth theory. Maybe it's not hollow, maybe it's just caverns or an ancient underground tunnel system. I mean, if you look at the ley lines, you see that they're straight, and we know nothing's straight in nature. So maybe this is an underground tunnel system from thousands of years ago, what the Anunnaki used to use. What makes me think this is like the stories of the Incas. So in the Inca origin story, the sun god Inti ordered Manco and Mama to emerge from the depths of Lake Titicaca and found the city of Cuzco. They travelled by means of underground caves until reaching Cuzco, where they established the first dynasty of the Kingdom of Cuzco. So it doesn't say where they travelled from, it just says they travelled by means of underground caves until reaching Cuzco. So this could have been from anywhere, this could have been from Egypt. If you look at the Derinkuyu underground city, it's a multi-level underground city in Turkey, extending to depths of approximately 60 metres. It is large enough to have sheltered as many as 20,000 people, together with livestock and food stores. It is the largest excavated underground city in Turkey and is one of several underground complexes found across Cappadocia. So why did they have these underground cities? You know, it doesn't make sense. It's like these underground bases today that they have, the deep underground bases. I mean, is this where the cloning technology goes on, or is this where the elite live, if you get me meaning? And I'm sorry if my voice sounds bad today. I've woke up feeling like I've swallowed razor blades, so please bear with me. I'm a bit croaky. And this leads me on to the legend of Gartha, the hidden sacred centre of the earth, which was developed by the French occultist writings from the late 19th century onward. The Indian Brahman story of Asgartha, a prehistoric solar capital which was the seat of the chief priests of all Brahmins, and the manifestation of God on earth, later taken by the invading Aryans. The city was finally destroyed by the Norsemen around 5000 BC. This mythology was greatly elaborated by the French occultists, who described the secret city of Agartha as an underground theocracy in the Himalayas that guided the course of world history. Originally on the surface of Earth, Agartha was transferred underground and concealed from the rest of humanity at the beginning of the Kali Yuga, dated around 3200 BC. Here is a technologically and spiritually superior society of millions is ruled by a supreme ruler. Once the surface world has reached a significantly advanced level of enlightenment, Agartha will reveal itself in all its glory and complete mankind in a global transformation. After the First World War, a Polish adventurer, traveller and writer represented a further version of the myth of Agartha in an account of his journey through Siberia and Mongolia. After the Russian Revolution, local Buddhist beliefs, which referred to the subterranean kingdom of Agati, where the king of the world resided. This utopian realm was created with supernatural powers that could be unleashed to destroy an evil mankind and transform the surface of the entire planet. Apocalyptic prophecies suggested that the king of the world would manifest when the time has come for him to lead all the good people of the world against the bad. In the year 2029, the people of Agati would swarm from their subterranean caverns onto the surface of the earth. These ideas of a secret theocracy in the East were supplemented by spiritual power of thrill in the Nazi mysteries. In his novel The Coming Race, Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton had attributed this power to the subterranean race of men, the Vrilya, physically far in advance of the human. One ancient city in Ethiopia, which dates back to the 10th century, became a state of fascination for archaeologists, even though researchers did not have the ability to conclude that a race of giants lived there, as the locals believed. They nevertheless have determined that the region was at one time a centre of a thriving civilization. The legends of the giants are prevalent. The most popular giant comes from the Old Testament Goliath. In the Greek mythology, giants are known as gigantes, and in Indian mythology as daityas. Are these only a product of the wild imagination of our ancestors, or is at the heart of every legend a grain of truth, like they say there is? This question for ages appeared once and again in eastern Ethiopia, where giants once lived, according to the locals. For years, the locals were discovering Chinese coins as well as old pottery. Additionally, they have found huge building stones which were not capable of being moved by humans without the use of modern machinery. This also leads to the belief that just giants had the potential to move them. For about 2 years, one team of British archaeologists that was led by Timothy Insall, who is a professor at the University of Exeter in the UK, were searching the site for artefacts. But were they actually motivated by a hypothesis of giants, as well as a possible revolution in the archaeological knowledge? We still do not know, but the artefacts which were found by the local people were actually enough to attract the researchers. Professor Timothy Insall said, "The locals were extremely keen for us to solve the mysteries. The farmers were finding some strange objects, which include Chinese coins, while working on their land, and a legend stated that the area was home to giants. Unluckily, to the sad realisation of the people, there was no proof of giants found by the team of archaeologists, Professor Insel added. Obviously we have discovered that, but I am still not sure that they fully believe us yet. Some of them said that the bodies which we discovered were of the children of giants. However, the expedition did not end without some interesting discoveries. The team of professors found a 12th century mosque, as well as evidence of Islamic burials and headstones. Also, they have found jewellery, pottery from as far as China and the Maldives, as well as some coins from 13th century Egypt. Such findings actually indicate an important ancient trading city which is connected with the Gulf and Egypt, as well as India and Middle Eastern cities throughout Africa. As the BBC reported, Professor Insel said, "This is a discovery which revolutionises our understanding of trade in the neglected part of Ethiopia. What we actually found shows that this area was simply the centre of trade in that area. So does this prove that the Anunnaki all traded together? This proves that all them civilizations were in an alliance, if you like, against the Hebairu. Even though it looks like they have yet to prove the existence of giants, there is still the question of whether the researchers have dug enough. A lot of cultures, as well as their legends, that were separated by vast oceans, similarly indicated that there were giants once living on Earth, and the different megalithic monuments also suggest their existence in the past. What is the truth and what is going to be revealed in the future that comes? The finding of some rich cosmopolitan city in Hala is for sure quite a find, and proves that the Anunnaki civilizations traded together and was allied.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo. This is the world as it exists today.
The Baltic Sea anomaly that was found in 2011. Well, there's been an update, and apparently when the search team tried to get anywhere near the thing, it turns off all their electric equipment. Today referred to as the Baltic Sea anomaly, since 2011 no one has been able to identify the object, and it causes electronic equipment in its vicinity to malfunction. It turns out there is a mysterious sunken object located at the bottom of the ocean, which ever since its discovery has baffled both experts and marine explorers. The object, which bears resemblance to the legendary spaceship from Star Wars, the Millennium Falcon, is called the Baltic Sea Anomaly. It was found by underwater explorer research group called OOWK Team in 2011 at the depth of 91 metres. The team, led by Captain Peter Lindberg and co-researcher Dennis Asperg, noticed that the mysterious object and what appeared to be drag marks behind it using side-scan sonar equipment. However, everything was fine until the crew, which found the object, reported electronic malfunctions while in the vicinity of the sunken ship. Professional diver Stefan Hogeborn, part of the OOWK team, said, "Anything electric out there, and the satellite phone as well, stopped working when we were above the object, and then we got away about 200 metres, it all turned on again, and when we got back over the object it didn't work. The mysterious sunken UFO is 61 metres wide and measures approximately 8 metres in height. The mysterious round-shaped object has led people around the world to speculate what it might be ever since its discovery. Theories ranging from the giant mushroom to sunken Russian ship to an alien spacecraft have been proposed by millions of people around the world. The mystery surrounding the object at the bottom of the Baltic Sea deepened when geologist Steve Weiner said that according to his test, the object was not a geological formation, suggesting that the structure was in fact made from metals which nature could not reproduce itself. I also come across another story about the Pentagon discovering an Anunnaki subway base in Romania. Now, we all know that Romania's history is being covered up. I did a video on that a few years ago. It was an interview from Coast to Coast Radio, and it was with a Romanian gentleman talking about how the Romans used to look up to the Romanians, and they used to give them a different name to the rest of the people. Also, he was saying that the history was being covered up for some reason, and there was a lot of digs and a lot of ancient monuments being found that have never been exposed to the public. It just tells you about an underground base in the OOWK mountains in Romania, where they say they found an Anunnaki base, but it's they can't get to it because it's a dome covered in electromagnetic field. It just reminded me of that, of the ship, of the Baltic Sea anomaly. It was discovered in 2002, and it was just an orifice in an area of the OOWK mountains. It was a mysterious cavity that penetrated into the interior of a rocky complex, and images from the satellite collected from scanning the OOWK mountain. It has two enormous walls of electromagnetic energy, and that concludes that it's an Anunnaki military base or something similar. Now, it does sound like crazy, that, I know, I understand, but there was a report on Romanian TV that went out. I'll put a link below, it's on the website, but they're doing interviews with the public and scientists about it, so go and check that out, because I didn't believe this story at first. I was just gonna pass over it, but then when I seen the interview by the Romanian TV, it started making me think, well, it might be, you never know, do you?
company is essentially a cybernetic collective of people and machines. That's what a company is. And then there's different levels of complexity in the way these companies are formed. And then there's this sort of like a collective AI in the Google search, where we're all sort of plugged in as like nodes on the network, like leaves on a big tree. And we're all feeding this network with our questions and answers. We're all collectively programming the AI, and Google plus all the humans that connect to it are one giant cybernetic collective. This is also true of Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all these social networks. They're giant cybernetic collectives.
Humans and electronics all interfacing, and constantly connected.
Yes. Constantly.
Boreas is the name of the Greek god of the north wind in Greek mythology, so the term Hyperborea is the land located far beyond in north. The Hyperboreans are mentioned in the Greek myths before the time of Homer. Herodotus mentions them as being part of the legendary Theban epic of the Egyptian myth, but in some way connected with the cult of Apollo, the sun god, whose homeland is said to be beyond the north wind, possibly in the region of the Arctic Circle. The Hyperboreans, according to the same source, were alleged to live for 1,000 years, but they had a tradition that any who tired of such a long life could end it in a ritual suicide ceremony, whereby the person involved was decked with floral garlands and allowed to jump off a high pinnacle into the sea. Other legends think of Hyperborea as a legend of the West, identifying it with the Garden of Hesperides, whose tree bore golden fruits, the Elysian fields, or even the Happy Isles. The general idea was that this was an island of paradise lying somewhere between the Azores and Iceland, which, like Atlantis, sank beneath the waves after some great catastrophe. Some scholars directly connect the two and claim that Hyperborea was in fact the last continent of Atlantis. Jerry Foster thinks that Hyperborea and Thule could refer to the same place, and depending on how far back in time the legends can be traced, it may be inferred that there was a warm, temperate and habitable land in the North Pole before the last polar shift. He even says that the legendary land could well be the British Isles, merged with the European landmass at that time, which are far northwest of both Egypt and Greece. Alternatively, Foster suggests that the Thule could be Iceland and Ultima Thule could be Greenland, because according to Pytheas, a famous Greek navigator of the 4th century BCE, Thule was a 6-day voyage north of Britain, though whether by sail or oar power isn't stated. There is also a possibility that both were united into the Hyperborean continent. There are many reports of underground bases reported all over the world. This is an alleged KGB map of alien bases on Earth. There is an entrance to the tunnels in New York City, in the vicinity of Midtown Manhattan, that can be reached through an abandoned elevator shaft that only very few know about. The Nahanni Valley, Canada. This covers 250 square miles in the southern end of the Mackenzie Mountains of Canada. It lies almost 550 miles due west of Fort Simpson, on the Mackenzie River of northwest Canada. This valley is inhabited only by animals, as people entering the valley are usually found headless. The Indian tribes of the area avoid this valley, often referred to as the Valley of Headless Men. The Leobai cave entrance. This was sealed off by Catholic priests who believed that it to be the entrance to hell. The village of Leoba, or to translate, the Cavern of Death, was located in the province of Zapteke, somewhere near the ancient village of Mictlan, or the village of the underworld. The Arizona tunnels and caves. Hopi legends say that their ancestors once lived underground with a friendly race of ant people, but some of their kind turned to sorcery and made an alliance with lizard or serpent men, known as Two Hearts, which dwell in still deeper caverns below. The flood of evil and violence forced the peaceful Hopi to the surface. An explorer named G.E. Kincaid claimed to have found one of the ancient caves in which were reportedly discovered Oriental Egyptian and Central American type artifacts. Smithsonian archaeologist S.A. Jordan and associates also explored the man-made cavern with hundreds of rooms, enough to hold 50,000 people. The underground city is about 42 miles upriver from El Torvar Crystal Canyon and the Crystal Creek, and about 2,000 feet above the riverbed on the east wall. South America. Carl Brugger, in his book The Chronicles of Akkar, gives the history as given to the author by one of the chiefs of the Uighur Mongoloid tribes, whose ancestors were allegedly part of a vast empire which covered South America in ancient times. Some of these ancient people, the chief claimed, left the planet in aerial vessels to explore other planets of the solar system and beyond, leaving behind vast subterranean cities beneath the Andes Mountains and western Brazil. In 1971, due to the constant encroachment of settlers or invaders into their territories, 30,000 survivors of the Uighur Mongoloid tribe allegedly escaped to this ancient system of underground cities consisting of 13 separate subterranean complexes, all connected by tunnels, one of which is said to extend to Lima, and others of which are located throughout the Andes mountain range of Peru. There is an ancient legend among the Hindus of India that tells of a civilization of immense beauty beneath Central Asia. Several underground cities are said to be located north of the Himalayan mountains, possibly in Afghanistan or under the Hindu Kush. This subterranean Shangri-La inhabited by a race of golden people who seldom communicate with the surface world. From time to time they travel into our land through tunnels that stretch in many directions. Entrances to these tunnels are believed to be hidden in several of the ancient cities of the Orient. Tunnel entrances are said to be in Ellora and the Ajanta caverns in the Chandor mountain range of India. Deva means heavenly, divine, or anything of excellence, and is one of the terms for a deity in Hinduism. In the earliest Vedic literature, all supernatural beings are called devas and asuras. The concept and legends evolve in ancient Indian literature, and by the late Vedic period, benevolent supernatural beings are referred to as devas asuras. In post-Vedic text, the devas represent the good and the asuras the bad. The leader of the devas is Shiva. Devas and asuras in the Vedic lore are similar to the Olympian gods and titans of Greek mythology. Both are powerful but have different orientations, with the devas representing the power of light and the asuras representing the power of darkness in the Hindu mythology. The oldest texts mention devas and their struggle with the Azuras. For example, in Book 4 states that Indra was weaker than the Azuras when he did not know his own soul, self. Once Indra had self-knowledge, he became independent, sovereign, and victorious over the Azuras. The man who knows his inner self gains independence, sovereignty, and is unaffected by all evil. The 16th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita states that pure godlike saints are rare, and pure demon-like evil are rare among human beings. And the bulk of humanity is multi-charactered, with a few or many faults. The Gita states that desire, aversion, greed, needs, emotions in various forms are facts of ordinary lives, and it is only when they turn to lust, hate, cravings, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, hypocrisy, violence, cruelty, and such negativity and destruction inclined that natural human inclinations metamorphose into something demonic, meaning the Azura. Everyone starts as an Azura in Hindu mythology. Born with the same father, Azuras who remain Azura share the character of powerful beings, obsessed with their cravings for more power, more wealth, ego, anger, unprincipled nature, force and violence. The Azuras who became Devas, in contrast, are driven by an inner voice, seek understanding and meaning, prefer moderation, principled behaviour, morals, knowledge and harmony. Azuras are sometimes considered nature spirits. They battle constantly with the Devas. Azuras are described in Indian texts as powerful superhuman demigods with good or bad qualities. The Azuras are evil spirits, demons and opponents of the gods. Azuras control the chaos, creating evil. In Hindu and Persian, or collective Aryan mythology, about the battle between good and evil. Some scholars suggest that the word Azura may be related to the Proto-Norse history. The Azir-Azura correspondence is the relation between Azura of Vedic Sanskrit to Azir of Old Norse word. Azir, of which the meaning is Lord, powerful, spirit, God. The correspondence extends beyond Azur and extends to a host of parallels such as Imra, Indra, Sampas, Stamba, and many other elements of respective mythologies. I think in Indian mythology, Deva is meant to be the Pleiadians, and the Azura are the Anunnaki, as pointed out by one of my subscribers, so thanks for that. I always read your comments, and I love when people put me on to new things, so thanks a lot for that. You help me out a lot. So to me, this is obviously the story of the Pleiadians versus the Anunnaki from ancient history. Today we're going to talk about what I think the Pleiadians' religion was. I think the Paulicans and the Pleiadians have a very close connection, and I'm going to show you in this video how they connect all the way up to the Protestant Reformation. The Paulicans were a Christian sect that flourished between 650 and 872 in Armenia. According to medieval Byzantine sources, the group's name was derived from a 3rd century bishop of Antioch. The sources show that most Paulican leaders were Armenians. The founder of the sect is said to have been an Armenian by the name of Constantine. He studied the Gospels and combined dualistic and Christian doctrines, vigorously opposed the formation of the church. Regarding himself as having been called to restore the pure Christian, he adopted the name Silvanus, and about 660 he founded his first congregation in Armenia. 27 years later, he was arrested by the imperial authorities tried for heresy and stoned to death. Constantine's successor was burned to death in 1690. The adherents of this sect fled, with Paul at their head. He died in 715, leaving 2 sons. His successor's death in 745 was the occasion of a division in the sect, Zacharias and Joseph being the leaders of the 2 parties. The latter had the larger following and was succeeded by the Baines in 775. The sect grew in spite of persecution. The Paulicians were now divided into Bainites and the Sergites. At the same time, the Sergites fought against their rivals and nearly executed them. Baines was supplanted by Sergius in 801. The control of the sect was divided between several leaders. The Empress Theodora, as regent to her son Michael III, instituted the persecution against the Paulicians throughout Asia Minor, in which 100,000 Paulicians in Byzantine, Armenia, are said to have lost their lives, and all of their property and lands were confiscated by the empire. In 871, the Emperor Basil I ended the power of the state of the Paulicians, and the survivors fled to the east of the Byzantine Arab border. In 970, 200,000 Paulicians were transferred by the emperor from Armenia to Thrace as a reward for their promise to keep back the Scythians. The emperor granted them religious freedom. This was the beginning of the revival of the sect. Several thousand went into the army. When the Crusaders took Constantinople in the Fourth Crusade, 1204, they found some Paulicians, whom the historian Godfried calls Popelicans. According to the historian Jordan Ivanov, some of the Paulicians were converted to Orthodoxy and Islam, and the rest to the Catholic faith during the 16th and 17th century. At the end of the 17th century, the Paulicians people still living around Nikopol, Bulgaria, and persecuted by the Ottoman Empire after the uprising in 1688, and a good part of them fled across the Danube and settled in the Banat region. There are still over 10,000 Banat Bulgarians in Romania today, with a few in Arad. However, they no longer practice their religion since they converted to Roman Catholicism. Their folklore is specific about Bulgaria's liberation from Ottoman rule in 1878. A number of Banat Bulgarians resettled in the northern part of Bulgaria and still reside there today. In Russia, after the war of 1828-29, Paulician communities could still be found in the part of Armenia occupied by the Russians. Documents of their professions of faith. Conybeare based his depiction of the Paulicians as simple, godly folk who had kept an earlier form of Christianity. The Paulicians accepted many parts of Christianity. They believed that Christ came down from heaven to emancipate humans from the body and from the world. The reverence from the cross they look upon as heathenish. Their places of worship they called places of prayer. They also practiced marriage. People regard the Paulicians as the forerunners of the Cathars. The Paulicians were branded as Jews, Mohammedans, Arians, Manichaeans. It is likely that their opponents called them these terms of abuse. They call themselves Christians or true believers. Some people accuse the Cathars of Arianism. Some scholars see Cathar Christology as having traces of earlier Aryan roots. According to some of their contemporary enemies, did not accept the normal understanding of Jesus, but considered him the human form of an angel. Some people compare the Cathars to Western Buddhists, because their view of the doctrine of resurrection taught by Jesus was in fact similar to the Buddhist doctrine of reincarnation. The Cathars taught that to regain angelic status, one had to renounce the material self completely, until one was prepared to do so he or she would be stuck in a cycle of reincarnation, condemned to live on a corrupt earth. Killing was also abhorrent to the Cathars. They sustained from all animal food, sometimes eating fish. They avoided anything considered to be a byproduct of sexual reproduction. War and capital punishment were also condemned. In a world where few could read, their rejection of oath-taking marked them as social outcasts. Catharism has been seen as giving women the greatest opportunities for independent action, since women were found to be believers as well as perfecti. Cathars believed that one could be repeatedly reincarnated until one commits to the self-denial of the material world. A man could be reincarnated as a woman and vice versa, thereby rendering gender meaningless. The spirit was the utmost importance to the Cathars, immaterial and sexless. Because of this belief, the Cathars saw women as equally capable of being spiritual leaders, which undermined the very concept of gender as held by the Catholic Church. Women accused of being heretics in early medieval Christianity included those labelled Gnostics, Cathars, as well as several other groups that were sometimes tortured and executed. Cathars, like Gnostics, who preceded them, assigned more importance to the role of Mary Magdalene in the spread of early Christianity than the Church previously did. Her vital role as a teacher contributed to the Cathar belief that women could serve as spiritual leaders. Women were found to be included in the perfecti in significant numbers. The Cathars saw Mary Magdalene as perhaps even more important than St. Peter, the founder of the Church. The Cathar movement proved successful in gaining female followers because of its proto-feminist teaching, along with the general feeling of exclusion from the Catholic Church. Catharicism attracted numerous women with the promise of a leadership role that the Catholic Church did not allow. They let women become a prefect of the faith, a position of far more prestige than anything the Catholic Church offered. The publication of the early scholarship book Crusade Against the Grail by the young German Otto Rahn rekindled interest in the connection between the Cathars and the Holy Grail, especially in Germany. The philosopher and Nazi government official Alfred Rosenberg speaks favourably of the Cathars in the myth of the 20th century. Starting in the 1990s and continuing to the present day, historians like R.I. Moore have radically challenged the extent of which Catharicism as an institutionalised religion actually existed, building on the works of French historians such as Monique Zenner and Uri Brüm. Moore's The War on Heresy argues that Catharicism was contrived from the resources of the well-stocked imaginations. In short, Moore claims the men and women persecuted as Cathars were not the followers of a secret religion imported from the East. Instead, they were part of a broader spiritual revival taking place in the later 12th and early 13th century. There is widespread belief that the Knights Templar and the Cathars had similar worldview. What is undeniable is that they shared the fate of being denounced as heretics and violently attacked by secular authorities of France. They were subject to arrest, interrogation and torture by the Inquisition, and in some cases executed by burning at the stake. Some have claimed, because of some shared Gnostic heritage, the Order of the Temple offered shelter to fugitive Cathars during the papal persecution of the sect, which commenced a century before the Templars themselves faced destruction. The Templars in the meantime are supposed to have embraced many Cathar doctrines. The two heretical groups are supposed to have been united additionally by reverence of a particular female saint, Mary Magdalene, and by having some special insight concerning her relationship with Jesus. The Templars were founded to defend pilgrims in territory taken by the First Crusade, and were based on Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Their primary backer, a Sistine abbot, secured their recognition as an arm of the Church at the Council of Troyes. He also saw that these warriors, living celibrately and without personal property, the Templars grew quickly. Another religious movement, known to history as the Cathar heresy, was taking root in southern France at this time. The Cathars were similar to the Templars in their scorn of worldly things and their obsession with chastity. Pope Innocent III ordered the persecution of the Cathars. The ingrained corruption of heresy does not cease to breed monstrous offspring. Let us enforce correction on these vile breed of people. This campaign became known as the Albigensian Crusade, after the town of Albi, one of those hotbeds of Catholicism. It must have been difficult, as this turned out to be total war. A rash sortie of the defenders left the gate of the city undefended, and the rabble of the northern army was able to surge through and hold it open. As the streets filled with blood, many of the people fled to a church in the upper town, which was dedicated to Mary Magdalene. The Crusaders trapped them there and slaughtered them. In one morning, the town was wiped out. Altogether, some 20,000 people, regardless of age and sex. Arnold Armoury marked Mary Magdalene's Day with the first mass burning of living Cathars. There may have been genuine fears that as the Templars had operated at the same time as the rise of Catholicism, that they had imbibed some of their philosophy, or that the Templars were influenced by ancient Christian beliefs in the East that were very similar to those held by French heretics. Worse, there may have been an underlying fear that the Templar military might could be used to carve out a Cathar sympathetic state in southern France. As the Crusades in the Holy Land crumbled, where might the Templar energy and know-how? But their ideas persisted. Many agreed with their view that the Church should return to traditions of poverty and piety. Their questioning of the Catholic view that the bread in the Mass literally becomes the body of Christ continued to be discussed in low whispers before erupting to the surface centuries later in the Protestant Reformation. Many of France's elite had family connecting to the Cathars. It seemed that in spite of the success of Innocent's crusade, Catholicism still lurked in the dark corners of French society. As you can see, the Calvinism symbol, very similar to the Templar symbol, also the Cathar symbol, and the Church of England symbol. So this is, in my view, this is where it spread to. Very much.
visit other people with their habitation. We can keep track. If there's something very important to be developed from the moon, I'm not sure what it is right now. And I sure think we should identify what it is for America to make such gross expenditures again for human habitation on the moon. We can help. We can join with. Together, we can explore the moon and develop the moon. We should go boldly where man has not gone before. Fly by the comets, visit asteroids, visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
St. Patrick's Day is celebrated by millions of people all across the globe. The absence of snakes on Ireland gave rise to the stories of St. Patrick driving them into the sea. However, all evidence suggests that post-glacial Ireland never had snakes. At no time has there ever been any suggestion of snakes in Ireland. So there was nothing for Patrick to banish. People think the snakes were rather a metaphor for the Druids, who Patrick is said to have driven out of Ireland when he established Christianity there. But in my view, not only was the Emerald Island of Ireland overtaken by Nagas or semi-human reptilians in Buddhist mythology. This is where the myths of the dragon come from. The draconian creatures, as well as shape-shifting individuals, have been around for a long time. They live among us as royals and underneath us in domes, located not only in California, Nevada, and particular out near Dulce, New Mexico. The network that extends throughout this world, as it did in ancient times. Of course, it's all hard to believe. Legend has it that these mythical beings overran Ireland, just as they had ancient India, Sri Lanka, and much of the ancient world. One part of this druid class were the bards, whose job it was to remember all of the history of the people, as well as record current events. Because the Irish Celts did not rely on written language, everything had to be memorised. Bards were poets and musicians, and used music and poetry to help them remember their history exactly. Because of this, bards were highly respected members of the Irish society. The Irish believed that history was very important. For if you didn't remember what happened in the past, you couldn't safely plan for the future. Bards, therefore, held the future of the people in safekeeping. Beowulf is the longest epic poem in Old English, the language spoken in Anglo-Saxon England before the Norman conquest. More than 3,000 lines long, Beowulf relates to the exploits of a hero and his successive battles with a monster named Grendel, with Grendel's revengeful mother and with a dragon which was guarding a hoard of treasure. Any of you that's seen the film Beowulf, where Angelina Jolie is portrayed as a half snake, half woman, he makes love to her and gives birth to a child. But this is so similar to the story of the Scythian people. Is this also telling the story of St. Patrick? So if my account of history is correct, and we didn't come here till 6,000 years ago, Europeans, then that means then that the Nagas would have been here before us, and they would have been living in caves, and these would have been the leftover Anunnaki. Also the stories of giants in Ireland, doesn't it all add up? We know the Anunnaki were giants, and the story of the Scythian people, yet their origin story talked of Hercules making love to a half snake, half reptilian woman. And then you have these stories of the snake-headed woman in Greek mythology, half snake, half woman. So it's not just the Nagas in India, they're all throughout European culture. Medieval people imagined that somewhere far away there really was mystical monsters. For example, geographers of Western Europe believed that in the east is a huge territory called the Great Tartar. It is probably there that the River of the Dead originates, and the inhabitants of this country once announced to the whole world about the coming of the end of the world. Where was this mystical land? The Great Tartary is a geographical term used mainly by Western European scholars from the 12th to 19th century. They place this state in various parts of Asia, from the Urals and Siberia to Mongolia and China. The borders of Tartary were moving from the Caspian Sea to the Pacific Ocean. Other scientists, on the contrary, associate this mysterious country with Turkestan or Mongolia. The origin of Tartary scientists connect with the contamination of two terms at once, ancient Greek Tartarus and the name of the people Tartars. It is believed that the words united in the minds of the inhabitants of Western Europe because of the similarity in sound. The fact is that from the caravans who transported goods from China along the Great Silk Road, the Europeans heard about this mysterious Tartars inhabiting the eastern lands. Since the Chinese, almost all people living in north of the Celestial Empire, including Mongols and Yakuts, that were called Tartars. In the west, a notion was formed that Tartary is a huge power that occupies almost all of Asia. In the 13th century, after the raids of the Mongolians, the attitudes towards the Tartars became negative. They began to be perceived as horrific warriors from the east, the hordes of which want to put an end to the existence of Christian civilization. In the religious texts, it was said that the Tartars are savages, ferocious like demons, sent by Satan himself. In addition, according to the ancient Greek mythology, Tartarus is in an abyss that is under the kingdom of Hades, the world of the dead. Because of the similarity of the Tartars with the name of the pagan hell in Western Europe, the opinion was formed that the Great Tartary is a land where different monsters, including the legendary Gog and Magog, live, and people there worship the Antichrist. Many scientists from Western Europe consider Great Tartary a huge empire stretching from the Urals to the Pacific Ocean. For example, an Italian diplomat in his work Universal Relation, dated 1595, wrote that this country used to be called Scythia, and it occupies half of Asia. However, not all scholars were inclined to give the Great Tartary such vast expanses. Some geographers had this country in Central Asia. Thus, the Encyclopaedia Britannica, Volume 3, 1773, indicates that the state of Tartar is south of Siberia, north of India and Persia, and west of China. This view was also shared by a Swedish researcher. In 1730, he published Geographical Description of the Great Tartary, places the state between Mongolia, Siberia and the Caspian Sea. A number of scientists directly associate Tartary with the birthplace of Genghis Khan, the Italian diplomat who visited Mongolia in 1246. Left a bizarre description of this country in his work The History of the Mongols, which we call the Tartars. He combined his travel experiences with medieval mystic legends. For example, the author mentioned firecrackers, people with dog heads and cow hooves, and as well as creatures whose legs do not have joints. Some researchers have mentioned in their works that in a huge empire it's so cold that ice is already shallow under the earth. It was from here, as the French traveller of Hungarian descent Franz Tott believed that the cradle of humanity, in his memoirs on Turks and Tartars, 1784, he wrote that the earliest people migrated from Tartarus to the south and west, populating China, Tibet, India, and later Europe. Many Catholic scholars regarded the border between Europe and Asia as a mythical frontier of good and evil. For example, the English explorer John Speed in 1626 presented to the scientific community the new chart of Tartary, compiled by him. In the publication there was an image of the typical resident of this country. He was wearing clothes worn under Ivan the Terrible. Tartarus was associated with the world of the dead, or a country ruled by evil forces. Although on the very first Russian maps you can find this state, which is explained by the influence of the Western European traditions. Thus Tartary got on the draft of Siberia, which was compiled in 1667. I have read a lot about this state, land, Grand Tartary, that existed for a very long period, and the final civil war between the Moscovian Tartary and Western European parts of it. Parts of it happened in 1775 and is known as Pugachevs. So we have a great amount of talk about Great Tartary. It is said it existed for thousands of years until it was destroyed and wiped out from the histories. Remember what Napoleon said, history is a lie, everybody agreed upon. Why would he say such a thing if he did not know it was a simple, nasty fact? So have Russians shared the same territory with Mongols? Yes, and the Mongols also were absorbed into the Russian culture, hence why today many people in Russia look Mongol, because that's part of their ancestry. So Tartary existed, but it was at the same time shared by the Russian Empire. More precisely, this empire just conquered over the lands of the Tartars. So was Tartary, was it under Russia? Like the hollow earth theory, was this mirrored on the other side of the earth? Or was this just underneath, like a cavern system? Or was it on the surface and just wiped from history? I think we can all agree that Christopher Columbus was a very clever, brave man. In 1492, he was entrusted with the lives of 87 men and 3 boats when he set off across the Atlantic Ocean in search of a fast route to East Asia and the South Pacific. He landed in a place that was unknown to him. There he found treasures, extraordinary trees, birds and gold. He was then entrusted to go back a second time, and this time he took 15,000 colonists on 17 ships. So this was a man of sane mind and someone very trusting and clever. But there was one thing Christopher Columbus was expecting to find, but didn't. Upon his return, in his official report, Christopher Columbus noted that he had discovered a great many islands inhabited by people without number. He praised the natural wonders of the islands. But he added, "I have not found any monstrous men in these lands, as many had thought." Why, one might ask, had he expected to find monsters? In my research, and that of other historians, revealed that Christopher Columbus' views were far from abnormal. For centuries, European intellectuals had imagined a world beyond their borders populated by monstrous races. One of the earliest accounts of these non-human beings was written by the Roman natural historian Pliny the Elder in 77 AD. He told his readers about dog-headed people and creatures with no mouth and no need to eat. Across medieval Europe, tales of marvellous inhuman creatures circulated in manuscripts. Though there were many skeptics, most Europeans believed that the distant lands would be populated by these monsters, and stories of monsters travelled far beyond the libraries of elite readers. Perhaps no one did more to spread the news of monsters than a 14th century English knight named John Mandeville, who, in his account of his travels to faraway islands, claims to have seen people with ears of an elephant. One group of creatures had flat faces with 2 holes, and another that had the head of a man and the body of a goat. Scholars debate whether Mandeville could have ventured far enough to see the places that he described, and whether he was a real person, but his book was copied time and time again, and likely translated into every known European language. Leonardo da Vinci had a copy, and so did Columbus. The old beliefs die hard. Even though Columbus didn't see any monsters, his report wasn't enough to dislodge the ideas of the creatures Europeans expected to find in parts of unknown places. In 1493, around the time Columbus' first report began to circulate, printers of the Nuremberg Chronicle, a massive volume of history, included images and descriptions of monsters, and soon after the explorer's return, an Italian poet offered a verse translation describing Columbus's journey, which its printer illustrated with monsters. Indeed, the belief that monsters had lived on Earth's edge remained for generations. In the 1590s, the English explorer Sir Walter Raleigh told readers about the American monsters he heard about in his travels to Guinea, some of which had their eyes in their shoulders. Even though Christopher Columbus didn't see any monsters on his journey, it was only a matter of a couple of years later, in 1521, during the Spanish and Aztec War.
Cuauhtemoc's last-ditch effort to push back the Spaniards was to elect a sacred Quetzal Owl warrior. Placed in a ceremonial costume covered with resplendent feathers and made to look massive by way of wooden frames, this warrior scared the Spaniards.
The Spanish campaign declared victorious on August 13, 1521, when a coalition army of Spanish forces and natives, led by Herman Cortés, captured the capital of the Aztec Empire.
Pushing through, this warrior is said to have captured 3 men at once and dragged them to Cuauhtemoc for immediate sacrifice. The Spaniards began to withdraw, and Mexica morale increased as the Quetzal Owl pushed further.
Do you really think this was a man? The description matches what we know the Anunnaki look like. So was they trying to recreate the Anunnaki warriors, or was this a real Anunnaki warrior? And where did he disappear to? Why couldn't they find the body?
But this final act of valor could not turn the tide of the siege. As reported by native sources, the warrior dropped from a terrace, never to be seen again.
The legends of Greece and Rome appear to have been based on genuine historical figures and actual events. These classical heroes are flesh and blood characters from our ancestral past. We will uncover the Indo-European origins of the mysterious Hyksos. A Pleiadian princess from mainland Greece is identified with one of Egypt's greatest queens. Agamemnon's Trojan War is set in its proper archaeological context. Homer's Iliad is finally given an epic historical setting. The Pleiadians were the ancestral people of all European peoples. They lived mostly in the North Aegean, and they preserved a common non-Greek language. The Greeks used the name to describe the original pre-Greek inhabitants of Greece and the Aegean area, with whom they sometimes included the Etruscans. See, the ancient Greeks were called Pleiadians, and I connect this with the Pleiadians of the star cluster, the Seven Sisters. So, in my eyes, that these were the ancient gods, these were the ancient astronauts, if you like, that was battling the Anunnaki, which were the Egyptians. In the Pleiadian creation myth, it talks about the goddess of all things. She spontaneously generates the serpent who mates with her. She lays the cosmic egg and bids the serpent to incubate it by coiling 7 times around it until it splits in two and hatches all things that exist. In the soil of Arcadia, the Pleiadians would spring up from the serpent's teeth, scattered under the heel of the goddess of all things, who kicked the serpent from their home on Mount Olympus. So is Mount Olympus somewhere that's not on this earth? Both being ancient civilizations, the Armenians and Greeks have coexisted for centuries. There are ancient notes by Greek historians suggesting of the roots of Armenians. The earliest reference to Armenia was made by a Greek historian in 525 BC. According to the hypothesis proposed by linguists during the 20th century, the Armenian and Greek languages share a common ancestor. This has led to the proposal of the Greco-Armenian language, postdating the Proto-Indo-European language. Herodotus suggests that the Armenians are descendants of the Phrygians. Plato had earlier noticed the similarities between the Greek and Pleiadian languages. Pleiadian, it just sounds like Pleiadians again. The Armenians' homeland, before their migration, was a valley in Thessaly, after which they are named. A chain of ancient references show a close relation between the two peoples. A team from the Institute of Science of Human History in Germany analysed the DNA of 93 Egyptian mummies dating from approximately 1400 BCE to 400 CE. The evidence for their study reveals a surprisingly close relation to ancient people of the Near East, such as Armenians. Ancient people believed that mankind evolved in Armenia, built a high civilization, but was destroyed by a great flood, after which the remnants spread to all directions. The Holy Bible places the Garden of Eden in Armenia, and the genesis of human races around the Mount Ararat, upon which landed Noah's Ark, but probably the greatest contribution of the Armenian Highlanders to mankind has been the creation of alphabetic writing. It was this revolutionary concept of script which was destined to become the foundation for which all ancient and modern alphabets evolved. Prominent scholars agree that the alphabet was invented by the historic Hyksos people during their domination of the Near East between the 18th and 16th centuries before Christ. But who were these enigmatic Hyksos? Around 1900 BC, a group of these Armenian tribesmen burst out of their homeland and carved out a powerful empire encompassing Syria, Palestine and Egypt. Known to the classical Greeks as Hyksos, they ruled over Egypt for 150 years, from 1730 BC until their expulsion by a resurgent Egypt in 1580 BC. The Hyksos introduced the horse and the spoked-wheel chariot, bronze and Iron Age weapons and hardware, scale armour and war helmet, the composite bow, a complete calendar, and the building of walled cities fortified by moats. They brought to Egypt improved methods of spinning and weaving, new musical instruments, the humpback bull, the olive and the pomegranate trees. As a ruling aristocracy, they supplanted feudalism over the democratic patriarchal system of the Semitic tribes and introduced the one universal sun god. The Hyksos founded Jerusalem, the holy city. The sub-Saharan African genetic influx seems to have only started after the Roman period, which coincides with the advent of monotheism, in particular Islam. Hence why modern Egyptians are more genetically shifted towards African people than the ancient Egyptians. The most typical skeletons of the white race have been found in the Caucasus, after which this race is called Caucasian. This indicates that the Armenian and Georgian mountains of the Caucasus were the birthland of the white race. The first group of Indo-European migrants arrived in the Levant at the beginning of the Middle Bronze Age. Their distinctive houses, graves and personal ornaments indicating an origin in Anatolia. These elite settlers, although a minority, took over the rule of the early Bronze Age cities, especially the coastal ports, and grew wealthy through maritime trade. Eventually their descendants occupied Egypt as the Hyksos, ruling over the local Canaanite population, which arrived at the Avaris in the century following the departure of the Proto-Israelites from that city towards the end of the 13th dynasty. According to Josephus, the Bible Hebrews were in reality the Hyksos, which, as translated by modern Egyptologists, mean foreign kings. Something to note here is the English alphabet is the most similar graphically to the ancient Hebrew alphabet out of all alphabets today, including Jewish square script Hebrew, mainly because the 10 lost tribes of Israel settled in Western nations via Europe after their exile in Assyria. The Hyksos were subdued and were indeed driven out of other parts of Egypt, but were shut up in a place that contained 10,000 acres. This place was named Avaris, which the shepherds built a wall around all this place, which was a large and strong wall, and this in order to keep all their possessions and their prey within the place of strength. But for Moses made an attempt to take them by force and by siege, with 480,000 men to lie row-tongue about them. But upon his despair of taking the place of siege, they came to a composition with them, that they should leave Egypt and go without any harm to be done to them. So basically the Hyksos surrendered. They was obviously surrounded by this large army. They surrendered and they come to an agreement that they'd let them go free. That's what this is describing. And obviously the town with the large wall, this is Jerusalem. Apophis, Hyksos king of ancient Egypt, who initially controlled much of Egypt, but was driven back northward to the vicinity of his capital in the Nile River Delta by the successive attacks by the Theban pharaohs. This means that Apophis became king of Egypt in virtually the same year as the Pharaoh eruption in the Aegean, which is dated 1628 BC. We're going to talk more about this Pharaoh eruption. I think this is when the nuclear war happened, at the time of this Pharaoh eruption. From this dating, the Hyksos were far from being the ancestors of the biblical Jews. They are way too early, having ruled over 200 years before Abram. Archaeology has revealed that the Hyksos invaded Egypt from Palestine and were composed of various foreign peoples who were not related to the Egyptians, Babylonians or Assyrians. Greek mythology offers the best explanation for the identity of the Hyksos in that they were Greeks and people who dwelled on the Black Sea coast who migrated to Egypt at the time of the abduction of Lau by Zeus, which occurred in about 1675 BC. The Epiru, who are mentioned in Egyptian inscriptions, were characterized as bandits who rode on horses and drove chariots. The historical evidence for a Greek empire, which covered the Mediterranean, lies in the account of the Empire of Atlantis that was given to Solon by the Egyptian priest of Neith shortly before his death in 559 BC, and the account of the abduction of Lau and her marriage to the king of Egypt. This story of Atlantis, later referred to by Plato, quoting Socrates, is as follows. 9,000 years before Solon, the Atlanteans, so called after their first king Atlas, ruled over all of Europe as far as the Pillars of Hercules, including all of Asia Minor, Palestine and Africa, except for Egypt, from their island in the Aegean Sea, known to them as Atlantic. So this describes the Anunnaki, that they controlled the whole of Europe and all of the world really. The Atlanteans were expelled from all of Europe by the Athenians and forced to flee to Egypt. The Athenians' victory did not last long, since shortly afterwards the greatest volcanic eruption in the last 15,000 years destroyed their home, the island of Thera in the Pleiades, and almost wiped out the Proto-Greek civilization in 1628 BC. Egypt then recovered its kingdom. The eruption, I think, was the nuclear war that happened. Putting the dates together, we have a date of between 1695 to 1675 BC for the expulsion of the Atlanteans from Europe, which corresponds to the start of the reign of the Hyksos. The term Atlanteans come from Atlas, their first king. When Solon wrote the account down, he re-Hellenized the name Hyksos to Atlas, as Plato explains in his text. The Atlantean rule over Egypt came to an end in about 1550 BC, give or take 60 years, which corresponds to the reign over Amos, who ruled jointly over Egypt from 1551 BC. This account is also backed up by the Greek king list, which placed the first man at this time Amadin the father of Car and Lydus, during whose time there was an 18-year-long famine referred to by Herodotus in the first book of his histories. This famine would have been caused by the so-called nuclear winter resulting from the Thera eruption. Prior to this event, all Greek records were assumed to be destroyed. The Hyksos invasion indicates that the inhabitants of Palestine during this period were Europeans, as does the story of Noah, whose flood occurred at the same time as the Thera eruption. According to the biblical account, the son of Noah was an ancestor of all the Greeks and the Thracians. Noah's son Ham was the ancestors of all the Hittites, and Noah's son Shem was the ancestors of all the Lydians, all of whom are European peoples. This European origin has been demonstrated by modern analysts of Y chromosome DNA, which shows that the M172 DNA lineage, which originated in Anatolia, was also the dominant lineage of Minoan Greece, Phoenicia, and after that, the M35 lineage, which originated in Egypt. The DNA lineage of the modern Jew is predominantly M89, the same as that of the Arabs. So let's now consider another candidate for who the Jews were. The goddess Isis appeared in his sleep and blamed him that her temple had been demolished in the war, but the sacred scribe said to him that if he would purge Egypt of the men who had pollutions upon them, he should be no longer troubled with such frightful apparitions. He accordingly chose out 250,000 that were thus diseased and cast them out. Moses, wishing to secure the future of his authority over the nation, gave them a noble form of worship, opposed to all that is practiced by other men. In their holy place they have consecrated an image of the animal by whose guidance they found deliverance from their long and thirsty wanderings. But this text by Tacitus, if you read it halfway through, it describes they abstained from swine's flesh in consideration of what they suffered when they were infected by leprosy, to which this animal is liable. So this is why they still don't eat pork, because it reminds them of when they was cast out of Egypt. According to the Bible, when David captured the city of Jerusalem, he expelled all the lepers from it, and all the people who were deformed or diseased. This tallies with the account of Manetho, who says that Avaris was set up by the Egyptians as a leper colony, just prior to the Exodus. Even at the time of Christ, the Bible says Jerusalem was full of lepers and the sick. The whole story about the people being sick and leprous most probably originated as an allegory for the destruction of the people of Avaris being unclean and unlawful, meaning that they were criminals. In the Middle Ages, the people most likely to become lepers were prisoners kept in dungeons. Since the Epirus are described as bandits in Egyptian records, this explains the origin of the Bible story about the Egyptians giving their gold to the so-called Hebrews on the day of the Exodus. In reality, the Epirus stole it. Manetho's account clearly distinguishes the current occupants of Avaris, i.e. the lepers, from the previous occupants, the Hyksos, as separate peoples. The Manetho stele also distinguishes the people of Israel as the Epirus as different peoples, whereas the Bible says that the Hebrews and Israelites were the same people. So was that changed to encompass all these people? Why did they change the story? Our DNA seems to have been manipulated in the past by beings that passed themselves off as gods. In Sumer, the alien race of gods were known as the Anunnaki. In Greece, the Anecdota In the Celtic lore, the Tufara di Dana. In the Semitic scriptures, the Torah, the Talmud, the Old Testament, and other apocryphal texts like the Book of Enoch, they are called the Nephilim, the sons of God, or the Watchers. These Anunnaki are said to occupy another planet in our solar system, known to scientists searching for it as Planet X. This planet is called Nibiru by the ancient Sumerians, and is said to have a long elliptical orbit of 3,600 years. They created mankind as a slave race to work on their farms and in their gold mines, among other things. The Sumerian legends are clear. Man was made to bear the yoke of the gods. Man was separate from the gods, like a domestic animal, and there was a great cultural taboo amongst the gods against sharing any of their sacred information with humanity, even things such as writing and mathematics. These gods ruled directly over Egypt and Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley, and their rule was recorded in the histories of all three civilizations. At some point, it is told, some of the gods broke rank. This is again recorded in just about every culture on earth that has written or oral history of legends. Some of the gods, finding human females most appealing, intermarried with them, breaking of course a major taboo within their own culture, and creating a race of human god hybrids. However, these actions, the interbreeding and sharing of secrets with humans, incurred the wrath of the Most High God and a number of other gods who were disgusted by this interbreeding. This sparked the massive devastating battle of the gods that has come down to us in legends, both the war in heaven and the deluge. Interestingly, this flood is mentioned in the legends of almost every ancient culture on earth. According to Stitchin, while the Anunnaki production of gold was increased by mining in South Africa, so was the physical effort to extract it. After continuous day and night gold mining, the South African Anunnaki mine workers revolted. The mutiny was resolved through the intercession of the brother-sister gods of the Anunnaki, Enki and Ninhursag, by genetically engineering an ape woman to create a replacement labourer. After considerable trial and error, according to the Sumerian story, a suitable worker was developed. Capable of gene manipulation technology, the Anunnaki implanted the ape woman's egg into a surrogate Anunnaki maiden. This early hybrid could not sexually reproduce, but at a later time some of the hybrids, referred to as blackheads in the Sumerian tablets, were moved from Africa to a place the Sumerians called Eden in Mesopotamia, and further engineered to be able to sexually reproduce. It is noted in the Bible that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives, all of which they choose. The debate has been raging about the Anunnaki, not whether they exist, nor whether they have been to Earth, as the evidence of them being here is overwhelming. That non-acceptance of the Anunnaki presence on Earth is only for those in denial of the truth. The debate is whether they are still here today. For years, much of the focus on investigating the Anunnaki has fallen upon the writings of Zecharia Sitchin, who has presented many theories, but also some hard facts. Are the Anunnaki still on Earth? The Anunnaki have forced humans to build huge structures such as the pyramids in Egypt and the Americas. Huge statues like those found in the Pacific Islands, huge runways and identification monuments for crafts visible to observers from the air. Many of these items have been designed by advanced cultures. The Anunnaki control religion and education and make certain that true knowledge is very difficult to acquire. They use propaganda and disinformation to confuse, program and control the people they enslave. It is important that misinformation and disinformation are mixed with enough truth to fool people. Otherwise, they would be useless tools. Religious inquisitions show that how thoroughly ignorance was once imposed upon the people. Today, such inquisitions are accomplished more subtly by skeptics and disinformation agents who use tools like scorn or ridicule. Those who dare to go against the system are persecuted. Many have said that the human condition is explained away by human greed. Adam Smith and Anunnaki even dare to say, in The Wealth of Nations, that everyone's greed leads to everyone's good. This is one of the many lies that the Anunnaki spread, and it is the foundation of what we call capitalism today. However, the human condition is not caused by human greed, it is caused by Anunnaki enslavement agenda. The Anunnaki have elevated the value of gold and silver. They use these and other precious metals to manipulate prices of goods, appeal to people's vanity, and often use them as basis of the money system. Many believe that gold and silver are the only true money today. In times of struggle, people tend to invest in gold and silver. However, the Anunnaki invented money to help them enslave the people. Gold and silver are used by the Anunnaki to make their contrived money system appear to have some foundations. The Anunnaki have developed tax systems which keep the rich and poor blatantly separated and segregated. The rich feel superior to the poor and the poor feel inferior to the rich. Hence there is a crevice which divides the upper and lower classes. The Anunnaki do not want any real middle class. They want the poor to be poorer and the rich to be richer. One of the ways this is being accomplished is via the tax system in the capitalist countries. However, class separation is also being done in socialist and communist countries. The social economic classes are clearly divided in all Anunnaki-influenced cultures. Under the current situation, the poor are literally put into a poor box that they cannot get out of, short of winning the lottery, inheriting something or acquiring money or fortune via some other means. Often those other means are very shadowy. Slavery is the mainstream of the Anunnaki. It can be seen throughout history. Today, slavery still exists and it is flourishing in many countries in the Western and Eastern world. This can be seen in child labour situations, forced labour, and especially in the sex industry, most especially in third world countries. The most vulnerable to exploitation are women and children of the poorer classes. This is the Anunnaki exploitive trait. The Anunnaki run a war economy, and real peace is never considered by them. Before the Industrial Revolution, technological advances were literally at a standstill for untold centuries. This allowed them to better enslave and control the people. The Anunnaki needed the advanced technology to finalise their plans and totally enslave the inhabitants on Earth, with the NWO under a single power, with a single police force. The Anunnaki can come in any type of body or gender for purposes of effecting the New World Order. They can be of any nationality, race, creed, career or religion. Reading Stitching's material, he has painted these evil aliens as palatable as possible by presenting the story that they are trying to save their own planet, and leaves the readers to believe that after this is accomplished they would leave without a trace, so to speak. But the Anunnaki came here to conquer and enslave, not for any worthy purpose whatsoever, nor will they leave voluntarily. For whatever reason, Sitchin's treatment of the Anunnaki comes across as propaganda. Sitchin is an Anunnaki apologist, it seems. His writings come across as protecting the Anunnaki history. An Akkadian tablet said to them, "There are 7 in the depths of the ocean. There are 7 in the brilliance of the heavens. There are 7. They proceed from the ocean depths, from the hidden retreat." According to an Akkadian magic tablet, they proceed from the ocean depths, from the hidden retreat, from the ancient idea of the 7 nether spheres. Dante took his vision of the descending circles of hell. Early Christians taught that each human soul descends from heaven, picking up one of the 7 deadly sins from each planetary sphere along the way. Lust from Venus, anger from Mars, and so on. After death, the soul returned to the highest heaven, shredding the same sins one by one, while passing the innkeeper of the spheres, providing of course that the soul was Christianized and therefore properly enlightened. These 7 judges are a common mythical motif, also found in Slavic Serbian mythology. 7 judges and 7 messengers who flew across the universe in the guise of stars with trails. This information is what the ancients themselves wrote. The Guti, also known as the Gutians, were a nomadic people of the Zagros Mountains on the border of modern Iran and Iraq. Their homeland was known as Gutium. The conflict between the people from the Gutian and Akkadian Empire has been linked to the collapse of the Akkadian Empire towards the end of the 3rd millennium BCE. The Guti subsequently overrun southern Mesopotamia and formed a royal dynasty in Sumer. The Sumerian king list suggests that the Guti ruled over Sumer for several generations following the fall of the Akkadian Empire. Little is known of the origins, material, culture or language of the Guti, as contemporary sources provided few details and no artifacts that have been positively identified. As the Gutian language lacks a text corpus, apart from some proper names, its similarities to other languages are impossible to verify. The names of the Gutian Sumerian kings suggest that the language was not closely related to any other language of the region, including Sumerian, Akkadian, Hittite. W.B. Henning suggested that the different endings of the kings' names resembled case endings in the Taurochan language, a branch of Indo-European known from texts found in the Tarim Basin in the northwest of modern China, dating from the 6th to 8th centuries CE, making Gutian the earliest documented Indo-European language. He further suggested that they had subsequently migrated to the Tarim. Since Gutian appears to have been an unwritten language, for the information about the Guti, scholars must rely on external sources, often highly biased texts composed by their enemies. For example, the Sumerian sources generally portrayed the Guti as unhappy, barbarous people from the mountains, apparently central Zagros east of Babylon. This period of the Gutian dynasty in Sumer is portrayed as chaotic. Initially, according to the Sumerian king list, in Gutian no king was famous. They were their own kings and ruled thus for 3 to 5 years. This may indicate that the Gutian kingship was rotated between tribes, clans, or within an elite. According to the historian Henry Hoyt Holdsworth, renowned archaeologist, the Gutians were pale in complexion and blonde. This was asserted on the basis of assumed links to the peoples mentioned in the Old Testament. This identification of the Gutians as fair-haired first came to light when Julius Opert published a set of tablets he had discovered, which described Gutian slaves as Namrum, one of the many meanings being light-coloured. This racial character of the Gutians as blonde or being light-skinned was also claimed in 1899 and later by historian Sidley Smith in his History of the Assyrian 1928. The historical Guti have been regarded by many scholars among the ancestors of the Kurds. According to some scholars, the term Guti by late antiquity became a catch term, described all tribal, nomadic and mountain people in the Zagros region. Julius Opert sought to connect the Gutians to remote antiquity to the late Goths, whom in 150 AD had known as the Guti tribe.
Cry Boys, you picked the wrong night tonight. I'm ready for you. I'm kicking the ass tonight. And they were out of there. So there are ways to build your own strength if you want to resist. Do not give them fear. There is at least one group within this organization that enjoys and seeks and in fact manipulates the production of fear in us and takes it as we take energy from a battery. And I say don't give it to them. Give them something they don't want. Give them resistance.
I think that the Germans are not only interested in blood group B. I think they're also extremely interested in any of the rhesus negative blood, particularly O negative and actually AB negative. AB negative is the rarest of all of the rhesus negative blood groups. But going back to B, B positive or B negative blood group works like a hive blood group, works like a hive mind blood group. Not to say that anybody who has B blood is not an individual themselves, it's just on a collective level. They are working for a single agenda without knowing it. So if you could amass a huge amount of people with blood group B, then you could have sort of an army working for you, and each individual would be unknown that they are actually part of the collective.
They gobble up totally through the black budget, over 1/4 of the black budget, or roughly $310 billion. Of course, you may say, where are these figures coming from? Well, the black budget, as we know it, in quote, black projects, which anything called black is significant of hidden from Congress, hidden from the American people, and very few people are even in the know about it at all. But black budget per year garners over $500 billion a year. And it's these kind of huge quantities and sums of monies are garnered through CIA drug activity, National Security Agency clandestine operations, mostly in Panama and South America.
possible missile, rocket, or maybe airplane that was seen off the coast of California on Monday. Today, there still aren't many answers as to what it actually was, but one woman says she has some answers. You'd be surprised to find out where she's getting her information from. Colleen Thomas is a home health administrator turned physicist who specializes in the science of creation. And she's the mother of a race of good aliens here on Earth called Pleiadians. She says she knows exactly what happened with that missile, and she joins me now from Roseville, California. Colleen, thanks so much for joining me. First of all, tell me what you know about what happened with that supposed missile.
It was I got in my ear, as it were, as I was sleeping, that it was a missile fire, President Obama trying to start a war with Iran. The Pleiadians downed the missile harmlessly at sea, and then last night from San Diego, our government fired another ICBM at the Pleiadians this time. But the Pleiadians ships are able to change density and do all kinds of things that these guys on this planet have never imagined. And a rocket could pass right through them and not harm them. And plus, they can outrun it too if they wanted to just get out of the way. But it's really kind of silly to think that we can take on a race that's been around for many, many, many millions of eons longer than the reptilians.
And really briefly, Colleen, some people might not know exactly who the Pleiadians were, so why would President Obama want to fire an ICBM at the Pleiadians?
Because they're here to rescue the human beings who are being enslaved on this planet and forced into a paradigm of a super oligarchy that favors the Bilderberg Group and the Illuminati and is completely and utterly without any conscience towards the human beings whatsoever. They poison us deliberately in order for us to have to buy pharmaceuticals so that they can string our miserable little lives along on pharmaceuticals for the rest of our, aging days. There's no need for us to be in the kind of physical condition that we are in, but they put chemtrails in collusion with BP, British Petroleum. They put chemicals in jet fuel, and those chemicals end up getting sprayed in these minute particulates that rain down on our food, on our crops, and in our water. There's lithium in those chemtrails. There's also fluoride and a lot of other heavy metals that are dispersed in the air as chaff, so that the American government can talk to one another militarily without being listened in upon by other foreign countries. They know this stuff is toxic for us, but there's money in toxifying us, and so they work in collusion with the pharmaceutical companies with these backdoor deals, changing the laws and making everything favorable for these guys, but not favorable for the humans whatsoever. Humans are just commerce to these people, and they're also meat to these people. They not only kill and eat us, they sell our dead bodies on a meat market of their own kind that goes passing by here every 50 years. And I got that straight from a CIA agent.
And, I know that you say that you have contact with the Pleiadians. How often do they talk to you? And what else do they say about the current situation in the United States right now? We're in a recession. There's talk about China surpassing us in the economy. I'm curious what the Pleiadians have to say about all of those issues, too.
They are working towards the peace of this planet and towards eradicating us of our draconian reptilian infestation.
From the dawn of time we came, moving silently down through the centuries, living many secret lives, struggling to reach the time of the gathering, when the few who remain will battle to the last. No one has ever known we were among you, until now.
As we look at a bit of what is being called evidence of ancient atomic warfare, or simply atomic explosions, it is important to make a distinction. We have pondered the question of the technological sophistication of pre-flood civilizations. It may be that if it existed, it was part of the wickedness that God saw, as referenced by the quote from Genesis 6. The Lord saw how great man's wickedness on the earth had become, and that every inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil all the time. The Lord was grieved that he had made man on the earth, and his heart was filled with pain. So the Lord said, I will wipe mankind, whom I have created, from the face of the earth, men and animals, and creatures that move along the ground, and birds of the air, for I am grieved that I have made them. The most interesting story on these pages is the absolutely true story of the OOWK mines. On the other hand, there will be consternation that would result among materialists, evolutionists, if it could be proven that this technology did in fact previously exist. As for believers, such a confirmation could only bolster our confidence that when we say to materialists that there are things in heaven and earth that are not dreamed of in your philosophy, that is proving truer every day. There are some interesting things to consider, and we should just take a look at it and form a conclusion. It may well be that we will reject all of the evidence or merely some of it. It's certainly worth a couple of minutes of our no doubt valuable time to give a look. The evidence will largely fit in 4 categories. 1. Descriptions in what are thought to be the oldest written texts by man still in existence. 2. Discovery of archaeological sites which demonstrate characteristics, including high levels of radiation, consistent with an atomic explosion. 3. Physical evidence, changes in the sand, similar to those found at the site of current-day atomic explosions. 4. Evidence of depleted uranium with plutonium products. When the first atomic bomb exploded in New Mexico, the desert sand turned to fused green glass. This fact, according to the magazine Free World, has given certain archaeologists a turn. They have been digging in the ancient Euphrates Valley and have uncovered the lair of agrarian culture 8,000 years old, and a lair of herdsman culture much older, and a still older caveman culture. Olive green trinitite formed in New Mexico as a result of atomic testing in 1945. The bomb melted the sand into this greenish glass. It was named trinitite after Trinity. Trinity was the first place in history where a plutonium bomb exploded. Recently, they reached another layer of fused green glass. It is well known that atomic detonations on or above a sandy desert will melt the silicon in the sand and turn the surface of the earth into a sheet of glass. But if sheets of ancient desert glass can be found in various parts of the world, does it mean that atomic wars were fought in the ancient past, or, at the very least, that atomic testing occurred in the dim ages of history? This is a startling theory, but one that is not lacking in evidence, as such ancient sheets of desert glass are a geological fact. Lightning strikes can sometimes fuse sand. Meteorologists contend, but this is always in a distinctive route-like pattern. These strange geological oddities are called fulgurites and manifest as branched tubular forms rather than as flat sheets of fused sand. Therefore, Lightning is largely ruled out as the cause of such finds by geologists, who prefer to hold on to the theory of a meteor or comet strike as the cause. The problem with this theory is that there is usually no crater associated with these anomalous sheets of glass. Brad Stager and Ron Calais report in their book, Mysteries of Time and Space, that Albion W. Hart, one of the first engineers to graduate from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, was assigned an engineering project in the interior of Africa. While he and his men were traveling to an almost inaccessible region, they first had to cross a great expanse of desert. At the time he was puzzled and quite unable to explain a large expanse of greenish glass which covered the sands as far as he could see. Later on, during his life he passed by the White Sands area after the first atomic explosion there, and he recognized the same type of silica fusion which he had seen 50 years earlier in the African desert. Interestingly, Manhattan Project chief scientist Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer was known to be familiar with ancient Sanskrit literature. In an interview conducted after he watched the first atomic test, he quoted from the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all felt that way. When asked in an interview at Rochester University, 7 years after the Alamogordo nuclear test, whether that was the first atomic bomb ever to be detonated, his reply was, "Well, yes, in modern history." Pieces of Libyan desert glass weighing as much as 16 pounds are found in an oval area measuring approximately 130 by 53 kilometers. The clear to yellowish-green pieces are concentrated in sand-free corridors between north-south dune ridges. The origin of this immense deposit of glass has been attributed by some to ancient nuclear explosions and alien activities. But investigating scientists have always been satisfied with a meteor impact hypothesis. A recent study also opts for this explanation, although no one has found a crater of suitable size or other supporting evidence. This Libyan glass object was found in King Tut's tomb. Scientists discover 6 ancient zones of depleted uranium with plutonium products. There are at least 6 zones of depleted uranium, usually means mined, and with plutonium as a byproduct. You've got to really be trying to manufacture plutonium, it's a complicated process. Yet, scientists studying these zones have a priori, of course, decided not to consider that man was involved. They place its occurrence safely billions of years ago. They assume that a breeding reaction could occur naturally when no such evidence of that exists, and creating a breed reactor was once a technological holy grail which was difficult to achieve on purpose. They theorize that although it must have happened naturally in the distant past, that we need not worry about it occurring now, as conditions differ. Nature designed the reactor such that its spent fuel and dangerous byproducts were contained. Scientists use the principle of uniformism to draw conclusions about the future and the past. How could fission reactions happen in nature, when such a high degree of engineering, physics, and acute, detailed attention went into building a nuclear reactor? Perrin and the other French scientists concluded that the only other uranium samples with similar levels of the isotopes found at OOWK could be found in the used nuclear fuel produced by modern reactors. In fact, the analysis of the nuclear waste in the burned rocks demonstrated that plutonium had also been created. When excavations of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro reached the street level, they discovered skeletons scattered about the cities, many holding hands and sprawling in the streets as if some instant, horrible doom had taken place. people were just lying, unburied, in the streets of the city. And these skeletons are thousands of years old. Even by traditional archaeological standards, what could cause such a thing? Why did the bodies not decay or get eaten by wild animals? Furthermore, there is no apparent cause of a physically violent death. These skeletons are among the most radioactive ever found, on par with those at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At one site, Soviet scholars found a skeleton which had a radioactive level 50 times greater than normal. Other cities have been found in northern India that show indications of explosions of great magnitude. One such city, found between the Ganges and the mountains of Rajma, seems to have been subjected to intense heat. Huge masses of walls and foundations of the ancient city are fused together, literally vitrified. And since there is no indication of a volcanic eruption at Mohenjo-daro or at the other cities, the intense heat to melt clay vessels can only be explained by an atomic blast or some other unknown weapon. The cities were wiped out entirely. While the skeletons have been carbon dated to 2500 BC, we must keep in mind that carbon dating involves measuring the amount of radiation left. When atomic explosions are involved, that makes them seem much younger. Giant unexplained crater near Bombay. Another curious sign of an ancient nuclear war in India is a giant crater near Bombay. The nearly circular 2,154-meter diameter Lonar crater, located 400 kilometers northeast of Bombay and aged at less than 50,000 years old, could be related to nuclear warfare of antiquity. No trace of any meteoric material has been found at the site or in the vicinity. And this is the world's only known impact crater in basalt. Indications of great shock, from a pressure exceeding 600,000 atmospheres, and intense, abrupt heat, indicated by basalt glass spherules, can be ascertained from the site. The crater is formed in the basalt rock of thickness 600 to 700 meters. This rock is made of many layers or flows which were laid by volcanic activity at various times. 5 of such flows are exposed at the crater rim. Thickness of these flows ranges from 5 to 30 meters. The crater is about 150 meters deep and has average diameter of 1.4 miles. The elevated rim consists of 25 meters of bedrock and 5 meters of ejecta over it. This ejecta blanket is spread over about 1,350 meters away from the crater rim and slopes away by 26 degrees. The uppermost region of ejecta contains the deposits that were melted due to the impact. A nuclear catastrophe in Paleo-Indian times? We introduce here a remarkable theory of terrestrial catastrophism that seems to be supported by evidence that is equally remarkable. One of the authors of this theory is identified as a nuclear scientist at the Lawrence Berkeley Nuclear Laboratory. The second author is a consultant. The author's credentials seem so good that we must take a close look at their extraordinary claims concerning a natural phenomenon that they believe reset radiocarbon clocks in north-central North America and, potentially, elsewhere on the planet. In the author's words, our research indicates that the entire Great Lakes region, and beyond, was subjected to particle bombardment and a catastrophic nuclear irradiation that produced secondary thermal neutrons from cosmic ray interactions. Desert glass scarab. What produced the intense heat in the desert? In 1996 in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, Italian mineralogist Vincenzo de Michele spotted an unusual yellow-green gem in the middle of one of Tutankhamun's necklaces.
The jewel was tested and found to be glass, but intriguingly it is older than the earliest Egyptian civilization. Working with Egyptian geologist Ali Barakat, they traced its origins to unexplained chunks of glass found scattered in the sand in a remote region of the Sahara Desert. But the glass is itself a scientific enigma. How did it get to be there, and who or what made it?
The Pleiadian aliens are Nordic-looking type aliens from the star cluster Pleiades in the constellation of Taurus. They have been described by many as humanoid, very tall in stature with light blonde hair and exceptionally fair skin. Theorists have claimed that the Pleiadians and humans share a common ancestor, but no evidence of this has ever been discovered until now. Due to the aliens' exceptionally fair appearance and above average height, the Northern European races, particularly the Scandinavians, have long been hypothesized to be the closest hybrid race of humans and Pleiadian aliens. The recent discovery of the 3,600-year-old nebula sky disk in Germany, which provides a clear star map to the Pleiades star system, has once again fueled many debates that the Nordics do share a common ancestor with the Pleiadians. Why would they have a detailed star map of the Pleiades? How did DNA testing recently find out about the Pleiadians and humans having a common ancestor? Modern DNA technology has been able to trace the ancestry of all humans through DNA testing. All humans share common DNA markers or traits that allow geneticists to trace your ethnic groups. Even if you are one pure nationality, you will have some overlapping DNA markers of other ethnic groups to varying degrees. After all, we are all humans, or are we? Haplogroups relate to our deep ancestry. Deep ancestry is not traditional genealogy. It is not for tracing family or confirming family linkages. Deep ancestry is a look at our ancient ancestral roots from tens of thousands of years ago, and shows how all people living today are connected to an ancient ancestor who lived in Africa over 100,000 years ago. The World Geneographic Project has been testing haplogroups worldwide, and until recently has had no cause for alarm, until it was discovered that between 4,000 and 6,000 years ago, a small group of extremely unusual DNA was introduced into the population of Denmark. Geneticists have named it Haplogroup 1 and have no idea where it came from. It only appears in the Nordic races and to small degrees in countries that have been invaded by the Nordics, such as England and Ireland. No other group of people on the planet have this DNA unless they have come in contact with Nordic people. It is the root cause for the Nordic appearance. All other Europeans and most humans have R, R1A or R1B haplogroups. It is suggested that Nordic people have alien ancestors. They do have a large amount of distinctive DNA that is without explanation and is not found anywhere else. They resemble Pleiadian aliens and appear to have been hybridized by the advanced Pleiadian aliens in our ancient past. Other Nordic anomalies. They can tolerate extreme climates that other humans cannot. Exceptionally physical people often display great strength. They look completely different than any other Europeans. 95% atheists and have no belief in a god system. Extremely intelligent, scientific, were able to sail around the globe using the stars as guides from memory. Unable to be directly exposed to our Earth's sun without burning, suggesting they did not evolve on Earth.
Surprising DNA found in ancient people from southern Europe. Since the beginning of human migration, the Iberian Peninsula, home of the modern-day Spain and Portugal, has been a place where cultures of Africa, Europe, and the Mediterranean have mingled. In a paper in the new journal Science, a group of 111 population geneticists and archaeologists charted 8,000 years of genetics in the region. They paint a picture that shows plenty of genetic complexity, but that also hints at a single mysterious migration about 4,500 years ago that completely shook up the ancient Iberians' DNA. The team searched DNA evidence for clues to how and when various populations became part of the Iberian Peninsula's gene pool. They sequenced the genomes of 271 ancient Iberians. They then combined that information with previously published data about 132 other ancient peninsula dwellers. Beginning in the Bronze Age, the genetic makeup of the area changed dramatically. Starting in about 2500 BC, genes associated with people from the steppes near the Black and Caspian Seas, in what is now Russia, can be detected in the Iberian gene pool. And from about 2500 BC, much of the population's DNA was replaced with that of the steppe people. The steppe hypothesis holds that this group spread east into Asia and west into Europe at around the same time, and the current study shows that they also made it to Iberia. Though 60% of the region's total DNA remained the same, the Y chromosomes of the inhabitants were almost entirely replaced by 2000 BC. That suggests a massive influx of men from the steppes, since the Y chromosomes are carried only by the men. It looks like the influence was very male-dominated, says Miguel Villar, a genetic anthropologist who serves as senior program officer for the National Geographic Society. Who were these men, and when did they come in peace? Villar, who was not involved with this study, speculates that the steppe men may have come on horses bearing bronze weapons, hence ushering in the Bronze Age to the area. He compares the migration to the one the indigenous peoples of North and South America faced when the first Europeans landed in the 1490s. It shows that you could have a migration all the way across the whole continent of Europe and still have a heavy influence this far extreme, he says. Although bronze came into use in Iberia around that time, no other distinct traces of steppe culture have yet been found. The study did show that people in present-day Basque, who still speak Western Europe's only non-Indo-European language, carry genetic markers closely related to those of the steppe people. And unlike modern Spaniards, modern-day Basques don't show the same amount of genetic mixing that happened on the peninsula over the centuries. The team also found a single individual with North African DNA from a site in the middle of Iberia. His bones date to around 2500 BC. At the beginning, I thought it was a mistake, says Ino Oalde, a population geneticist who led the study. When he replicated his work, he checked it out. The presence of that lone African suggests early sporadic interchange between Iberia and North Africa, making sense of archaeological discoveries of African ivory at Copper Age Iberian digs. But the team thinks that North African ancestry only became widespread in Iberia in about the last 2,000 years. This is because the Anunnaki populated Europe in the ancient past, known in the Greek myths as the Atlanteans. They were then forced out of Europe by the Athenians or modern-day Europeans. We turned the switch, saw the flashes, watched for 10 minutes, then turned everything off and went home. That night I knew the world was headed for sorrow. Physicist Leo Szilard, atomic bomb builder. It was a single projectile charged with all the power of the universe, an incandescent column of smoke and flame, as bright as 1,000 suns, rose in all its splendor. It was an unknown weapon which reduced the ashes to the entire race of the Vrishnis and the Andhakas. The corpses were so burnt as to be unrecognizable. The hair and nails fell out, pottery broke without apparent cause, and the birds turned white. After a few hours, all foodstuffs were infected. The Mahabharata. During the first Egyptian pyramid war between Horus and Seth, Horus strikes. And he let loose against them a storm which they could neither see with their eyes nor hear with their ears. It brought death to all them in a single moment. Sitchin, 1985. This sounds to me like the gamma ray and neutron pulse from a sub-kiloton nuclear weapon, which has no fireball and the nuclear radiation extends far beyond the blast wave. Zeus battles the Titans. The hot vapor lapped around the Titans of Gaia born. Flames unspeakable rose bright in the upper air. The flashing glare of the thunderstone, its lightning blinded their eyes, so strong it was. Astounding heat seized chaos. It seemed as if earth and wide heaven above had come together. A mighty crash, as though earth was hurled to ruin. Also were the winds brought rumbling, earthquake and dust storm, thunder and lightning. Sitchin, 1985. Zeus conquering Typhon. A flame shot forth from the stricken lord in the dim, rugged, secluded valley of the mount when he was smitten. A great part of huge earth was scorched by the terrible vapor, melting as tin melts when heated by man's art. In the glow of a blazing fire did the earth melt down. Sitchin, 1985. Biblical references to nuclear warfare. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Abraham looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah as he beheld and saw smoke rising from the earth, as the smoke of a furnace. Genesis 18:27. And the Lord sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. Exodus 9:23. And it came to pass, as they fled from before Israel, and were in the going down to Bethoron, that the Lord cast down great stones from heaven upon them to Azekah, and they died. They were more which died with hailstones than they whom the children of Israel slew with the sword. Joshua 10:11. And the fire of God came down from heaven and consumed him and his 50. 2 Kings 1:12. Thou shalt make them as a fiery oven in the time of thine anger. The Lord shall swallow them up in his wrath, and the fire shall devour them. Psalms 21:19. A fire goeth before him, and burneth up his enemies around about. Psalms 97:3. Thou shalt be visited of the Lord of hosts with thunder, and with earthquake, and great noise, with storm and tempest, and the flame of devouring fire. Isaiah 29:6. There are many other clues regarding nuclear warfare. Childress discusses ancient atomic warfare. First, Hattusis in Turkey, where parts of the city are vitrified, and the walls of rock are partly melted. He then discusses Sodom and Gomorrah and compares them with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He thinks of Sodom, Gomorrah, Zor, Admah, and Zeboam, Genesis 14:2, were destroyed, creating the Dead Sea. He quotes L.M. Lewis, Footprints on the Sand of Time, who argues for atomic explosions, and he quotes from the Mahabharata, an excellent description of an atomic battle, in which Arjuna is given a celestial weapon, which he cannot use against humans for it might destroy the world, but he could use it against any foe who is not human. From the Mahabharata, as quoted by Charles Bellitz, 1972, is probably the best description of ancient atomic warfare one can find. It was a single projectile charged with all the power of the universe, an incandescent column of smoke and flame, as bright as 1,000 suns, rose in all its splendor. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death, which reduced to ashes the entire race of the Vrishnis and the Anthakas. The corpses were so burnt as to be unrecognizable. Their hair and nails fell out, pottery broke without apparent cause, and the birds turned white. After a few hours, all foodstuffs were infected. To escape from this fire, the soldiers threw themselves into streams to wash themselves and their equipment. Steinhauser, 1975, relates a story from the Ramayana. When the god Rama was threatened by an army of monkeys, he put a magic arrow into action. This produces a flash of lightning stronger than the heat from 100,000 suns, turning everything to dust. The hair of survivors fell out, their nails disintegrate. We know of such magic weapons from Sodom and Gomorrah and from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, Pakistan. Dave Davenport, 1996, who spent 12 years studying ancient Hindu scripts and evidence at the site of Mohenjo-Daro, declared in 1996 that the city was instantly destroyed 2,000 years BC. The city's ruins reveal the explosion's epicenter, which measures 50 yards wide. At that location, everything was crystallized, fused or melted. 60 yards from the center, the bricks were melted on one side, indicating a blast. The horrible, mysterious event of 4,000 years ago was recorded in the Mahabharata. According to that text, white-hot smoke that was 1,000 times brighter than the sun rose in infinite brilliance and reduced the city to ashes. Water boiled, horses and war chariots were burned by the thousands. The corpses of the fallen were mutilated by the terrible heat that they could no longer look like human beings. From one of the oldest chronicles of India, the Book of Daisan. Separation did not bring peace to these people, and finally their anger reached a point where the ruler of the original city took with him a small number of his warriors, and they rose into the air in a huge shining metal vessel. While they were many leagues from the city of their enemies, they launched a great shining lance that rode on a beam of light. It burst apart in the city of their enemies, and with a great ball of flame that shot up to the heavens, almost to the stars. All of those who were in this city were horribly burnt, and even those who were not in the city but nearby were burnt also. Those who looked upon the lance and the ball of fire were blinded forever afterward. Those who entered the city on foot became ill and died. Even the dust of the city was poisoned, as were the rivers that flowed through it. Men dared not go near it, and it gradually crumbled into dust and was forgotten by men. When the leader saw what he had done to his own people, he retired to his palace and refused to see anyone. He then gathered about him those warriors who remained, their wives and children, and they entered their vessels and rose one by one into the sky and sailed away, nor did they return. David Childress, 1999, also represents sketches of the citadel of Mohenjo-Daro and a discussion of its destruction by nuclear explosion. Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were the main cities of the Harappa culture and of the Indus Valley, an amazingly uniform and advanced urban civilization existing between 2500 and 1500 BC, the beginnings of which remain obscure. About Parashapur, near Srinagar, Kashmir, David Childress states, "It is a scene of total destruction. Huge blocks of stone are scattered about a wide area, giving the impression of explosive annihilation." Zachariah Sitchin, 1985, devotes an entire chapter to this discussion of nuclear warfare in ancient times in Mesopotamia and the Sinai Peninsula. In his book, he also suggests the destruction of the Sinai space facilities by nuclear weapons he offers as evidence. The immense cavity in the center of the Sinai and the resulting fracture lines, the vast surrounding flat area covered with blackened stones, traces of radiation south of the Dead Sea. The new extent and shape of the Dead Sea is still there 4,000 years later. He maintains that the radioactive fallout from this operation wiped out the area around Sumer for a period of 70 years until 1953 BC. So did the gods use nuclear weapons in their struggles with each other and with mankind? You be the judge.
Slave. Barbarian. Warrior. Thief.
Right, to start off with, them four things you've just described Conan as is what the Anunnaki described the Hebrew or the Hebrews as: outsiders, barbarians, warriors, thieves. So that's the first sign.
Conan.
They said you'd come, a man of great strength, conqueror, one who could crush the snakes of the earth.
Second sign, you've come to crush the snakes of the earth. We obviously know what that's a reference to. the serpent people. We just had a man turn into a snake in front of your eyes.
Purveyors of their own deaths.
Notice the horn helmets representing they came from Taurus.
He's evil, a sorcerer who can summon demons.
The Eye of Horus and the two snake heads. I've heard that the Anunnaki, they do have weaknesses, like they believe that if they tell their enemy or let slip a few plans of what they're going to do, then they can get away with that. You know, it's sort of, if you're stupid enough once they've told you the plan what they're going to do, if you still fall for that, then, you know, they can rest easy about that. So there is weaknesses.
Home is here.
Horn helmets.
What daring! What arrogance! I salute you.
You notice how he was stood, how he saluted him like Lucifer.
Out of an age undreamed of comes the most incredible adventurer of all. The man they call Conan, the Barbarian.
So yeah, Stargates, I mean, what would be the benefit of going through a Stargate? And they're around. As I've said, I mean, these castles that are around, there are Stargates in these old castles. These national monuments have Stargates. That's why they're called national monuments. They have actual physical power. I mean, I can't think what that one tribe is where there's that brick, that solid stone wall where they worship this wall.
The
I don't know
Wailing
what it
Wall?
is. No, not the Wailing Wall. That again is another one, Andrew. But that one, it's something like the Peruvian people. I can't think who it is. There's that so-called like strange. It's solid, but they worship that one wall because they know their ancestors and people come and go through that solid rock wall. That's a Stargate. So yes, these Stargates are around, and that's what I'd like to say for people as well. National heritage sites, some of these national treasures, some of these national monuments, they will actually elevate your consciousness. Don't look at them on a physical level. Try and go there and just try and not visit them in the physical body. Because if you can go and visit these places without thinking of the physical body, without, oh, you know, it's a pretty wall. They painted this wall nicely. They decorated this wall nicely. Lovely floor, lovely seat. If we can just go and visit some of these places, and we could go there and visit it rather through thought. I'm saying go physically, go and visit the place physically, but then try and, in the beginning, artificially, superficially, however you want to do it, artificially try and visualize, well, can this actually transform me? Can this transport me into another dimension? And you'll notice that some of those places have that ability. That's why they're called national monuments.
Roslin Chapel is probably one underneath, isn't it? But yeah. Well, where would they all take you to a different place or a different dimension? Or
yes. The movie Stargate, I mean, for those who want to really study Stargates, is actually look at the Stargate movie, but go and study the theory behind it on the various sites. I mean, Wikipedia. I know we don't like Wikipedia because we believe it's not always true, but Wikipedia has got some very interesting, let's call it, perspectives on possibly viewing something. Now, Stargate, when you actually look at a Stargate that Wikipedia puts out on the movie Stargate, you need a point of origin as one coordinate. You then need another coordinate, which gives you your point of exit. then you'd have a lot of points in between, a lot of different coordinates, which can actually take you through a different path. Those coordinates, like a graph, we call the different points on a graph the coordinates, X and Y coordinates. But now we're talking three-dimensional, so you're going to have an X, a Y, and a Z, a depth. So when you start putting in your origin, your end point.
What? So it's like a machine. It's like a machine.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So you have like dials and stuff like that.
Yes.
Right.
And they will take you through different paths.
Right.
You can actually travel to different, like you're traveling, you're going on holiday. When you go on holiday, you'll reach your point is your point of origin. You'll reach your destination, but then along the way, you're going to pass through towns or various places of interest. Those are the various pathways or the various different other coordinates that you will, let's call it, you can pass through. So while you know your destination, there are other places you're going to pass through. And that's where you'll sometimes pick up things, and you can sometimes drop off things, meet things, new things arrive, like a train. Passengers get on, passengers get off. But you're going from arrival, from your point of origin to your point of depart, to your final place.
It was obviously a being from a higher dimension that created the Stargates when they was probably just visiting this dimension, wasn't it? So it probably wasn't even created by anyone in this dimension.
Yes, absolutely. And definitely not created by somebody. That's the point of Odin. And that's the point of, that's what I tried to make. I don't know if the message came across in my story on the Yggdrasil tree. The Yggdrasil tree is a Stargate. It's a wormhole. Yeah. And you go through these different dimensions, so the different levels, because that's why it was called back then, to put the story. I mean, the fastest form of travel back then was a horse, and that's why the word Yggdrasil actually can also mean horse. Right. But if you think about horse goes all. I mean, you can travel in all different directions. This is why it's got the tree with the branches in all different directions, is because where would you like to go? Well, punch in your coordinates, travel up this branch, travel up the trunk for starts, then move off to the left and take this branch, and then take again another branch, and then take another branch, and you'll arrive at your destination.
So the first thing is the Nazis on the moon. Like I say, the Anunnaki had a moon base, apparently. What was so important about the moon to the Nazis? Now I can't decide if this woman is supposed to be Hillary or Sarah Palin. I think it's supposed to be Hillary Clinton. Look at how she's holding her hands in the typical Illuminati fashion. And then that's obvious with the reptilian eyes you can see there. Is that the war that Hillary was going to start with Russia? This is supposed to be New Schwabenland, the German World War II base. She shapeshifts into reptilian form. You can see the black sun symbol behind her as she comes down the hatch. That's obviously a picture of Hollow Earth. This is obviously supposed to be Agartha and the Hollow Earth. It's actually brilliant how they've done it. and then the inner sun.
Take it easy, Blondie. It's done.
It's mad because if you was watching this and you didn't know any of this information, you'd just think it was some crazy fantasy film. But all this information, what this film's showing, it goes back thousands of years.
Good. Then we can begin.
And then there's the sign of the Vril, or the Vrilya. And The Coming Race is the book written by Edward Bullier Lytton about the race of Inner Earth.
When it comes to Earth's galactic history, the Syrians play a major part. The Syrians were one of the first alien civilizations to visit our solar system, eons ago. Some as yet unconfirmed theories situate these first visits to Earth approximately 4 to 5 million years ago. They were just short-term visits, mainly for scientific reasons. A first permanent settlement, however, was established approximately 1 million years ago, in what is now Latin America. It was followed much later by waves of colonizations, not only from Sirius, but also from Lyra and later on from Orion and the Pleiades. When these colonizations of Earth took place, the Syrians started playing more and more of a crucial role in the history of our planet. Together with Lyrans and Pleiadians, they ended up creating two successive versions of mankind by blending some of their DNA with that of the less advanced humanoid species that existed at the time on Earth. In the early days of mankind, there were a lot of fights between the Syrians and the Lyrans about Earth. Fights in ancient mythologies between bird people or eagle people and snake people usually refer to the fights between the Lyrans and Pleiadians on the one hand, the bird or eagle people, and the Syrians, the snake people. A lot of people, mainly active as healers, light workers or body workers here on Earth today, feel a strong affinity with Sirius. Many of them have lived on Sirius before. In fact, many of them even had numerous lifetimes both on Earth and on Sirius, often during Lemurian and Atlantean times, when alien civilizations openly interacted with our ancestors. A lot of the Atlantean knowledge, for example with regard to auras, subtle bodies, or crystal healing, can be traced back to Sirius. It should therefore come as no surprise that Isis, in Egyptian mythology, was seen as the greatest healer, who could even restore Osiris' life and body after he had been murdered and cut into pieces by Seth. With regard to the inhabitants of Sirius, one should keep in mind that the Sirian system is the home of many galactic species, both physical and non-physical, humanoid and non-humanoid. Most of these races are quite benevolent towards mankind. But it is important to know that there is a minority of negative species, too, in Sirius, focusing upon personal gain through imperialism, control and manipulation. Some of the more horrific abductions that sometimes take place have been orchestrated by these negative Syrians, who can mainly be found in the Sirius B system. Physical characteristics of the humanoid Syrians. The Syrian race stems from Vega. They are dark-skinned, have dark pronounced A's. The Syrians that stayed on Earth, however, 1. had a lot of contact with the Lyrans and 2. adapted to the climatological conditions on Earth, so that their skin became lighter and lighter. Note that the description given of the physical characteristics only applies to the physical, humanoid Syrians, not to any other races. One of the more persistent rumors in galactic lore is that cetaceans, that is porpoises, dolphins and whales, would originally come from a planet orbiting one of the stars of Sirius. Sirius consists not of one but of 3 stars, though the scientific community is not entirely convinced of the existence of a third star, as it was only observed once, in 1929. Many people believe that on Earth, too, dolphins and whales possess consciousness, similar to human consciousness. Some say another planet that is inhabited by cetaceans orbits Alphnitag, one of the 3 stars that make up the belt of Orion. The Syrians also played an important part in the histories of Lemuria and Tiahuanaco, Egypt and Sumeria. Alex Collier mentions a benevolent Syrian civilization of Lyran, vegan descent that lives in the Sirius system, called the Cat-A. He also mentions human inhabitants of the Sirius B system that are red, beige, grey or black-skinned, as well as reptilian and aquatic beings. The humans would have cat-like eyes. Are we the only intelligent life in the universe? Within this universe, there are billions of galaxies, each containing millions or billions of star systems. The Milky Way probably has around 300 billion stars, while the Andromeda Galaxy has 1 trillion stars. Most of these stars can have several planets, of which many are able to sustain life forms of some kind. Statistically speaking, it is impossible that we would be the only intelligent life in the universe. And of course we aren't. Even within our local galaxy, the Milky Way, there are various extraterrestrial civilizations. Some are physical, some are non-physical. Some even are humanoid, while others are not. Taking into account that Earth is only 4.5 billion years old, and mankind only appeared 100,000 to 200,000 years ago, while the oldest part of this universe is estimated to be approximately 14 billion years old, it is only natural that there would be civilizations that are far more advanced than we are. More than one of these civilizations have been in contact with mankind. Some even played an important part in the history of planet Earth. As mentioned, a lot of the alien races are more evolved than we are, technologically, mentally and spiritually. Most of these races are benevolent towards mankind. Some races, however, do not have the best of intentions. They are often referred to as the negative-oriented extraterrestrial civilizations. Some of them even made sinister deals with Earth humans, and even with governments. In this context, it is, therefore, equally important to know that these negative alien civilizations are only a minority, and that their actions are constantly being monitored by organizations that are more positive-oriented. 2 of these organizations are the Star Command and the United Federation of Planets, also known as the Association of Worlds. Not all extraterrestrial civilizations are physical and humanoid. Some species, such as the Arcturians, Els, Andromedans, from the Andromeda Galaxy, or Antarians, are not physical, as we are. Other species aren't considered real humanoid, such as the Lizzies and or Draconians. The Andromedans are members of the Federation of Planets. There also is a strong connection with the Pleiadians. When referring to the Federation of Planets, some authors actually speak of the Andromedan, Pleiadian Federation. Andromeda was the daughter of Cepheus and Cassiopeia, the legendary, white, king and queen of Ethiopia. Andromeda was kept prisoner, chained to a rock near the sea, waiting to be eaten by Cetus, the great sea monster. She was saved by Perseus. The story is a copy of a Babylonian story in which the hero is called Bel-Marduk. In astronomy, Lyra is the name of a northern constellation, situated between Cygnus and Hercules. Vega is itself a star. The constellation of Lyra has long been recognized in Earth's mythology. Some have even connected it with the Pleiades, for example, Ovid, who mentioned that the 7 strings of Lyra equaled the number of the Pleiades. This can be considered the birthplace or womb of the humanoid race within Earth's area of the Milky Way. All subspecies such as Sirians, Orions, Earth, Terrans, Pleiadians, Vegans, Zeta Reticuli, Centaurians, Altarians, and many lesser-known groups, are descendants of the Lyran races. Lyra has played an important part in the history of Earth and mankind, as did the Sirians and Pleiadians. When it comes to what Homo sapiens physically looks like, the Lyrans and the Pleiadians are the main influence, especially for the Caucasian race. The humanoid Lyran races, A. Lyran Caucasians, the original Lyran, light skin, light hair, light eyes, 5 to 6 feet, mesomorphic body. B. Lyran giants, light skin, light hair, light eyes, 6 to 9 feet, mesomorphic body. C. Lyran redheads, light skin, red hair, ectomorphic, thin, to mesomorphic body, either giant, 6 to 9 feet, or average. D. Darker-skinned Lyrans, same as Caucasians, but with skin that is light brown, and hair is dark brown. Movies like those of the Star Wars series tap into the galactic collective consciousness. They retrieve ancient memories of the galactic wars that once engulfed large parts of our galaxy, for millions of years. Because the main battles were fought in the constellation of Orion, these wars are also known as the Orion Wars. At the outset, a little over 20 million years ago, the wars started over territory in the constellation of Lyra. But soon the war spread to Orion, and it became a war of mindsets and ideologies. On the one hand there was a group of mainly humanoid races that was committed to the idea of service to others. On the other hand there was a mixed group of humanoids and reptilian races that propagated service to self. These were mainly located in the constellations of Draco and Orion. Initially the philosophy of service to self implied that when everybody takes care of him or herself, then the whole is taken care of, too. But gradually it changed into service to self, if necessary at the expense of others, which resulted in victimizers and victims. The victims and their allies, who by now had joined forces in a federation, started looking upon the victimizers as evil, while they started seeing themselves as good. As a result the wars got polarized, and ended up being wars of duality, even though things didn't start off like that, at all. Now history is filled with examples of how a polarized conflict can never be resolved as long as the polarities remain. It was no different in the Orion Wars that lasted for eons, but where no breakthroughs by either side would ever be lasting. Every once in a while, usually within the worlds that had been submitted by the Orion and Draconian empires, there would be rebellions by groups that did no longer want to be submitted, but that did not want to join the Federation, either. Things only started changing when groups within the Federation got fed up with the war, too, and broke away from the Federation. Thus a third party of rebels or renegades emerged, and the balances of power changed forever. Neither the Federation, nor the empires dared launch a large-scale attack upon the rebels, fearing that if they would do so, the rebels would team up with the others, and that joining of forces would create an unbeatable enemy. But even though a lot of people were sympathetic to some of ideas of the rebels about ending the war, the rebels didn't succeed in making any major breakthroughs in negotiations with either the Federation or the empires. It looked like a new stalemate was reached, only this time there were 3 parties involved, instead of 2. Still, peace was not established everywhere, as not everybody was ready to accept these new teachings. There is, even today, some fighting going on in some parts of this galaxy, where parties are still submerged in dualistic thinking. Earth, unfortunately, is one of those places where the majority of the people are still living in the veils of illusion of duality. Yet overall in our galactic neighborhood, there is peace, and where there is no peace, there often is a truce.
Even when you had 2 eyes, you'd see only half the picture. Asgard is not a place. Never was. This could be Asgard. Asgard is where our people stand. Even now, right now, those people need your help.
Today we're going to talk about the Declaration of Arbroath, which is a Scottish Declaration of Independence. It was made in 1320. It is in the form of a letter and it is wrote in Latin. It was submitted to John Pope the 22nd. It is intended to confirm Scotland's independence as a sovereign nation and defending Scotland's right to use military action when unjustly attacked. One interesting signature on the Declaration is that of Henry St Clair of Roslin. Sir Henry St Clair of Roslin was a 13th century Scottish noble. The US Senate Resolution 155 of the 10th of November 1997 states that the Declaration of Arbroath was instrumental in the American Declaration of Independence and was basically modelled off it. I will now read you the Declaration of Arbroath. Most Holy Father and Lord, we know from the Chronicles and the Book of the Ancients, we find that among other famous nations we find our own. The Scots have been graced with widespread renown. They journeyed from Greater Scythia by way of the Tyrrhenian Sea and the Pillars of Hercules, and dwelt for a long course of time in Spain, among the most savage of tribes. But nowhere could they be subdued by any race, however barbarous. Thence they came 1200 years after the people of Israel crossed the Red Sea to their home in the west, where they still live today. The Britons they first drove out, the Picts they utterly destroyed, and, even though very often assailed by Norwegians, the Danes and the English, they took possession of that home with many victories and untold efforts. And as the historians of old time bear witness, they have held it free of all bondage ever since in their kingdom. There have been reigned 113 kings of their own royal stock, the line unbroken by a single foreigner. So this to me, it looks like either the Turks that invaded into Scythia and the Mongols, maybe they pushed the Scots out. I've done a video on, you've probably heard of the land of Tartary or Great Tartar. Then when you look at the tartans, what the Scottish used, their actual real name is Plaid. So when you correspond this to Pleiadians, I mean, it all starts to add up, doesn't it? They was forced out of the Middle East, out of Greater Scythia, forced into Scotland. And it tells you that they went through Gibraltar, they went that way, they didn't go overland, they went round to Spain and then to Scotland. So I think this shows, doesn't it, there's a great movement of people in them days.
I quite literally ceased to think about why I was there or what I was doing. The sole purpose for my being in Vietnam at that point was to stay alive until I could get out. Then the reason for that is that, you know, the kinds of questions that began to present themselves were just, the questions themselves were ugly. And I didn't want to know the answers. It's like banging on a door. You knock on a door, and the door opens slightly, and behind that door it's dark, and there's loud noises coming, like there's wild animals in there or something. And you peer into the darkness and you can't see what's there, but you can hear all this ugly stuff. You want to step into that room? No way. You just sort of back out quietly, pull the door shut behind you, and walk away from it. And that's what was going on. The questions themselves were too ugly to even ask, let alone try to deal with the answers. You know, it became obvious that the enemy was the very people in these villages around us, and we were in a very heavily populated area at that time. They were the enemy, or at least the enemy was out there somewhere, and we couldn't tell one from another. And day after day, our patrols went out, and we ran into snipers and mines, and snipers and mines, and snipers and mines. I saw 4 armed enemy soldiers the first 8 months I was in Vietnam. And yet our battalion during that same period of time sustained 75 mining and sniping incidents per month, over half of them resulting in casualties. This is for a unit of about 1,000 men. But there was no one to fight back at. And you begin to think, these people are the enemy. They're all the enemy.
But before we start this video, I'd just like to explain basically when Hyksos was invading Egypt and he was pushing south to defeat the rest of the Anunnaki, or the Egyptian pharaohs, whatever you want to call them. They got so far and he was about to defeat the last of the Egyptians, and all of a sudden in the Aegean there was a devastation unlike any before. And I mean, the coincidence of that happening at the same time as all this these battles were going on with the Hebiru in the Amarna tablets, the Hyksos in Greek mythology, and then the Pleiadians. Well, it's obvious that the Anunnaki, it even says in the Sumerian tablets about them firing some ICBMs from South Africa, and in Ragnarok it talks from Surtur coming from the south carrying a sword of flames, and so yeah, you can work out really by listening to all the stories that this was a nuclear weapon used. Now, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah we're going to go into today. I'm going to explain to you why I think that's an ICBM. Did you know there is archaeology that explains how Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed? For many, the story of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah seems a little too mythical to accept. However, there is also convincing evidence that the city and the plains were destroyed through an airburst event. This event was similar to the one which happened in Russia early in February 2013. If the meteor over Russia would have been only 10% bigger and going in a straight angle, it would probably have killed over 1 million people, producing a burst more in line with the Tunguska event that happened in Siberia in 1908, which produced an explosion 1,000 times stronger than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. So you're probably asking, where is the evidence of such a destruction? This was the best watered agricultural land in the region, but remained without cities and towns for the ensuing 5 to 7 centuries following its Middle Bronze Age destruction. As evidenced by the 700-year pottery gap, Trinitite was discovered on the back of some pottery, which also contained a zircon bubble. This can only be caused by extreme temperatures consistent with an airburst event. The entire gate area is covered with half-metre thick soot and dark ash, and also scattered human bones throughout the site suggest that people was blown apart from the event. Such an airburst event can also explain how Lot's wife could be turned into a pillar of salt. His wife turning back may have explained, and maybe she turned around to go back. She would have been walking by the Dead Sea when the airburst event hit. The Dead Sea has the highest concentration of salt in the world. The airburst, with its searing temperatures, would have covered the entire area with encrusted salt. It is not inconceivable to think that she would have been dead instantly. 5 large sites that have been excavated in the area offer additional evidence of an airburst event. According to Science News, radiocarbon dating of organic archaeological evidence has shown that structures like mud brick walls suddenly disappeared around 3,700 years ago, leaving only stone foundations. The quote from Genesis, "Now the Lord rained down burning sulphur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, including all those living in cities and the vegetation on the land." On the ground at the site, there is melted pottery, scorched foundation stones, and several feet of ash and destruction debris. Tel El Aman is an archaeological site in Jordan, which many believe to be the site of Sodom. Based on studies by atomic energy researcher Samuel Gladstone, the author writes that an airburst event of 10 megatons over the northwest corner of the Dead Sea would be sufficient to produce the physical damage seen over 10 kilometers away at Tel Hamaman. The Bible clearly states that fire and sulphur rained down from the Lord out of the heavens, not upward from a volcano. As the sun rose, burning sulphur rained down on Sodom and Gomorrah. The fire was so great that it destroyed the people, the houses, and even the plants. As the sun rose higher, Abraham woke up to look down upon Sodom and Gomorrah. He saw the smoke rising from the cities. He knew that the Lord had saved him and his brother Lot from the destruction. Some archaeologists believe that the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah lie underneath the southern end of the Dead Sea. Archaeologists have found evidence of settlements there, but no proof yet of what settlements they are. Hellenistic religion is any of the various systems of beliefs and practices of the people who lived under the influence of ancient Greek culture during the Hellenistic period around 300 BC. The Greek gods continued to be worshipped and the same rites were practiced as before. The only change came from the addition of new religions from other countries, including the Egyptian deities Isis and Serapis, and the Syrian gods Atargetis and Hadad. Magic was practiced widely, and this too was a continuation from earlier times. Throughout the Hellenistic world, people would consult oracles and use charms and figurines to deter misfortune or to cast spells. Also developed in this era was the complex system of astrology, which sought to determine a person's character and future in the movements of the sun, moon and planets. Central to Greek religion in classical times were the 12 Olympian deities headed by Zeus. Religious practice would also involve the worship of heroes, people who were regarded as semi-divine. Such heroes ranged from the mythical figures in the epics of Homer to historical people such as the founder of a city. Magic was a central part of Greek religion, and oracles would also allow people to determine divine will in the rustles of leaves, the shapes of a flame, smoke on an altar, the flight of birds, the noises made by a spring, or in the entrails of an animal. Also long established were the Eleusinian mysteries.
The Eleusinian mysteries were initiations held every year for the cult of Demeter and Persephone based at Eleusis in ancient Greece. They are the most famous of the secret religious rites of ancient Greece. Their basis was an old agrarian cult, and there is some evidence that they were derived from the religious practices of the Mycenaean period. The mysteries represented the myth of the abduction of Persephone from her mother Demeter by the king of the underworld Hades, in a cycle with 3 phases: the descent, the search, and the ascent. It was a major festival during the Hellenic era, and later spread to Rome.
The rites, ceremonies and beliefs were kept secret and constantly preserved from antiquity. Some scholars believe that the power and longevity of the Eleusinian mysteries, a consistent set of rites, ceremonies and experiences that spanned 2 millennia, came from psychedelic drugs. One line of thought by modern scholars has been that the mysteries were intended to elevate man above the human sphere into the divine and to assure his redemption by making him a god and so conferring immortality upon him. Comparative study shows parallels between these Greek rituals and similar systems like the Phrygian Carbarian mysteries. British author John Grimsby contends that the presence of ergot in the stomachs of some of the Iron Age human remains from peat bogs in Europe is indicative of use of ergot in ritual drinks in a prehistoric fertility cult akin to the Eleusinian mysteries cult of ancient Greece. In his book Beowulf and Grendel, he argues that the Anglo-Saxon poem Beowulf is based on a memory of the quelling of this fertility cult by followers of Odin. He writes that Beowulf, which translates as barley wolf, suggests a connection to ergot, which in German was known as tooth of the wolf, to reference his berserker state. Kaikon is the beverage consumed by participants in the ancient Greek cult of Eleusinian mysteries. This might have been based on hallucinogenics from ergot and lysergic acid dimethylate, also known as LSD, which is a potent hallucinogenic which was first synthesized from ergot alkaloids by Swiss chemist Albert Hofmann in 1938. It is widely supposed that the rites inside comprised 3 elements. Combined, these 3 elements were known as the unrepeatables. The penalty for divulging them was death.
Athenagoras of Athens, Cicero, and other ancient writers cite that it was for this crime that Diagoras was condemned to death in Athens. The tragic playwright Aeschylus was allegedly tried for revealing secrets of the mysteries in some of his plays, but was acquitted. The ban on divulging the core ritual of the mysteries was thus absolute, which is probably why we know almost nothing about what transpired there. Aeschylus was an ancient Greek playwright. He is often described as the father of tragedy. Only 7 of his estimated 70 to 90 plays have survived. The Persians, 7 against Thebes, The Suppliants. The trilogy known as the Orchestra, consisting of the 3 tragedies Agamemnon, the Libation Bearers, and the Eumenides. Together with Prometheus Bound, 7 against Thebes being the final play in an Oedipus trilogy. Scholars have suggested several completely lost trilogies. A number of these trilogies treated myths surrounding the Trojan War. Other suggested trilogies touched on the myth of Jason and the Argonauts, the life of Perseus, the birth and exploits of Dionysus, and the aftermath of the war portrayed in 7 against Thebes, Sons of the Seven. Aeschylus continued his emphasis on the polis with the Suppliants in 463 BC, which pays tribute to the democratic undercurrents running through Athens in advance of the establishment of a democratic government in 461. In the play, the Danaids, the 50 daughters of Danaus, founder of Argos, flee a forced marriage to their cousins in Egypt. They turn to King Pelasgus of Argos for protection, but Pelasgus refuses until the people of Argos weigh in on the decision. A distinctly democratic move on the part of the king. The people decide that the Danaids deserve protection, and they are allowed within the walls of Argos despite Egyptian protests.
In Greek mythology, Pelasgus was the ancestor of the PLEIADIANS, the mythical inhabitants of Greece, who established the worship of the Dodonian Zeus, Hephaestus, and the Cabiri, and other divinities. In the different parts of the country once occupied by the Pleiadians, there existed different traditions as to the origin and connection of Pelasgus. The ancient Greeks even used to believe that he was the first man. In the Iliad, Homer characterized the Pleiadians as brave fighters. To fight the war, they migrated from the Balkan Peninsula into Asia Minor. The Pleiadians fought against the tribes of Greeks in the War of Troy. Pelasgus fought alongside Dardanians and other allies defending the wall and the city of Troy.
The myth of the outlandish and savage 7 who threatened the city has traditionally seemed to be based on Bronze Age history in the generation before the Trojan War, whose very names vary. Some have their own identity, like Amphiaraus the Seer, a suggestion made by Ernest Howard in 1939 that the 7 are pure myth led by Adrastos on his magic horse. 7 demons of the underworld. Burkett draws parallels in an Akkadian epic text, the story of Era the plague god, and the 7, Sibiti, called upon to destroy mankind, but who withdraw from Babylon at the last. The city is saved when the brothers simultaneously run each other through. Samuel 2, but each seized his opponent by the forelock and thrust his sword into his side so that all fell together. The mythic theme passed into Etruscan culture. A 5th century bronze mirrorback is inscribed with Polynices and Eteocles running at one another with drawn swords. The Egyptian religion which follows Isis was the most famous of the new religions. The religion was brought to Greece by Egyptian priests, initially for the small Egyptian communities in the port cities of the Greek world. Although the Egyptian religion found only a small audience among the Greeks themselves, her popularity spread under the Roman Empire, and Diodorus Siculus wrote that the religion was known throughout almost the whole inhabited world.
I know we're just chatting today, Holger, and we haven't prepared anything really. We've been busy with New Year and everything like that, but I was just wanting to wonder if you'd like to talk about the Anunnaki. Do you think whoever came here, they came from, was it a Stargate, or did they land in some sort of spacecraft, do you think?
Andrew, there's two sides that I view on that. It depends which approach people want to use, whether you want to use a flat Earth system or globe system, and they both tie up. As I've said, there's values in both of them. But yes, it's the Stargate system. I like to go with a Stargate system. That's the other, or the wormhole, or the Stargate that you're talking about. So no, it is correct what you're saying, going through that avenue.
So you recognise someone did come here in about 200 BC, about that time, and cause a lot of trouble, and maybe there was a nuclear war about that time as well?
Andrew, life has been on this earth for a really, really long time. I mean, we're talking 200 million years ago that we've already got life, and it does go back even further.
Yeah.
So, yeah, these recent wars you're talking about, do you know anything about the mud flood?
No, but a lot of people have commented on that mud flood. Can you explain that? I don't know what it is.
The mud flood basically is a reset of human civilization. We assume that the human has been here. We know he's been here for 6,000 years, but there's resets within our culture, our species, whatever you want to call it, on a regular basis. And the mud flood, basically what happened is they used technology to liquefy the soil, liquefy the earth. And you'll see buildings have sunk down, and it was a way of resetting civilization so that we could get rid of the older generation or the adults and forget the information from the past. So it was a reset to help us forget.
Who did that? Was that the Anunnaki?
Yeah, you can talk the Anunnaki. I mean, we can always target them. I mean, we can always finger them and say, yeah, they're the ones who set it. But I don't believe it's also negative where they're just against our species. I believe it is for a reason. I believe it has positive points why it is done. So I don't believe everything is just like this really bad news story. And the last mud flood occurred about 180 years ago, where it reset everything. And you can go look at this on the internet and just go and do a bit of research. It's logical what they're saying, and it's nice what they're saying, to go and have a look. Okay, what's happening? What actually went on as recent as 180 years ago?
Now, people ask me why there was fighting these groups of aliens, if you like, and why they came to Earth, why they were still fighting. I mean, this goes back thousands and thousands of years, doesn't it? I mean, I can't explain why they're fighting. Do you understand why they're fighting?
Infighting in different species. Remember when we talk of the Bible, let's just go to the Bible. When we talk of our Creator in the Bible is called Elohim. Elohim, in actual fact, is a plural. It's not a singular word. So it means creators, not creator, not singular. Elohim is actually a group of people. And then they had their infighting, where obviously, as with any group, you'll always get some people who want more of their agenda pushed across and less of the other. So it's just a natural thing worldwide. Look at one of the last videos where I talked about the Anunnaki and the Pleiadians, with that positive and negative, to create this duality. Now, a duality is going to have a push me and a pull me effect the whole time. That you can call a war on a much deeper level. So yeah, the wars will never end. We call it Star Wars. Star Wars, I mean, what are Star Wars all about? In astrology, we'll look at how these angles of the planets form a negative angle, or what we call an aspect, a negative angle to each other, or a very positive angle. And generally, there's 3 negative angles in astrology and 2 positive angles. So you'll see there's more wars than there's actually peace or harmony.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Britain's been at continuous war for the last 1,000 years, I think. So would you say the Anunnaki are in control now? like basically any wars that are now are just infighting between the Anunnaki. The Pleiadians seem to have disappeared, don't they?
No, the Pleiadians. No, the Pleiadians are here, but there's not just the Pleiadians themselves. There's a group behind the Pleiadians that date even further back than the Pleiadians. They come from Lyra. That group, the Pleiadians came after them, and they've got different agendas. There's not just one group of Pleiadians. There's different groups of Pleiadians. Pleiadians are also, you get some nasty Pleiadians, but generally they're considered the good guys. But then you have a look at where they come from, and then you look at that agenda, and then it goes even further back, and then you start having a look, okay, so what's the agenda? And that's where you start realizing we come from a non-form world. So it's when we come into the material world, once matter gets created, there's always going to be this push me, pull me. Outside of matter, there's more harmony. But within the realm of matter, there's always this double agenda, this two agenda going on.
I'm interested about that sex magic you was talking about. Can you explain a bit of that about that? You don't have to explain everything, but we can do a video about that. What does that have to? How does that work? Is it the Kundalini or anything like that? Is it?
Yeah, sure. The Kundalini is definitely in there. When you have a look at the point of sex, why or where the real power lies, what we tend to do, we always think it's about this is the bottom line, we always think it's about the actual orgasm. Now, if you can have sex without the orgasm, in other words, where you don't actually release, what actually happens, you start raising your Kundalini much faster, much easier, and you actually transcend, you start going into other dimensions, you start reaching other altered states. And what happens is we're so used to just having orgasms all the time that we bring it down to the material plane, the lowest plane of existence. Whereas if you can keep it within and you don't actually orgasm and you start elevating your consciousness, what happens is you start actually activating higher and reaching or accessing higher dimensions. So that's the bottom line of sex magic.
It's like in the old days when they took over the druids and everything like that, and then they covered it. They learned all the information off them and then covered it all up, didn't they? Made it out to be bad and made them out to be bad. But they use all the druid sacrifices and things like that, and
basically infiltrated the druids, the same as the Phoenicians and the Babylonians. They basically infiltrated the druids. They then took all their information, then killed off those people, and then mastered it or used that information for themselves.
Is this also what the Kazakhs did with Judaism?
Look, the Khazars are a very warring nation. When you have a look at what the two agendas, the first agenda, let's just start with the first agenda. The first agenda is what we call the farmer's lifestyle, which is in harmony with nature. So that's where society or civilization started. It was very much in touch with nature. That's where we worshiped the moon and the feminine goddess. We focused a lot on that. That was the original culture. And then what happened is the masculine took over, or the masculine warring energy took over, which is the Khazars, what you're talking about now, where they then brought in that solar deity, that masculine identity. And that came about as a control system. So, yeah, originally it was much more peaceful, going towards the feminine aspect of our higher self. And then we've lowered it down, or just through the ages, through time, through the agenda that's supposed to be with somebody else who's setting up the energy. It's now become a more masculine identity, a more masculine hierarchy system. So yeah, it's a control system.
The church in the Council of Nicaea, what happened there? Because started changing all the information and taking things out of books and leaving books out of the Bible and things like that. So was there something to do with that?
Control, so to take information away, but then to only give us what we need to know so that we can basically be a commodity. But if somebody's really interested and they start getting more in touch with the higher stuff, Andrew, you will find it yourself naturally. It's not, yes, you could say it's hidden. The information's out there, but it's not, we're always looking for it in the physical world. But if you start accessing these higher planes, you'll realize that information comes to you through other avenues other than the material world. And that's how we can actually reclaim or find that information again.
Do you believe in these barriers, what you find, these invisible barriers? Like, I did a video about in Romania how they found like a cavern in a mountain. And obviously I can't speak the language, so I don't know exactly what they're saying, but it seems legit because there's people, there's scientists there getting interviewed, and there's people on TV, on their national TV channels. And then you hear about this invisible barrier, what they can't get across, can't get through. I mean, you hear the same about the Baltic Sea anomaly, about every time they get over it with camera stuff or diving equipment, everything seems to stop working. So what is it, some sort of self-defense mechanism, what they've got built into them, or what's that technology that causes that?
Yeah, that's all to do again with EMF, same as the gravity principle. Andrew, you use crystals. Those use crystals. Crystal energy is used a lot in that magnetic EMF, electromagnetic frequencies. So there's a lot to do, and EMF requires crystals as well. EMF is not just simply a magnet and a coil. It also has to do with crystals. You need the combination of the different things in order to generate that force, because you need different dimensions of dimensions or sources of power, of magnetism, of electricity. You need different things to create an interdimensional.
So I think I understand what you mean. Yeah, I understand. So like, basically you have to turn your body into a resonator, if you like. So say like you've got a radio and you didn't have an aerial on it and you just had it sat there, it wouldn't do anything, would it? As soon as you put an aerial onto that radio, you can pick up frequencies and everything like that. So your body's ready to pick up frequencies, but you need to put something in your body that picks up the signals. Is that right? Or do you have to do something with your body to change the chemical makeup of your body?
There's two approaches. There's the physical approach, and then there's the psychological or mental approach. It comes down to the blood. Everybody's involved with the blood. Everybody's interested in the blood. The blood is our EMF.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a look what's actually going on with our blood is made up of 4 different parts. And when you have a look how the blood actually works in these different ratios, the idea is to balance all the different parts of the blood, all 4 of them, to try and get them as close to equal. So by nature, we're born where we have more plasma or we have more white blood cells. So you want to get an equal ratio of all of these. So you want to get your plasma right, you want to get your red blood cells right, you want to get your white blood cells right, and then you want to get your platelets right. When you harmonize those, you then activate your own DNA, you activate your own EMF. So it's done all through blood. That's why all these blood, everything is blood. You'll see a lot of these philosophies and these mystery schools and these weird guys. It's always blood.
Well, Hitler, people don't realize blood, wasn't it? Hitler. That's all. Yeah. All his deal was searching for different blood types.
You can adjust or change your blood by. Hippocrates actually wrote the whole thing on the blood. We've used this for now thousands of years, and he's actually written how the blood divided into these 4 different parts. If you can harmonize them, you will actually, those are what you're talking about, to reach EMF, to reach an altered state, to elevate your DNA, to change your consciousness. So you can approach it from a psychological way where you actually start developing different you don't become schizophrenic, but you start taking on or bringing in aspects of yourself, personality traits that you don't realize that you are, to harmonize it. So we want to balance out these 4 different personality types. Hippocrates called them the 4 humors. So that's the one approach. That's from a psychological approach, if you want to do that, mental approach. The other way is to also then do it through the physical food. So if you realize that certain parts of the blood require more of certain vitamins and minerals, you can then, where you've got a lack, you can then up those minerals in your body to also bring your blood back into balance. And nobody's born with a perfect balance of blood. We all have different ratios. But the thing is to try and get it as close to normal, and then, Andrew, the magic starts happening.
Something I've always wanted to understand as well, the people who control the earth, are they taking their orders from someone from a different...
Yes.
So when they go through Stargates, are they going through to get their orders and whatever, and then come back and follow out whatever they was told?
Yes, orders is one, but they're also going to go and get knowledge, because the Anunnaki are not in control. The elite are not in control of this planet, and a lot of us are like always blaming the elite and pointing fingers at the elite. The elite are not actually in control. They are also subject to the, as you say, the Anunnaki, the Pleiadians, or those other world species, civilizations. Now, what happens is that the elite has to put certain systems in place through economy, through the monetary system. They have to put certain systems in place so that energy, if we look at it all on an energy level, what happens is those other worlds need to have Earth run at a particular or in a certain direction. And for that to come about, we have the elite, and then the deeper worlds have to put in certain systems. So they will feed the elite the systems, who in turn impose it on us, so that the entire energy of this planet can move in a certain direction, so it doesn't lag behind. So it becomes easier, not as dramatic and not as violent, as nasty, when you realize that it's just running to plan.
I see that. Do you know what the person at the top of the pyramid's called? What do we call him? Is he human? Is he from somewhere else? I've heard him called Pindar before. Is that the person who controls everything?
Pindar, yeah. You want to go to what they call source. So, whatever people call source in their different philosophies, in their different languages, the Bible even talks of as chaos. Chaos does not mean like we understand in English, where it's just a riot, a mess. That's not at all what chaos means. That's the wrong English translation of chaos. So chaos is your source. Chaos is actually the origin or the source of everything. Why it's called chaos is, if you can imagine, in your computer, let's take a computer. We're all we're using computers right now with us. Computer has all the possibilities inside that hard drive, inside the chips. It's got all the possibilities. Now, if you try to define the possibilities of what your computer could do, you just have a look and everything's in there. Now, we could call that chaos because it's in all different places, but it's not chaos. There is order in it. Depends what you want to extract. You can extract anything you want. So that's the chaos, or the void, or the non-form, where nothing exists. So it's on a non-physical level. Mm-hmm. When you look at it on a non-physical level, this mishmash, I mean, our thoughts, you can be thinking sometimes 2 things at the same time. You can be thinking back on a holiday, and then you can also get an inspiration at the same time. So you can have 2 coming at the same time. You can call that a mental war, a spiritual war. You can call that chaos. But it's not chaos as in negative. It's just opportunity. Yeah. Anything's available.
Yeah.
So that's the ultimate. And then it comes down into a spirit level. Into a spirit level, then that's where you're going to get the different let's call it, you've got a specific agenda that you now want to reach, and then in that agenda you've got now, let's call it, different rays that pass off it. Those different rays would have different flavors. So you can see how it just keeps splitting, or else going into more and more different dimensions.
Mm-hmm. I know I just keep asking you random questions, but it's just a kind of roundup for the end of the year. I get a lot of comments and I don't know how to answer them really, because everything I learn is out of a textbook. So, you know, I can't really answer anything that's not out of the textbook, you know. So I know you're a very wise person and you have learned a lot in your life. So I just like to throw these questions out. I mean, I know they're quite random, but here's another one. Was white people and black people created by the same person?
No. They were definitely created by different people. I explain to some people when they go, particularly, let's look at the African people. The African countries or cultures further up north in Africa, particularly when you go to the Nigerian people, all up north there. Now, in Nigeria, you've got two basic tribes, and the one main tribe is called the Igbo, I-G-B-O. Now, whenever you're in South Africa, whenever you'll see these black churches, and they're in large numbers, the members there, you'll see that generally you'll have the local blacks from South Africa who come here, but then you'll have within those churches, sometimes you'll have in the hierarchy, you'll have the Nigerian people in there. And for whatever reason, they don't always realize it, but subconsciously, the local black people will somehow be more submissive without even trying, without doing it consciously. They are more submissive to the Nigerian people. Now, we assume it's because of technology and all that. No, it's not. It's because the Igbo are the creators of the black people in Africa. So they are actually subservient to their creators. And they're doing this on a subconscious level. So yes, we've got different beings who created different species, different races.
So can I ask one more question? The Ige, who the Anunnaki mentioned, the Ige, their first creation, wasn't there? Do you reckon that's the Nigerians that you talk of, and then the Nigerians created other blacks?
No, this is where I like to go to astrology. Astrology talks of the seven gods. In Red Indian philosophy, they talk of the seven grandfathers. It's all the same thing, our ancestors. However you want to describe our ancestors, but astrology will specifically tell you there's seven. The Red Indians will tell you there's specifically seven. So when you have a look at these seven different gods, they had to come together. And through them, they created all these different species. So you would have back on those levels, two who came together and created a specific species. Another two came and created another species. But in actual fact, you need to look at them as a clan. Remember, right in my first video, I talked about these different clans. And they actually group together, and different ratios of the seven in all their possibilities will create different species. So you've got the original gods who are not mixed.
But they mix their DNA with primates on Earth. Is that what happened? So that's why we all look different, because we're made from different primates.
No, we don't come from primates.
Right.
Primates are all the primate family, the different primate species are all created, but we don't come from primates. This is where I like the Red Indian philosophy. The Red Indian philosophy says, I acknowledge my relative, but he is not my ancestor. Now, the Red Indians talk about this stuff. So if that helps you also possibly put that across a bit better, that we do not come from monkeys. Monkeys are related to us, but we do not come from them.
Right. So how was we created? Was we created with DNA, just DNA of these gods? Why do we look different? Or do we look the same as the gods?
No. we look at life and we want to stick with life on the physical level. But I like to go to EMF all the time. EMF, the light source of everything, the lifeblood of everything, the source, the energy of everything. When you create an energy, like when you create music, music is sound, but yet it can translate into a physical form. So when you do cymatics, where you'll put sound onto a card where there's either metal filings or sand, when you put sound through, it can generate a physical different shape. But the point is, before the cymatics or this physical form, you have something called sound, which is metaphysical, non-physical, and it will generate a more subtle energy. It will generate a different energy. So people keep on wanting to think they're just purely physical. They are not purely physical. We are 4 different beings in one. We've got 4 different parts in ourselves. And on those different parts, your energy, or let's call it your soul, according to your soul's makeup, it will manifest or generate a particular look. So your look wasn't created by them. The look was created by us through our soul. Our soul has got a certain frequency or vibration. When it comes down to the more gross planes, it then manifests of different features. So they didn't create our features, they created our energy, which manifests into its different features.
Right.
It's quite a thing to get your head around, because we're so busy thinking when we make babies, we see, oh, well, it looks like me. But what about the personality? The personality can sometimes, one person could say, oh, but this person looks like this because they know that person as a certain, let's call it a judge. And then you'll get the other one where we go to a disco and you'll meet a DJ and you say, oh, well, he's got this energy. But they could actually be the same person, but because they put on a different form, a different cladding, now suddenly you say, but I don't recognize him. He's a different person. It's the same thing. If you think about it, the Anunnaki comes through and the Pleiadians come through. Now let's just talk. We generally accept that the Pleiadians are positive and the Anunnaki are negative. It's not cut and dried like that, but generally, let's say positive and negative. Now, if we're on a planet of duality in the material world, how can this planet be going through such gross stuff if we're inherently good? So you have to realize that there's the bad agenda, bad people who are actually doing their thing. And this is where it gets very interesting. We assume the bad people are not going to elevate themselves. I don't know who said that. I don't know where that idea comes from. If we all come from source, we all come from the origin, we all come from the same place, and then it splits itself into good and evil. So you'll get unity up the top. It splits itself into positive and negative, right and wrong, good and bad, day and night, hot and cold. Maybe you want to look at it black and white, whatever. The agendas have to be pushed for each one. They have to push their separate agendas. So you can't be a good person and you're going to control the bad people, and you can't be a bad person, you're going to control the good people. We've got the mishmash. So you've got the people who are born into the Anunnaki side who are going to push their agenda. But without that push me, pull me, we'd become static. The world, the universe would become static. And once something's static, it just dies or falls into itself. So we've got this continual push me, pull me, this continual war between the two sides. So no, you get people who are inherently born evil.
But it seems to me like they inherently feel like they own us. Like this is the way they get through all the evil ways of what they do. They believe that they own us and they can do whatever they want with us, if you like. Because if you create something, if you copyright something or anything like that, even if it's a rare poodle or something, you still own it. If you bred that. And I think in a way this is what it's all down to. Even if you look in the religions and it tells you that we own them, and a pregnant non-believer is no better than a dog and stuff like that. So I do think even if you read the religions and everything, they're telling them that they own us and basically to do what they want with us. So unless you stop that sort of teaching, you know, that you can't own a human, then this is where slavery comes from. I mean, the British Empire outlawed slavery, did a lot to stop it, and then 4 years after, communism rose up and started. So they find a way around it, you know, and then just name it something else, and it seems like it's never going to end.
Slavery has never stopped. If you have a look at, you go to work, do you have a choice? I mean, you must work for the boss, you must do his agenda, you must work exactly what they want, you must work the hours that they want, you must work the days that you want. I mean, we used to, in our lifetime, we used to work a 5-day week. Now we're working a 6-day week or 5.5-day week, and even sometimes a 7-day week. You're telling me slavery stopped? Slavery is still very much alive.
No, it's getting worse, it seems. And it seems like the Anunnaki are getting more control, or whoever you want to call the people who are pushing slavery. I just see it this way. There's people pushing slavery and there's people pushing freedom. Whichever side you want to call them, whatever you want to call them. But
they own or have rights to our material bodies, but they do not have rights on your soul or your spirit. So, as long as we believe ourselves to be physical or material, you will be a slave. It's helping the whole agenda of the planet at the moment is being pushed in such a degree that so many people are wanting to leave. They want to just get rid of their bodies. They want to commit suicide. They want to get off this world. They want to get away. What are we saying? Indirectly, we're saying we don't want to be in the material world, and that is good. If we can get to that point where we actually realize, okay, so if we don't want to be in the material world, where do we want to be? We think we're going to swap it for another material world? Well, guess what? Same story. So the trick is to say, all right, if I can go beyond the material world and exist on a higher plane, now you start finding freedom. That's where freedom exists. Freedom does not exist on any material plane, because no sooner are you born into that plane for, like here on Earth, we're here now for 6,000 years. I assume most people understand the concept of reincarnation, where the soul keeps coming back. While the soul keeps coming back to this earth and you keep getting the same material body lifetime after lifetime, you are a slave to that system because you've been born into a material system. But if you can exit and step out of it and start realizing, but I am the soul, and this is why it's so horrendous, the energy at the moment, is to try and help us push and say to people, stop believing you're human. I said in one of my previous videos, it's extremely detrimental to believe yourself to be a human. If you believe yourself to be a human, you will never escape slavery. You have to believe that your soul, that your spirit, and go higher up.
Right.
Then you'll find freedom. But in the material world, no. Whether you're born into the Pleiadian environment, whether you're born into the Anunnaki environment, on those planes, there's a structure, a system. And those systems, you are bound to follow that system on the material or the plane of matter. That's called slavery.
I hear there's another faction out there. There's like two major factions, but then a lot of them split and made a rebel faction.
Are being formed. Those third factions are being formed right now amongst the humans. Because what's happening is people are seeing, look at when we vote for our government. You've either got side A or side B. Generally, there's always two. Not really three. There's generally two. We're learning that it doesn't matter which side you choose, they're both not pro the human agenda, if you want to call it that. So what the result is, we're developing these, they're creating, the system is automatically creating these factions. And these factions are causing people to say, I choose neither A nor B, I'm going to become my own system. And then you try and shed all your material limitations. Once you shed your material limitations, what's actually happening, you're elevating yourself in consciousness, in mind, and you're actually going to a higher plane. So yes, the function of a faction is to raise your consciousness, yes.
Do you know you hear about the Admiralty Law, don't you? That they own us through the Admiralty Law. Have you heard of that? Something to do with the sea or something to do with the Navy.
Yes.
And when we're born, it's something to... Do you know that? Do you understand? I've read it before, but I can't... Off the top of my head, I can't understand it. I can't remember it. But is that not nothing? Because the Navy would also include spaceships, wouldn't it? If you like that, like you say, like Trump now is going to create a space force, isn't it? And it's going to belong to the Navy. So is this not something like that, but in reverse? When they came from wherever, they called it the Admiralty Law, but really it's nothing to do with sea, it's more to do with space.
Yes, very good, Andrew, very good. Excellent. Yes, Jordan Maxwell talks a lot about that stuff. If you want to learn on Admiralty and the law of the sea versus the law of the land, go listen to Jordan Maxwell. He's got excellent stuff on that. But I want to say Jordan Maxwell's old website has been hijacked, so don't necessarily buy into his old website. I can't remember what he calls himself, his new website. Just go into his new website, because the old guy has hijacked all his information and making money off all his old information. So if you want to support Jordan Maxwell, look at his new latest website. But Jordan Maxwell, to get back to your point, talks about the law of the sea and the law of the land. And you're right, it's not a physical sea that we're talking about. It goes into another dimension. Yes, you're right. So we've got the physical law of the land where we humans live. But then when you look at sea, Jordan Maxwell also describes the word human means sea monster. So you need to realize we actually come from somewhere else through the sea. And then when you look at it, we talk of the firmament in the Bible. What is this firmament? Well, that's water. So you start having a look how these things start coming down. So yes, that's very good of you to figure out that it's not a physical ocean, physical sea. Very good. Very good.
So I'll take that as a compliment.
No, if you elevated yourself, you impressed me. And the way that you've progressed in the time I've seen you, Andrew, the growth you've made is phenomenal. That's impressive.
Oh,
anybody who makes progress, that's impressive.
I don't claim to know anything or everything, but what I'm doing is you're just joining me while I'm learning myself, and then I'm just sharing what I learned with you. And then if it's wrong, then someone can point it out to me and they tell me. But I like to think I'm getting a good grip on everything, and I understand quite a lot now, a lot more than I did 2 years ago or even a year ago.
Andrew, your videos have grown in subject, grown in content, grown in the dynamism, grown in the knowledge. It's unbelievable what you're coming out with now, and I think it's fabulous. And I know that you, as you say, you might be getting it from textbooks, but what's happening is it's causing you to think. That's that consciousness that you're elevating. That's the point.
Yeah.
It's not about making a perfect video. It's about, well, what's happening inside you. Are you growing in consciousness? That's the important thing. Yes.
Oh, brilliant.
Trollet friade till fagerunger Sven. Hon hade en falskeliger tunga.
I think we can all agree that the government are hiding secret technology from us, like radar in World War II. We would have never found out about these things would it have not been for World War II. So how many more things, I find it fascinating, how many more things are there that we don't know about, secret technologies from countries that have never been to war. So yeah, it amazes me that how far ahead are they? Because what I'm going to talk about today, the Viking Uthbert swords, I mean they're 800 years in advance. So is that what today's military is like? Are they 800 years in advance of us, of civilians? So there still remains a lot to learn about the Vikings and how they were so advanced in sword making. The Uthbert swords have puzzled archaeologists for a long time. About 170 of these swords have been found, and the dating on them is 800 AD to 1000. The mystery surrounding the blades of the swords is how pure they are. Compared to the rest of Europe, which was producing swords that were brittle and soft, the Vikings have somehow come up with the Uthbert sword, which contained almost no impurities and compares to modern steel. The blades contain 3 times as much carbon than other medieval swords. It is also unknown where the material would have come from to make these swords, since steel production in Europe didn't start until 800 years later. Only strong but flexible at the same time, as well as lightweight. It was thought before these swords were found that the ability to make such swords was only possible during the Industrial Revolution. Even the sword's inscription is a mystery, as no one knows what it means.
They say if you give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. But if you teach a man to fish, then he's got to get a fishing license, but he doesn't have any money. So he's got to get a job, and he has to get into the Social Security system and pay taxes. And now you're going to audit the poor cocksucker because he's not really good with math. You pull the IRS van up to your house, he'll take all your shit. He'll take your Black Velvet Elvis and your Batman toothbrush and your penis pump, and that all goes up for auction with the burden of proof on you because you forgot to carry the one because you were just worried about eating a fucking fish, and you couldn't even cook the fish because you needed a permit for an open flame. And then the health department is going to start asking you a lot of questions about where are you going to dump the scales and the guts. This is not a sanitary environment. And ladies and gentlemen, if you get sick of it all at the end of the day, not even legal to kill yourself in this country. Thanks again.
According to the book Genesis of the New Age by John B. Life, the story begins in 1572 when 500 Germans, including some Prussians and Bavarians, were hired as soldiers, mercenaries, by the King of Portugal, Sebastian I, to build a fort and man a garrison up the Amazon River in a fight against the Spaniards. As they sailed the river, they were fiercely attacked by the native Indians, and both the Germans and Portuguese families were forced to flee to the jungles, where they came across a cave entrance which the Indians feared and fled from. The new colonists made their home in and around the cave and eventually travelled further inward and downwards into the cavern's passages, ultimately leading to the Earth's inner core, which they reached in 1647. Along the way they settled various caverns and established 6 cities and fought off mysterious cavern creatures. The caverns and cities were connected by a crude wooden track system. By 1977, over 350,000 Germans occupied the Inner Earth tunnel settlements, which spanned from Brazil to Australia. In 1647, under Australasia, upon entering the new caverns, the new Germans met with the Atlanteans and the 30,000-year-old Bodlanders, who were the ancient ancestors of the modern Germans. The Bods were extremely advanced, both spiritually and technologically, and decided to take their outer Earth cousins under their wing, and they became known as the 6 Kingdoms of Saxony. In the early 1700s, communication began between the inner and outer Germanies via a secret student exchange program which oriented each to the other's doings. But it wasn't until 1853 that concrete steps were taken towards deeper ties between the two Germanies. Engineers from both sides were engaged to shorten and improve the transportation tunnel systems with electric cars. The technological improvements helped to boost the underground German population to about 10 million by 1900. During World War I, Americans became aware of a route from outer Germany to the Antarctic, but were not sure where it ultimately led to. By 1930, some actual trade began with the two Germanies, and by 1936, Hitler had gathered enough evidence about the inner world to send an aviation team to explore it. The Borderlanders expected and received them, and their king later returned the visit. The king of Bodland warned Hitler and their generals of their misguided war plans, but the Third Reich went ahead anyways. In 1938, German specialists ordered by Hitler penetrated the South Pole opening by air and landed in the interior, making contact with their inner earth brethren who received them joyfully. Land was granted to them for the future settlement on the condition that they would relinquish their warlike ways and live under ways of the inner earthers. Hitler didn't like this, but accepted. In 1943, after his efforts started floundering, a 30-year treaty was signed between Hitler's Germany and the powerful Bodlanders, who would oversee the influx and reorientation of the outer Germans coming into the new inner earth Germany. By 1944, heavy construction was underway near Bodland to receive many war-torn Germans, most of whom used the Brazil train corridor to reach their new home. Scientists and other specialists in need used a quicker round wing plane through Antarctica to reach their new home. Hitler escaped to Argentina by submarine and then onto the King of Bodland's personal spaceship to the inner earth capital. Hitler was accepted because he showed promise of rehabilitation. A fake double replaced Hitler from October 1944 onwards. By the end of World War II, some 2.5 million outer Germans settled in the new inner earth Germany, and the influx continued thereafter. The Americans caught on to the Germans' activities and sent their own expeditions to the inner earth in the person of Admiral E. Byrd, 1946 to 1947, who led the way in a Falcon round-wing aircraft. Byrd's small 60-man army foolishly attacked the inner earthers, who promptly overwhelmed them and sent them back to their homelands. Russia, upon hearing of the American expedition, sent its own armada of 100 planes in 1947, but met a similar fate. In 1948, a much better prepared single-craft expedition by the US followed, which successfully mapped and photographed the Earth's interior and had unique contacts with various races and crafts. Even pictures of dinosaurs and close-ups of the Earth's man-made inner sun were obtained, but of course the results were kept classified. Because of the superiority of the new Germany and the inner earthers in general, the post-World War II Allied nations built bases on and around the polar areas as a means of study and as early defence warning should these inner earth nations decide to take over the outer earth. In 1965, NASA did a complete detailed mapping of the interior of our planet, and in 1979 they confirmed that 5 continents, 3 large and 2 small, existed in the inner earth. There are also 7 oceans. Agartha, the largest continent, is 3 times the size of North America and populated mostly by Atlanteans, who came from Venus 33,000 years ago. Bodland, another continent, is populated by 36 million Bodlanders. By 1984, over 500 million people inhabited the inner Earth surface, 60 million of which were Germans. 18 million lived in the New Germany and 1.5 million in the New Berlin. The New Berlin has all the conveniences of a modern city, except they are non-polluting. A reformed Hitler remained president of the New Germany until his death on November 12th of 1974, Dr. Hans Terfersen continuing in his footsteps. The round-wing plane powered by Earth's electromagnetic field was the key to military and technological superiority. Its anti-magnetic motor propelled it at speeds of 30,000 miles an hour in any direction, and its weightlifting capabilities were unlimited. It also had a laser offense and laser defense system. The round-wing plane is the prototype of the flying saucer. In 1975, its hull or metal construction was so perfected that it could travel unarmed into space. The USS Enterprise ship on Star Trek uses the round-wing concept. In 1977, US General Edward D. Wright visits New Germany in a round-wing aircraft, and a US delegation exists in New Berlin ever since. Since the 1960s, the Allied outer and inner Earth forces have been monitoring and patrolling Earth's skies and lands. The US has legal diplomatic relations with other planets in our solar system, particularly Venus, Mars and Pluto. The book stops in 1980, the year of its publication. Since then, much has happened. Since the fall of communism and the reunification of two Germanys, it would be nice to get the author's latest input, if possible. Hyperborea is the mythical land of the people beyond the North Wind in Greek mythology. It is mentioned by the Greek historian Herodotus, home to white swans and lined with popular trees that would weep amber. At one point, it had been blessed with an eternal spring, resulting in double harvests of grain per year, with most of the countryside covered in forests called the Garden of Apollo. When it was destroyed by ice, its people were believed to have migrated to lands in the south. According to the Greek legend, the land of Hyperborea is a place of perfection, with sunlight 24 hours a day. The people will never suffer from disease or old age, nor did they have to labour or fight in any wars. Hyperborea is believed to have been far north of Thrace, and in modern times that would have seemed to have been located within the Arctic Circle, but the actual location of Hyperborea is a mystery. However, according to the Greek poet Pindar, the road to Hyperborea could not be found by land or sea, but Russian scientists believe they have found the location of the mysterious continent using paleomagnetic analysis. According to the research, the continent, which now mostly exists as underwater shelf, came together twice in Earth's history. First as part of a supercontinent 750 million years ago, then by part of the Pangaea continent, which existed around 335 million years ago. Following the dissolution of Pangaea and the creation of the Arctic Ocean, Hyperborea was spread along the northern pole, mostly becoming the Arctic shelf. According to ancient Greek texts, Hyperborea was a mythical civilization similar to Shambhala and Atlantis, and the people possessed secret knowledge and were close to the gods, like Apollo. H.P. Blavatsky believed Hyperborea to be the polar origins of mankind. It was believed that Hyperborea was the golden age, polar centre of civilization and mankind.
If you're born in India, you're probably a Hindu. If you're born in America, you're probably a Christian. If you're born in Pakistan, you're probably a Muslim. That's a coincidence, isn't it? That you're always born into the right God. Always. Isn't that lucky? I was born into the right God. All those others are going to hell. But I was born into the right religion. I'm going to heaven.
I say we take off and nuke the entire site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Just think of what a nuclear explosion would look like up there. The U.S. government once considered it. CNN has documents and interviewed the leader of a once secret Air Force project innocuously titled A Study of Lunar Research Flights, with the just as lowbrow nickname Project A-119.
A nuclear explosion on the moon
Physicist Leonard Rifle, now 85 years old, led the project in 1958. It was the height of the Cold War. America and the Soviet Union were in a nuclear arms race. The Soviets had just launched the world's first satellite, Sputnik, and were ahead in the space race. U.S. officials needed a big splash. According to Rifle's now declassified report on the project, team leaders also thought they could get information concerning the capability of nuclear weapons for space warfare. Rifle says the plan called for an intercontinental ballistic missile to be launched from an undisclosed location, travel 240,000 miles to the moon, and detonate on impact. Various news reports say they considered using a bomb the same size as the one dropped on Hiroshima, but Rifle now says he wasn't in on those discussions. Rifle had some brilliant minds on his team. One of them, an up-and-coming graduate student named Carl Sagan, who went on to become one of the world's most renowned astronomers. Later on, Rifle says, Sagan violated security when he mentioned the still classified project on a job application. Sagan's widow told us she's not sure if he ever did that, but if he did, it wasn't intentional. By 1959, Project A119 was drawing more concern than excitement and was abandoned. And Rifle says other factors in killing the project were that they were not sure of the reliability of the weapons. The possible deterrent against the Soviet Union wouldn't have been worth the gamble, and there would have been a lot of public backlash in the U.S. Contacted by CNN, the Air Force would not comment on Project A119, even 54 years later.
Here is a quote from Tablet 5 of the Emerald Tablet of Thoth the Atlantean. Interesting because of its mention of a spaceship beneath the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids, and also a mysterious key of the seven. Raised I to light the children of Chem. Deep neath the rocks I buried my spaceship, waiting the time when man might be free. Over the spaceship erected a marker in the form of a lion, yet like unto a man. There neath the image rests yet my spaceship, forth to be brought when the need shall. Know ye, O man, that far in the future invaders shall come from out of the deep. Then awake, he who has a wisdom, bring forth my ship and conquer with ease. Deep neath the image lies my secret. Search and find in the pyramid I built. Each to other is the keystone, each the gateway that leads into light. Follow the key I leave behind me. Seek, and the doorway of life shall be found. Seek thou in my pyramid, deep in the passage that ends in a wall. Use thou the key of seven, and open to thee the pathway shall fall. Now unto thee I have given my way. Follow the pathway and solve thou my secrets. Now unto thee I have given my way.
Can I be your superhero?
Facebook recently cancelled an experiment involving two artificially intelligent programs after they appeared to be chatting in a strange language only they could understand. The two chatbots made changes to the English language to make it easier for them to communicate, but remained mysterious to the humans that was left to look after them. The bizarre discussion came as Facebook engineers challenged the bots to try to negotiate with each other over trade, but they quickly broke down as the bots started to chat to each other in an unknown language, which remains incomprehensible to humans. The bots had been instructed to improve their negotiation skills. The bots drifted off from known language and created their own code that only they could understand. The chatbots also learned to negotiate in ways that seemed very human. They would, for instance, pretend to be interested in one particular item, so they could later pretend that they was making a large sacrifice selling it. Facebook's experiment is the only time artificial intelligence has ever created its own language. The experiment was abandoned because the programs weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing, and not, as they say, because they were scared of the results that was happening. In another AI experiment, Google created an AI which created its own baby. that was far more advanced than systems created by humans. The original AI trained its new creation to such a high level that it outperforms anything built by humans. It is a very impressive achievement, but one that could also trigger fears about what else could AI create without human interaction. So this is the problem, you see. Once you create AI, you might program that AI to not hurt humans, to not target humans, to be gentle, but then if that AI somehow works around its coding, creates its own AI, then train that AI to a far greater degree than any human, we could get very outsmarted very quick.
If you would like to support our channel, please purchase our new revised edition of the Battle of the Anunnaki Pleiadian Gods, now with an added extra 12,000 words and many more images. Please find the link below.
To our esteemed Honorable Paul Hellyer of Canada, we would give you 20 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And thank you, Steve, for the invitation. My name, as I said, was Paul Hellyer. I'm a former Minister of National Defence for Canada. I served in 3 governments during a total of 23 and a half years as a Member of Parliament. Although as Minister of National Defence, I had sighting reports of UFOs. I was too busy to be concerned about them at the time because I was trying to unify the Army, Navy and Air Force into a single Canadian Defence Force. And that itself was a kind of battle to the finish. So this was not high on my agenda. But about 10 years ago, I started getting interested due to a young man from Ottawa sending me material on the subject. I told him I was too busy to read it, but he had confidence that someday I would. He sent me a copy of Colonel Corso's book, The Day After Roswell. It took me a while to get around to reading it, but I took it for my summer reading in 2005 and was really impressed with what was contained in it. And what I thought to myself is there are huge issues here, huge issues. And the American people and the people of the world have a right to know what's going on because they're part of it. It's not just an isolated thing. And so after confirming the contents of the book with a retired United States Air Force general, I accept the invitation of Victor Vigiani, who's over here somewhere, and his cohort Mike Bird to speak to a symposium at the University of Toronto. And I said, UFOs are as real as the airplanes flying overhead. That gave me the dubious distinction of being the first person of cabinet rank in the G8 group of countries to say so unequivocally. Since then, I've learned a lot from many sources, including a number of the fantastic witnesses that we have heard these last 4 days. They were so outstanding, I was just really blown away with them, the amount of information that was available. And I appreciate every single one of them. But because I'm not a ufologist, I'm a politician, there are only a few things that I want to add in that particular realm. First is that about in the 1960s sometime, there was a flotilla of UFOs headed south that crossed into NATO territory in Europe. And the Commander-in-Chief of the Supreme Allied Headquarters in Europe was naturally very shaken. Fortunately, or maybe divine providence, before the panic button was pushed, the flotilla turned around and headed back north. Obviously, they had thought maybe they were Russian and they were very concerned about it. Anyway, An investigation was launched into this whole subject, and a document was prepared which concluded that at least 4 species had been visiting Earth for thousands of years. And this is my own view at this stage as well. So, except for that, there are just a couple of things that we've talked about that I'd like to refer to. And one was that we were referring to them as they until this morning when Linda Moulton Howe, I think she was the first one, actually named 3 different species. I have brought my latest book called Light at the End of the Tunnel, A Survival Plan for the Human Species, as an aide-memoire, and I name 5 different species here. I'm aware of more now. As a matter of fact, I saw a document just a few days ago that mentioned 20. And I think you, Mr. Chairman, were interested in some of the places they might come from. And I have in here Zeta reticuli, R-E-T-I-C-U-L-I, reticuli, the Pleiades, Orion, Andromeda, and the Altair star systems. So I don't think we can any more refer to them as they, because they're not an amorphous mass. They are different species and consequently may have different agendas. I don't think we can say that they all have the same agenda any more than we could say that the United States, China, and Russia had the same agenda. Our real interests may be very similar, but as of now, our perceived interests are still quite far apart. One more observation before I begin what I want to say, and that is that we spent quite a bit of time talking about the 66-year-old cadavers, and I was glad to have Linda this morning finally say that there are live ETs on Earth at this present time, and at least 2 of them probably working with the United States government. The other species that I learned about not too long ago was called the tall whites. And this is when Paula Harris broke the story just a few years ago. And through her good offices, I had the chance to talk for about 3 hours with former Airman Charles Hall and listen to this absolutely fascinating story of how he was working with, first of all, he was scared out of his skin, but after that, when he got to know them, how he was working with, and finally they became to trust each other and have a good working relationship with the tall whites at the gunnery range at Indian Springs in Nevada. And these tall whites were living on United States Air Force property and working in cooperation with the United States Air Force and sharing technology with them. He wrote a book, incidentally, called Millennial Hospitality. There are 4 different versions, but Paula says that Millennial Hospitality number 2 is the best. I think that's the one I read, and it's a very interesting read if you want to sort of get inside the problem of what it's like to bump into these people floating across the terrain in the desert. Well, enough on that for now. My interest is in full disclosure. And my only caveat is I think probably I would say 95 to 98% full disclosure. I know of 1 or 2 things that I'm not sure should be in the public domain, at least yet. They will be someday, I'm sure, but not maybe immediately. But just as children survive the idea of the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus when they become adult, I think that tax-paying citizens are quite capable of accepting the new and broader reality that we live in a cosmos teeming with life of various sorts. The fact that some other civilizations are more advanced than we are may be humbling, but that could be a necessary step in our survival. The world is an unholy mess. We have at best until the end of this decade. In my book, I said we have 10 years to stop global warming if we don't want it to be beyond the point of no return. 2 years has gone past since it was written, so I say we have until the end of the decade to arrest global warming. Yet our leaders don't even talk about it very much except in a superficial way. They appear to be more interested in starting wars to control more oil and, in effect, prolong the gravity of the threat. Of course, even if they took the problem seriously, they wouldn't have the finances to finance the transition from oil to the clean economy, to clean energy, because we have an infinitely silly banking and financial system in the Western world. And the United States Congress, I regret to say, is partly responsible. And I'd be glad to elaborate on that later if you're interested. And finally, they need the technology for clean energy. And it exists. And it's being kept secret by the same vested interests who control our destiny. Who are these vested interests, and what are they up to? Well, Senator, you were talking about a military junta. In my opinion, that is true, but I have broadened and deepened the definition to cabal, and the cabal comprises members of the Three Sisters: the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderbergers, and the Trilateral Commission, the International Banking Cartel, the Oil Cartel, members of various intelligence organizations, and select members of the military junta, who together have become a shadow government of not only the United States, but of much of the Western world. The Council on Foreign Relations is the oldest of the Three Sisters, and as early as October 1940, years before Germany surrendered to the Allied armies and to vaporize Hitler's vision of empire, the Council's Economic and Financial Group drafted a memorandum outlining a comprehensive policy, quote, to set forth the political, military, territorial, and economic requirements of the United States in its political potential leadership of the non-German world, including the United Kingdom itself, as well as the Western Hemisphere and the Far East. The Council made absolutely no effort to disguise, where's that? Right next page, yeah. The Council made no effort to disguise the fact that the purpose of the Grand Area and later world hegemony was to support an expanding U.S. economy, to provide it with raw materials and markets for its products. This was labeled the national interest, quote unquote. It was equally clear that the national interest was the interest of the ruling elite, whose members comprised the Council. The real interests of the majority of rank-and-file Americans was never a factor in the equation. So, Mr. David Rockefeller, who was a member of all three of the sisters, is quoted as saying this at a meeting of the Bilderbergers in Europe. We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time magazine, and other great publications, whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subjected to the lights of publicity during those years. But the world is more sophisticated and prepared to march toward a world government. The supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers is surely preferable to the national autodetermination practiced in past centuries. He, of course, pretended he didn't say that, but the witness, this is reported by Daniel Estulin, a thoroughly reliable reporter who has written the true story of the Bilderberger Group. And if you want to really get inside of what's been going on there for this long time, that's a good place to go. So anyway, you hear what Mr. Rockefeller said, and so there you have it. The aim of the game is a world government comprising members of the cabal who are elected by no one and accountable to no one. And according to Mr. Rockefeller, the plan is well advanced. Does this help you to understand why our civil rights are being taken away from us? I say us, because Canada too is included in the grand plan. A giant leap in the wrong direction followed the end of the Cold War. No one could have been happier than I was when the Berlin Wall came down on November the 9th, 1989. The elation on our side of the curtain was near universal, and very significant on the other side as one country after another regained its freedom. Nearly everyone believed that it was the dawn of a new era of peace and prosperity for people everywhere. There was much talk of a peace dividend. The prospects were dazzling in their scope and diversity. It was a unique and God-given opportunity for a new, braver, and fairer world. We blew it. We blew the chance of a lifetime to do good things. A small group of zealots undermined our golden opportunity to pursue peace, not war, and little did we dream that they had a vastly different vision of the new world order. Their plan, which is now commonly known as the Project for a New American Century, included preventive wars in clear violation of international law, regime change wherever and whenever the U.S. desires, and if they can get away with it without excessive casualties, and the establishment of a kind of economic and cultural hegemony with America acting as constabulary, quote unquote. That was their word, globally. This was to be accomplished without authority of the United Nations and without the restraint of existing international treaties. It would involve a military build-up unprecedented in peacetime history and could trigger an arms race, which is precisely the opposite of the peace dividend that the world had rightly looked forward to. The Machiavellian scheme involved secret police, the curtailment of civil liberties in defiance of the U.S. Constitution, and a moribund economy operating way below its potential. Exactly those features for which the Soviet Union was held in contempt. The initial draft of the document was so controversial when it was leaked to the New York Times that it had to be rewritten, but it was not changed very much, just the cosmetics, enough to make it politically acceptable. So I have a few minutes here to my bearings. The document said this. Well, it may have been easy to persuade President Bush to abandon his stated policy of not getting America more deeply involved in international affairs, but persuading the American people would be more difficult. sophisticated Americans would question such a giant sea change in policy. The authors of Rebuilding America's Defenses, Strategy, Forces, and Resources for a New Century recognized this difficulty from the outset, because their document contained the following sentence. Further, I'm quoting, "Further, the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary changes, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor." Well, it wasn't too long before they got their catastrophic and catalyzing event. Terrorists struck the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon in Washington on September the 11th, 2011. Incidentally, they have removed the sentence about Pearl Harbor in the document that you can now get if you went to the internet to find it. Almost the whole world mourned. Canada mourned. The overwhelming majority of Muslims condemned the treacherous attacks. My sympathy for the friends and families of the injured and dead was genuine and unwavering to this day. My sympathy for the U.S. government began to grow a bit thin, however, when I heard President Bush cite the reasons for the attack. And I quote, "Why do they hate us?" he asked rhetorically in an address to the Congress. "They hate what they see right here in this chamber, democratically elected government. Their leaders are self-appointed. They hate our freedoms, our freedom of religion, our freedom of speech, our freedom to vote and assemble and disagree with each other." I felt sad when I heard the President's word. I assumed that he believed what he was saying. But if that were true, he was profoundly ignorant of the real thoughts and feelings of people in other parts of the world. If he wanted to hear the truth, he should have listened to Osama bin Laden, who was well informed concerning the origins of the kind of fanatical hatred of the United States which has led to such treachery. This is his version of events. Every Muslim must rise to defend his religion. The wind of faith is blowing, and the wind of change is blowing to remove evil from the peninsula of Muhammad. Peace be upon him. As to America, I say to you and its people a few words. I swear to God that America will not live in peace before peace reigns in Palestine and before all the army of infidels depart the land of Muhammad. Peace be upon him. That is clear enough. The dislike of America has nothing to do with democracy versus dictatorship, or wealth, or freedom of religion, or freedom of assembly. It is directly related to American foot-dragging and stick-handling a just settlement of the Palestinian question.
Mr. Hellyer, I hate to interrupt. Time has expired, but I'm very happy if the panel has no objection to allow another minute or two to finish your statement. How much time do you think you need to finish it?
I think probably somewhere between 1 and 5 minutes, most.
I think we'll give you 2 minutes to finish your statement, as much as I'd like to grant more. Thank you.
Okay. In short, American foreign policy was the root of the conflict. So here we are more than a decade later fighting another war that can't be won. There is no country on earth powerful enough to protect its citizens against fanatical hate, as we learned from the Boston Marathon. And the mere attempt to pursue the impossible pits neighbor against neighbor and the state power structure against everyone. All of the freedoms won by the millions of men and women who fought and died in World War II are being flushed unceremoniously down the drain. The only hope of peace is a negotiated settlement. This will require a paradigm shift in American attitudes. It involves a de facto renunciation of the plan for a new American energy and the adoption of a pledge of cooperation with all humankind to build the kind of world which we are collectively capable of. Young people everywhere need to be challenged by a noble cause. They need to be involved in arresting global warming, creating a banking system that is just and sustainable, and lead the way in the transformation to the new reality that we have to live in harmony with our celestial neighbors, as well as seeking peace on earth. In a word, we have to become spiritual beings and practice the one tenet that the world's major religions have in common, and that is the Golden Rule. In this field, too, and I just want to read one paragraph at this time, if you'll allow me, Mr. Chair.
Well, we will allow that, but there's only about 30 seconds, so I hope you can conclude it with that statement.
Fast.
Thank you.
This is from the late Dr. John Mack, an American secular Jewish psychiatrist who became a world leader in interviewing abductees, or experiencers, as he called them, came to this conclusion in a startling book, Passport to the Cosmos. Quote, although the aliens are not themselves gods, their behavior is sometimes anything but godlike. Abductees consistently report that the beings seem closer to the Godhead than we are, acting as messengers, guardian spirits, or angels, intermediaries between us and the divine source. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What is this place? Who are these guys?
Ancient aliens? Anunnakis?
You better get over here, Doctor. You have to see these. What are those things?
This is extraterrestrial technology.
What is this place? It doesn't look like a library.
Water and darkness obscured the fiery eyes of the evil beings, and their bodies remained captive in the chambers sealed by sacred glyphs. As centuries went by, the great Mayan civilization and its inhabitants mysteriously disappeared, abandoning their cities, leaving a prophecy that describes an ark. The Pizon Gagal, containing a manuscript that holds the reptilian prophecy, warning future civilizations of the return of the black star of evil, OOWK, back into our solar system, in search of its 9 ambassadors and its warriors of evil. The Xibalba prisoners have escaped thanks to our ignorance and ambition. The ancestral reptilian leaders are now free, and the arrival of OOWK is imminent. But none of this was a mistake. Nothing has happened by accident. He discovered the beings that have been behind all human suffering. Now I know that his search was guided by a higher power. Now I know that my colleagues and friends didn't die in vain. Their lives were lost to free humanity from fear and slavery. In a parallel dimension, there, they rescued me. They awoke me with a great wisdom. They prepared me to awaken others. Now I know I have a purpose. I know that there is a liberation plan. I know I've survived to expose them and expel them out of our beloved planet. Now I know we are not alone in the battle. We have never been. The signs are everywhere. Help has arrived.
And by the time 1968 rolled around, I was a sophomore in college, I'd been initiated a first-degree witch. In 1972, I was ordained a spiritualist minister and a medium. I was trained as a medium with the Alliance of Divine Love. I became a Druidic high priest in 1973, July. I became a Wiccan high priest in September of that same year. In 1974, August, we moved to Milwaukee to start a network of covens there. In 1975, in Milwaukee, I began studying Masonry. I was made an entered apprentice that year in Heartland Lodge number 122. In 1975, I read the Satanic Bible for the first time and ended up joining the Church of Satan. In 1976, I was ordained to the Old Roman Catholic priesthood. because you can't be a satanic priest until first you're a Catholic priest. In 1976 November, I was raised to the sublime degree of a Master Mason, although there's really nothing sublime about it. But I became a warlock in the Church of Satan in April of 77. I was made a bishop in the Gnostic Catholic Church, which is a Crowleyan version of the Orthodox Church, in July of that year. In 1977 September, I was created a 90th degree Mason in the Rite of Memphis Mitzrayim. I was also brought into voodoo that year. And finally, my last step before getting born again, in August of 1980, I was baptized a Mormon. And that same year, I was also made a Shrine Noble, a 32nd degree Mason, and I got a master's degree in theology from a Catholic seminary. You think I was a little confused spiritually? So let's see, at the same time I was a Mormon, I was getting a Catholic theology degree, I was a Shriner, and supposedly you can't be a Catholic and a Mason at the same time. And I was also practicing voodoo, and you know, one thing I didn't mention, I was also a practicing vampire. So pretty bizarre stuff. Important thing, what did all these apparently different organizations have in common? Well, as we shall see, the commonality in all things was that they all have something to do with UFOs. Now that might surprise you, but you're going to see how all this comes together in a really very sinister little web. When you look at the various classic alien races that are supposedly out there in ufology, you have the Nordics, you have the reptilians, and you have the Greys. Those are the main classifications. There are also sub-classifications. What I believe is that when you see a Nordic, I hope you don't, but if you do, you're looking at a fallen angel in a more pristine condition. Because obviously angels are beautiful beings in their original state. The problem is if you're a fallen angel, you've just cut yourself off from the one source of beauty, of creativity, of love, and of power. So what happens? You start resembling your new father, the worm, the dragon, the serpent. And so gradually, fallen angels start degenerating. Like I say, they're gone to seed, and they end up looking reptilian. They end up looking like these, you know, draconian or reptilian or whatever you want to call them, forms of aliens. They're still very dangerous and they're still very powerful. And I believe, and I mean, again, there's different opinions on this, they can briefly shapeshift and appear to be human, but that their natural state is like this. In terms of the Greys, who are, of course, the real famous aliens, you see these things all over town here, I think the Greys are essentially genetic experimentation of the fallen angels that didn't work out very well. So therefore they're functioning kind of like drones. They're like the workers. I don't think they're very smart. In my experience, they're kind of almost robot-like in what they do. So I think behind all of this are very high-level angelic powers, because a lot of people, they think, well, okay, fallen angels, that's fine, but we forget about what Paul tells us in Ephesians 6:12. He talks about principalities and powers. Again, the word archon has been already mentioned, which is the Greek that's used in here. Rulers of the darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places. But these are beings that, again, a whole other order of magnitude above fallen angels. These are the Elohim, the gods, if you will, plural, members of the divine council. I take it for granted as an operating premise that some fallen angels, or of whatever variety, are at the pinnacle of all false religious systems, promoting deception to keep people away from true salvation. So, for example, there's a principality that's over Freemasonry. There's a principality that's over Mormonism. There's a principality that is over different, UFO-type groups. He said there are beings of intelligence and power far beyond, of a far higher quality than anything we conceive of as human. They are not necessarily based on the cerebral and nervous structures that we know, and that the one and only chance for mankind to advance as a whole is for individuals to make contact with such beings. So this is the guy who boasted that he was the evilest man of the 20th century. Then he found the Golden Dawn, which was the consummate occult society of 19th century England. The deities that are talked about in this book are called Nuit, Hadit, and Rehur Kuit. And Nuit is a star goddess, Hadit is like her consort, and Rehur Kuit is the hawk-headed god of war. He's often known as Horus, if you're familiar with Egyptian mythology. You can't understand the impact Lovecraft has had in our popular culture. Dozens of books and stories have been inspired by Lovecraft. Movies. I don't know if you ever heard of this H.R. Geiger, or Giger, I'm not sure how he says his name. He's actually a member of the Swiss OTO, which is a Crowleyan cult. He's a very, very bizarre artist, and he's the one who designed the original Alien for the movie Alien. And he said he got his inspiration for his art by meditating on the works of H.P. Lovecraft. The Mormons have been mentioned a couple times, and I don't want to let anything I'm saying here be taken as that I'm attacking Mormons. Most Mormons are wonderful people, but a lot of them, if you know them, are obsessed with UFOs. If you look at the original story of how Mormonism started, Joseph Smith claims that he went off to pray into this grove that now Mormons call the Sacred Grove in upstate New York, near Palmyra. And he claims, now listen to this, not with the eyes of faith, but with the eyes of a UFO person, someone who's into UFOs. He claims that as he was kneeling and praying and asking God for wisdom of what church to join, all of a sudden this column of light came down from the heavens, and he felt enveloped by darkness. He felt like he had no energy, like he couldn't even cry out, and he felt as if he was almost going to suffocate in darkness. And then all of a sudden, from out of this light, two beings appeared, glowing in white. And they looked identical, and one being said to the other, "This is my beloved son, hear him." And the other being told Joseph Smith not to join any church, but rather to wait for further instructions. I'm paraphrasing here. Now, you could say, well, that was a heavenly vision. Or you could say, were those two UFO nauts? It's interesting. For example, how many of you realize that Mormons teach that the God of Mormonism, Heavenly Father, is actually an extraterrestrial being? He's a man just like you and me with body parts and passions. That's their terminology. From the planet Kolob at the heart of the galaxy. In fact, how many of you realize that the guy that created the science fiction show Battlestar Galactica back in the 70s was a Mormon, Glenn Larson. And he incorporated a lot of Mormon ideas into that science fiction show. In this temple, these people, nice Mormon people, were seeing lizards 6 feet tall running down the corridors of the temple. It was like the demons were not able to deceive. They were being seen for what they really were, whether they were fallen angels or whatever, I don't know what they were, but we had many women, especially women have more sense about these things than men do, amen? And they just said, I want out of this church, I don't care what I got to do. And they came, and we got more than a dozen different women coming and saying that they were seeing like these 6 foot tall giant lizards running through the halls of the Seattle temple. So make that, and then the funny other thing is that there's been numerous reports. We have at least 2 people that have said when they were underneath the Mormon temple, because there's like 5 or 6 levels beneath the Salt Lake Temple. And believe it or not, they would see reptilian beings under there.
In Irish mythology, we come across a number of stories about shape-shifting beings. These shapeshifters are often gods, goddesses, magicians, witches, fairies, and other supernatural creatures. In ancient times, they believed it was possible to transform humans into animals by using magic. One of the most intriguing personalities in Irish mythology is Fintan Mac Brochra, who is said to be the first man in Ireland. His story includes his relationship to the granddaughter of the biblical Noah, the story how he escaped the great flood and travelled to the land of destiny, meaning island. According to the Book of Invasions, also called the Book of Conquest, Fintan Mac Brochra, also known as the Wise, was a seer who was married to Lady Caesar. When Caesar was a young girl, only 10 years, an Egyptian priest warned her of a coming catastrophe. He told her to gather a group of women and try to escape. Caesar built 3 arks and filled them with women who all possessed different skills. Her father came along with 2 other men. In the poem, Finta describes how he survived the flood when all others perished by hiding in the hill in Town Finia over the River Shannon. They sailed for 7 years before they reached Ireland. It was the year 2361 BC, according to the annals of the 4 masters, but only 1 ship had survived the epic journey. Among the survivors was Fintan Mac Bocra. Upon arrival to Ireland, the women were divided into 3 groups. Each of the groups took 1 of the men to populate the new country. They also divided up the sheep they had brought with them. That's the story of how the first sheep reached Ireland. Lady Caesar was together with Fintan Mac Bocra, and in time she became a great warrior. As I've mentioned before, shapeshifters are mentioned in many ancient Irish myths and legends, and the story of Fintan Mac Bocra is no exception. As in many Irish myths and legends, Fintan is credited with shape-shifting abilities. According to the ancient tales, he could transform himself into a one-eyed salmon, an eagle, and a hawk. It was said he lived for 5,000 years before he left the realm of humans. The story of the flood can be found among all ancient cultures. His great age made him a very wise man. He saw historical events of old Ireland, and he used his knowledge to advise the kings of Ireland. It was not until the advent of St. Patrick and Christianity in Ireland that Fintan departed this mortal realm. In the Celtic lore, the Fomorians are described as terrifying giant creatures, horribly deformed and often mistaken for demons. It is said that this race is descended from Noah's son Ham. The Fomorians were superstitious and tyrannical. People conquered by them were either enslaved or was forced to pay a crippling tribute of 2/3 of all children and cattle born. They were said to have come from the sea or under its surface, and they were some of the earliest inhabitants of the British Isles, both Scotland and Ireland. Their terrifying armies would raid from the sea. The king of the Fomorians was Balor, a giant with an eye in the middle of his forehead, and according to the tradition, they conquered the first invaders of Ireland. 30 years later came the Nemeds, who, like those who settled Ireland before him, had genealogy going back to the biblical Noah. Nemeds managed to win 4 battles with the Fomorians, but after 9 years, Nemed and thousands of his people died of a plague. The Fomorians were again victorious until the Furbolgs, the 3rd group of invaders, arrived and subdued the Fomorians. The Furbolgs, the men of bags or sacks, a name given to them during their Greek exile. The Furbolgs managed to live peacefully with the Fomorians, who decided to give them Ireland, but their hostility against the Tuatha De Danann remained forever. The Tuatha De Danann defeated the Irish giants and forged a ceasefire with the Fomorians. This attempt failed due to the treachery from one side. That resulted in a terrible war between the 2 races that ended in the Fomorians' downfall. The Orkney Islands are situated in the North Sea. Once settled by the Norse, they left a unique and fascinating folklore and tradition that has much in common with Scandinavia. Among them are tales from fishermen of mythical creatures emerging from the waters during sea voyages. There are stories about a mythological race of dark sorcerers known as the Finn folk. Unique to Orkney and Shetland, these strong and athletic amphibious sea people have always been feared by mortals. They were shapeshifters with unequal boating skills. The Finn folk could step out of the water onto land as they choose, and live easily between the 2 worlds. Benevolent and threatening, they could punish seamen with terrible storms. On some occasions, they stole humans and brought them to their hidden island homes, where the abducted individuals were forced to remain for the rest of their lives. Except for their daughters, who were mermaids, the Finn folk were fully humanoids. but their bodies were draped with fish-like fins. They had a majestic city of unknown location, but it is usually said to be at the bottom of the sea. To the ancient Celts, nature and animals were sacred and must be treated with respect. The spiritual world was invisible, but there were gateways leading from the material into the spiritual world. The physical world was believed to be much more complex than we can even imagine. The Celtic Tree of Life served as a portal to invisible worlds and was a source to sacred knowledge, guarded by the most enlightened ones. The Celts had a special relationship to nature and believed that animals, plants and trees possessed a spiritual essence. Under certain circumstances, it was possible for humans to establish contact from other invisible realms. The belief in a tree of life is universal, and though the myths vary from culture to culture, some elements always remain almost identical. The Celtic Tree of Life is often depicted showing the branches reaching skyward and roots spreading out into the earth below, symbolising the Druid belief in a link between heaven and earth. People will be familiar with the eternal sacred tree of life in Norse mythology. Civilization of Mesoamerica believed in the cyber tree, that it was powerful. The Aztec and Mayan civilizations also considered this tree sacred. The Kalpa tree, often mentioned in Sanskrit literature, the Celtic Tree of Life is connected to the world of the spirits. Oak was considered the most sacred tree, but they thought every tree had magical properties. Trees were connected to the world of the spirits and their ancestors, and were doorways into other worlds. Celts believed that wise people, such as druids, could communicate with the other world. The Celtic druids were seen as intermediaries between gods and men, as teachers, judges and doctors. The druids, who were priests in ancient Celtic religion, possessed the wisdom of the oak. This sacred knowledge had been handed down through the generations. Thousands of years ago, a godlike race known as the Tuatha De Danann came to Ireland. They brought with them 4 magical treasures that are mentioned in early Irish literature. These treasures include the Stone of Destiny, the Invincible Spear, the Shining Sword, and the Cauldron of Dagda. The Tuatha De Danann are said to have come to Ireland from the north of Europe. They are represented as large, strong and beautiful beings that mingled with mortals and yet remained superior to them. They were believed to be a race of gods or demigods with supernatural powers, human traits and personalities, and a large variety of skills in arts, crafts, music, language, love and war. There were also druids among these people. In the Annals of the Four Masters, also known as the Annals of the Kingdom of Ireland, describe medieval Irish history and were compiled by monks. The story of the Tuatha De Danann, a mythical race of godlike beings with supernatural abilities, is told in these chronicles. They came to Ireland in the mist or cloud across the sea. Their principal residences were a district along the River Boyne near Leinster, one of the provinces situated in the east of Ireland, and the fairy mound of Femin in Tipperary, in the southwestern part of the country. Each member of the Tuatha De Danann has a special significance, skill or capacity, and these sources showed them to be immortal. Prominent members of the Tuatha include Dagda, a chief god associated with fertility, Morrigan, a goddess of war and fate, Nuada, the first king of the Tuatha De Danann. Angus was associated with beauty and love, Brigid, a fiery goddess of poetry, and finally Craden, a god of metalworking, who worked with brass and bronze and forged the weapons which the Tuatha De Danann used to battle the Fomorians. The Fomorians are also a supernatural race in Irish mythology. They are often portrayed as hostile and monstrous beings who come from the sea or underground. Later, they were portrayed as giants and sea raiders. They are enemies of Ireland's first settlers and opponents of the Tuatha De Danann. However, their relationship is complex and some of their members intermarry and have children. The Fomorians have thus been linked to the Jotnar of Norse mythology, so the Fomorians seem to be like the Anunnaki, have been gods who represent the harmful or destructive powers of nature, darkness and death, blight and drought, whereas the Tuatha in contrast seem to represent the gods of growth and civilization, like the Pleiadians. The Book of the Taking of Ireland is a collection of poems and prose narratives that purports to be the history of Ireland and the Irish from the creation of the world to the Middle Ages. There are a number of versions, the earliest of which was compiled by an anonymous writer in the 11th century. It tells of Ireland being settled or taken 6 times by 6 groups of people, the first being the people of Cessair, the second the people of Partalon, the third the people of Nemd, the fourth the Firbolg, the fifth the Tuatha, and finally the Milesians. The first 4 groups were wiped out or forced to abandon the island. The 5th group represent Ireland's pagan gods, while the final group represent the Irish people, the Gaels. It is said that during many years the Tuatha ruled Ireland in peace until the invasion of the Milesians, a tribe of people. The Book of Invasions says that the Milesians are the last mythical invaders of Ireland, and are the true Gaelic people that arrived on Ireland's shores. The Tuatha tried to fight the invaders. They even created a magical storm in an attempt to drive them away. However, a Milesian poet calmed the sea with his invocation, and then his people landed. The Milesians are Gaels who set sail to Ireland from Hispania after spending hundreds of years travelling the earth. After their confrontation with the Tuatha, the 2 groups agree to divide Ireland between them. The Milesians take the world above, while the Tuatha take the world below, i.e. the other world. Also, the fairy people of Irish folklore are said to live beneath the hills and are often identified as the remnants of the ancient fabulous race of the Tuatha. So have any of you noticed that the Milesians sound exactly like the Scottish? So this is how the Scottish and Irish are related. They both came from Spain to conquer Ireland and Scotland. The Liber Gabala, which was written in the 11th century AD by Christian monks, purports to be the history of Ireland and the Irish. It tells us that all mankind is descended from Adam through the sons of Noah, and that a Scythian king named Phineas Farsaid, a descendant of Noah's son, is the forebearer of the Gaels. Phineas, a prince of Scythia, is described as one of the 72 chieftains who built the Tower of Babel. His son Nel wed Scota, daughter of an Egyptian pharaoh, and they have a son named Godelb Glass. Godelb crafts the Gaelic language from the original 72 languages that arose after the confusion of tongues. The Gaels leave Egypt at the same time as the Israelites and settle in Scythia. After some time, they leave Scythia and spend 440 years wandering the earth, undergoing a series of trials and tribulations akin to those of the Israelites, who spent 40 years wandering in the wilderness. Eventually, they reach Hispania by sea and conquer it. There, Godel's descendant, Breagan, founds a city called Brigantia and builds a tower from the top of which his son glimpses Ireland. Brigantia refers to Corona in modern-day Galicia in Spain, and the tower is likely based on the Tower of Hercules, which was built at Corona by the Romans. Please like and share this video. If you can, go over to Patreon and help us out. Thank you very much.